welcome in to the Brawl house.
The kick forward, the punch through, that's gonna be it!
No way!
This is what everyone is here to compete for. So without further ado, let's brawl!
Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening, wherever you are in the world. Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship. We are kicking off today with the second month of monthly finals for the EMEA region. I am Ark. Joined up first, still Teddy. I checked before the show. Welcome back, Teddy. How are you doing? You ready for another round of EMEA action?
Absolutely, man. Super excited to be back on the show, especially when it's going to be the home region. Going to be a lot of fun, man.
Looking forward to it. And the man who loves to talk when it's not about himself is sometimes about esports. We like to bring him on for monthly finals. Welcome back, Trav. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm always doing good when some Brawl Esports is on for offer. EMEA, I'm ready to see what this region's best has to offer today. So let's get straight into it, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's, without further ado, get straight on into it. A lot to talk about, got to be said. Let's take it back a little bit to where it all began, of course, in game with the 15-win challenge. Prior to those 3 losses, of course, to get into the monthly qualifiers. That is a grueling process of its own. Our elimination bracket is no easy feat. We take then the 4 teams from the winning bracket and 4 teams from the elimination bracket forwards into today's stage. So even just to get to the monthly finals, it is a grueling process. Teddy, though, we are into today's format. Talk us through it.
So the matches will be played using the power match draft system with blind bands on each side, 1 for each team. Top 8 single elimination bracket, 1 loss, 1 match loss. You are out. Best of 3 sets for the quarterfinals. Will move to a best of 5 for the semifinals and the grand finals.
Yeah, that later stages definitely gets a lot more grueling, isn't it? Okay, well, first up, the quarterfinals. Starting things off, STMN EU up against Tribe Gaming EU. That is going to be a banger. Team Queso after that up against Reply Totem, who was a team that we didn't see coming in last month, so great to have them back. SK Gaming then up against 2.5 Men for our 3rd quarterfinals match, and then Craze Clan up against FA Baguette as well. That is a fully stacked bracket. I think you'll all agree at home. Cannot wait to see how the teams fare today. But of course, they'll all be fighting out for a ton of cash. First place today will receive 9,000, 5,000 for second, third and fourth for 2.5 grand, fifth to 8th for 1.5 grand as well, total prizing of $25,000. But of course, the headline stories are this year, over $1 million up for grabs, and of course, a golden ticket to this year's World Finals. Trav, viewer, winning that money, what would you be spending it on?
You see, we discussed this before the show. I said I'd save it, but screw that. We're going to go straight off and we're going to spend it all. Go on a nice holiday, buy some nice things, and just go completely insane with it.
You're a smart boy, Trav. You're a smart boy. Right, well, again, we can't be letting the players have all the fun. You at home can be getting involved as well. Head on over to event.brawlstars.com. That is where you can sync your game with your Supercell ID to the website. You can also watch the monthly finals there as well. But head on over there. Let us know who you're predicting to come out with the wins today. Of course, root for your team of choice, vote for your MVP. Loads of Brawl Esports trivia over there to be had as well. You're earning in-game rewards along the way, so tokens, coins, all that good stuff. Get through those tiers all the way to that top tier where you can win yourself an exclusive BSC shredder pin there to flex on your friends, flex on your rivals, all that good stuff. I got mine last week, just saying, very quickly, but don't worry, guys. If you're not there yet, we'll be there to help you through it. We'll give you some good ideas along the way as well when it comes to those all-important predictions. So kind of nicely feeding us in towards that as well. I mean, you know, Trav copied my homework. Teddy, you were the good student of the group. Talk us through your predictions first, mate.
I think Tribe, Queso, and SK have the more one-sided matchup. Still definitely room for some upsets, but it's really the fourth quarterfinal where I feel like Baguette have some really good chances, especially since both teams are somewhat affected by nerves. I feel like it's the most likely to see an upset. Therefore, going Baguette and being a little bit French, a little bit biased, yeah, I kind of had to, man. I kind of had to.
I think it's allowed. I was on the same fence on that last match. Wasn't too sure. Trav, you know, talk us through why you copied me.
Well, you see, Ark, I do recall it a little bit differently. I remember typing mine out quite fast and seeing, a certain person to the left of me copying my homework. But nonetheless, I think I've gone for what the vast community probably would do. Start off with Tribe, Queso, SK, and then with the bit more of a controversial one in the end, Craze. I feel like they are just a slightly stronger team at the moment. Both teams do get quite nervous, but I think Craze, with their performance in the previous multi-final, almost taking down SK, it's definitely a commendable result, and I think that's why they'll probably get to the semis this time.
Fair points again. If you're at home placing your predictions, you can't really go wrong with a lot of those, but this region is all open and up for grabs. So, I mean, expect the unexpected when it comes to EMEA, but leading then into like the picks and bans for what we've seen so far. I mean, just throughout the qualifying stages to get to today, we've seen some insane stats. I mean, Fang was banned 258 times. I mean, that is just ridiculous, by the way. The next highest was Spike at 92 instances. I mean, talk us through, Trav, what you've observed in this region. What stands out to you? Is it kind of what you've come to expect, and what are people gravitating towards the most?
I'll say firstly that statistic is just absolutely wild. Fang being banned so many times throughout those qualifiers, and it is warranted as well, along with a few of the other ones. Fang being the top banned, as we did say, Spike, Tick, which is something that did surprise me, and Byron and Rico being a ban as well did surprise me also. But there's quite a lot of correlation between top picks and top bans, so if they aren't getting banned out, they're most definitely getting played.
What about yourself, Teddy? Are there things there which you've kind of come to realize as being quite commonplace now in this region, or is it still kind of a bit up in the air, so to speak?
I think that the biggest trend here, besides Fang, that is really just very strong at the moment, is mostly some sort of support and utility brawlers, right? That are very versatile. It can offer a lot of utility to your team that are getting banned out. Not the easiest to counter, therefore the easiest counter is just to outright ban them or pick them.
Well, one brawler that was globally banned last month, which is not this month, is Eve. Definitely got to touch on her. Teddy, I know you got some strong feelings on this one. Are we going to be seeing any of Eve today, or are we going to be seeing none of Eve because she's going to be banned in every instance? Nicole, what are your thoughts around drafting when it comes to that particular brawler? Because she's pretty fierce right now, right?
Yeah, she's very much fitting of those characteristics I was saying before, right? Has a lot of utility, is able to be a little bit more versatile than most brawlers, and that makes it really hard to counter, and therefore a very viable pick. Very strong at the moment, and I think especially in the EMEA, we can expect to see quite a bit of Eve either banned or picked.
Yeah, she's got a lot of pushback potential, and definitely is a very commonplace pick. Trav, is it just a case of if you're not banning Eve, expect Fang, ban Eve? Where is your mind at when it comes to those two front-runner brawlers?
Yeah, it's all in a bit of a muddle at the moment, really, with those two really strong brawlers and only two bans. Sometimes you're going to get lucky and get them both banned, as the two teams will choose to just get them out of the way. It is quite heavily centered around who gets that first pick and a strategic ban because of that. But at the end of the day, I think you've just got to attempt to try and get them both banned out. But in my opinion, I think Fang may be a little bit easier to counter, taking a Pam or a Daryl or something like that on a few of these maps. So I feel like there is going to be one brawl out of those two left open. I'm hoping it's Fang, but I also would like to see some Eve at certain points as well, just proving how strong she is.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's fair to say. Well, speaking of bans, Teddy, I hate to break it to you, but you are banned out for this first matchup. But don't worry, we're definitely getting you back in. I know it for a fact in a few matches time, but we'll come back around to you then. Me and Trav are going to take the lead on this first matchup, which is going to be STMN EU up against Tribe Gaming EU. Trav, I mean, we got to start with STMN, a hugely successful team. I mean, they barely need an introduction at this point, but, let us know for anyone who is at home that doesn't necessarily know them, what they're all about.
Yeah, well, the roster consists of Linane, Jeton, and Skyrick, some household names in the Brawl Stars esports scene, and definitely a few veterans there as well, with Linane really making a name for himself in the previous year. But through the 2022 season so far, they have had a few struggles. They did actually make it to the semi-finals in the previous month, losing against SK, and they've had a bit of a difficult time throughout the start of this year, maybe struggling to adjust to that draft system a bit more than other teams, and I feel like that can hurt them quite a lot. But if they can get that ironed out, I feel this is definitely a matchup they can upset.
Yeah, with any kind of roster change as well, it's definitely a thing to kind of have some time to adapt towards, and that was a great matchup, actually, seeing old friends and new rivals face off against SK Gaming. Tribe Gaming as well, having some roster changes as well this year. Yoshi coming into play, and they've had a great run so far, but it hasn't come about its level of inconsistencies, it's fair to say. It did get reverse swept by SK Gaming in last month's monthly finals in the grand final. Tom, Trage, and Yoshi, however, coming in today, fresh off the win off the back of Team Queso, the Queso Cup rather, just a few days ago. Gonna be feeling good about this one, but I think it's fair to say, Trav, you know, alongside their many successes, they have got some inconsistencies this year so far.
I can agree with that. I can definitely agree with that. They are a team who have benefited quite heavily off Yoshi coming in and adding that extra dynamic of having an extremely aggressive player amongst their ranks. But as you say, it comes with some inconsistencies as well, because going aggressive can also result in some failures. But at the same time, with a couple of defensive players who really do know how to back him up really well, it's mostly resulted in some good results for this team.
To say, like, they're one of the scariest teams for me this year so far. I mean, if just every now and again they didn't, you know, sort of falter in the mid stages of their matches, then and again, yeah, the viewers were saying very much the same idea. 78% of you at home are thinking that Tribe will take this win against STMN EU, and I've got to say that that's kind of like the same numbers that I'll be thinking of as well. If Tribe are having a good day, then this could very much well be all sealed and delivered. But STMN EU, as we know, will not go down without a fight. Genuinely, that's kind of like where my head's at in terms of the stats. It could be 50-50 though. At the same time, draft coming in, Trav. Map's going to be dueling Beatles for Hot Zone. Eve banned straight away by STMN, not taking any chances, and bang. So, as we were just discussing, those two brawlers instantly banned out here.
Yeah, Tom's going to be selecting the Byron to kick things off, and I do like that pick, and especially EU do like it as a region as a whole. Pam going to be selected by Scarix, and they're going to follow it up with a little bit of Bell as well. The nest eggs in the mid do a wonderful job. A really fast draft as we progress even further, and Trage is going to select Gale, which is, in my opinion, maybe my favorite pick on this map.
Definitely an underrated one for sure. There's a lot of potential, and especially with no wall breakers that I can really see that are going to be able to eradicate some of that. That could have been an idea that STMN would have considered, but they haven't gone for that at all. They've gone for the Mortis to really counteract the Sprout pick of Yoshi. And I don't know. I mean, I would have felt like maybe getting rid of some walls would help out with the Gale a bit, as I know you like rightly say that it's a very strong pick here. But these are really common picks on the side of the Byron, on the side of actually the Sprout as well, to be fair, on this particular map can have so much potential to shut down the entirety of the mid here. Teams going quickly in. I am keen to see how things are going to get started off. None is going to face against the Byron early on. I think he might want to swap lanes and go more towards the Sprout on the right-hand side here.
Yeah, this is going to be quite heavily centered to who does get that early control, and it looks like it might be Tribe to kick things off. It's Jen's looking incredibly low, as well as also Linane going down. They did put a Twister down to get rid of that Mortis early on, and now they have got a good amount of control once again. Now, they can't really push through this mid, which is going to have a bit of an issue for Linane as a Twister gets placed down the right-hand side and no other routes through. This is the star that Tribe would have been dreaming of, as now it's a 3v1 and only Mortis remains.
They've got everything shut down there. You see just how much value you can obtain at the back of that Sprout pick, and Jetson under heavy scrutiny here. 90 HP has got to heal, but there's so much utility on the side of the Tribe to really shut down None at the moment, though. Does trade himself out with Tom, and that leaves just Rage and Yoshi to side with Scarix and Jet, and it's 57% to 14%. STMN EU on the back foot here. They've got to find some momentum and get back in this game.
Well, it's not coming just yet, as another wall's being placed down by Yoshi, and he has got a gadget to go along with it as well to keep that mid-portion walled out for the majority of this game now, and it does go down, but an aggressive play from Linane and Scarix does push them out a little bit, has managed to acquire a super as well, but a super from Drace just to keep him low, no stun along with it, but 650 damage will be secured, and now got a pinch from Tom and the Sprout on the defensive side. This is increasingly looking worse for STMN as the game goes on, as it's 3v1 and they start to pressure as Drage comes through the mid. They do clean up the left-hand side, but another wall's placed down. It's just Linane who can really aggress this zone right now, and looking like Tribe might tie this one off quite quickly.
That's a solid game to start for Tribe. I'm kind of curious to hear your thoughts on the Mortis pick. I mean, it was the last pick, so ultimately you already know you're going to be facing up against them. Do you think it's the right move? I mean, one problem that we haven't mentioned really, that Spike, it was picked a lot last time round on Dueling Beetles. I mean, 7 instances of pick rate leading up today as well on Dueling Beetles. Do you think Mortis pick is paying off here, or do you think this is too much counter potential on the side of Tribe?
Well, I mean, all the counter they need is this Gale, and that's just what they've got. So, I mean, it is a little bit worrying for him, and Lenane definitely a comfort brawler, picking out this this Mortis here, clearly just focusing quite heavily on that Sprout, but didn't manage to get too many attempts at the Sprout in that last game. Another splash comes down, and it gets the damage, and also heals Yoshi to keep him in the mix as well. A tap did go onto Jeton, but now a few bouncing shots between Drage and Yoshi will keep them quite low, but wall is placed, and now they'll start to establish themselves in mid once more.
Well, it's still a healthy lead. Jeton does place the mark onto Yoshi, and we're getting some nice value off the shots of Drage, and then Lenane coming in really nicely there, and always have to check to it and see what time of the month it is, whether it's Lenane or Asta, but it is Lenane today, as I'm sure will be the sight for many who are supporting him at home to see. Tom very low here and be very cautious in his approach. He gets a nice splash onto Lenane there to get him taken care of, as well as Jeton and Skarx very low here, and that's great pushback from Tribe, who take mid-control.
Drage is marked, but a wall on the right and a twister in middle allow Lenane to only push up this left-hand side, and along that, the rest of the team can only push up there too. So Tribe getting some good percentage now, and STMN being kept fairly low. Now the mid does open up, and a push comes through from Lenane over this left-hand side, but Tom cleans it up quickly, which is something you don't see every day, timing that splash perfectly. 80% secured, and Skyrex falling one shot. Jeton very, very low too, and Sky will remain low. A wall comes down, and this might be it for STMN in the first set, unless they can clean up right now.
It's not going to happen. That's going to be it. Tribe will take the first set, and I gotta say, I really like the draft. Some of the brawlers there, not necessarily what you'd always expect to see. I mean, Bell, for instance, was a brawler was picked 9 times in the qualifiers, and that was one that was on the side of STMN. Definitely felt like they thought through the process really well, as far as I saw. I think that for me, STMN just got a little bit outdrafted, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I think so too. Mortis pick is definitely a risky one, and one that didn't pay off throughout that, but you can see from these highlights just how much control Tribe had throughout near enough the entire game. Walls being recycled and twisters being placed down. It's definitely worrying for STMN just how little control they had, and with that, I barely even saw any takedowns on their side as well.
Yeah, you can see how much shutdown potential is there. You got the twist from the Gale side, you got the Sprout walls, everything in the Tribe comp was depending on those walls. That's why I was kind of thinking going in to have something to eradicate some of that may have given them more of an opening, but they went with the Mortis, and that kind of only really served to feed the ideas that Tribe were trying to implement from the get-go. But Lenane did actually get the most takedowns for his team there, just the one on the side of Jeton and Skarx, but Yoshi didn't get any, but the area denial was where his brawler really came into its own. 6 and the 8 of Tom there. Big numbers on Drage and Tom, but Yoshi just a key component that you cannot underestimate in that comp, and a lot of the reasons why STMN were not able to push was as a result of that particular brawler pick.
Yeah, and you can see as well, just by the percentage of damage they actually did manage to get, he actually had the most on Tribe. So that just shows how much of a team game Tribe do like to play and play together very consistently, because you can see by the percentage of damage, the people with less damage also got the most takedowns. So they're definitely playing well as a team. Yoshi adding a good aspect to that as well, and they've definitely managed to lock down this synergy quite early on into the year, considering they did have a roster change.
Fully agree with that. Well, I mean, swiftly through hot zone, straight into gem grab. And that is going to be an interesting one for sure. I mean, Hard Rock Mine, a fan favorite, I think it's fair to say, arguably one of the most balanced of all the gem grab maps, at least in my opinion. So one that both teams will definitely know incredibly well. Bans coming in straight away. Eve and Ruffs is the ban for STMN EU. So expect the Eve ban. Ruffs, I think, is fair to say, is a brawler which EMEA has picked up more so, I would say, than other regions. Other regions definitely catering towards it, but to ban it instantly, I think it's quite interesting to see. Skarx going with the Rico pick, which I love, gotta say. Drake taking a bit of a daring risk here with the 8-bit, but obviously with the cheat cartridge can have a great deal of ability to bring back those gems safely from the mid. Tom going with the aggressive pick of the Stew and a responsive Jeton of the Bang.
Yeah, I was going to mention, you know, Fang was left open and wasn't first picked, clearly just because they didn't want to get countered too early on. And there's something being picked by Lenane, which has started to come more and more into the meta. Lola being played in mid does have a lot of, you know, that ability to tank with the gadget and the super being provided. But as you said, I actually do like this kind of risky play from Drage taking 8-bit, as you can teleport away from both the Fang and also the supers coming in from the Rico as well. And Yoshi playing Tara, which is not something you see every day on Hard Rock Mine, but I do welcome it. It is, as we all know, a bit of a favorite brawler of mine.
This is going to be interesting. I do agree that Tara is not the most common of picks, but one that can have a great deal of suppression that comes along with it. Obviously, the 8-bit that Drake's playing is going to have a lot of speed behind earning that first super to get the plugged-in star power really rolling. One of 8-bit's biggest weaknesses, of course, the movement speed. On the side of STMN, I gotta say, I kind of prefer their comp here. I do like the Lola mid, and like you rightly say, something that's just creeping back in, but we see it actually quite a lot catered and favored to in North America and Latin North region. Tribe are gonna have to work really, really hard in the early game to get their control in and to really push back STMN. With this particular comp, I think they could be having the work cut out for them, to be honest.
Yeah, well, they do have a range advantage in mid, as you can see as Drage starts to pepper Skyrix down from a range, but he has managed to secure those first 2 gems, equaled out now by Drage, but not without feeding a little bit of both Skyrix and Lenane's supers, which are definitely 2 of the most worrying ones on this map. Stu definitely having a tough time over the right-hand side too against the Rico, which probably is expected considering, you know, if you think of Hard Rock Mine, you always think of Rico along with it too. Now Drage has really got to work for this super, or as it could get very worrying very fast for Tribe.
Yeah, Lenan's definitely a concern that will no doubt be communicated across the Tribe Gaming EU roster. Jetson pushing forwards now as well, and the healthy dose of speed coming in for him. One of that speed gear as well, of course, which we tend to often see pretty much across the board of everyone in Hard Rock Mine. But again, Lenan is just holding on to that super. Doesn't need to go in necessarily. The gems are going nicely in their favor right now. It's relatively close, but pressure being applied now by Tribe to get some more mid control and support from beyond from Tom as well to try to help with that, which is taken quickly care of. But definitely a much different game from what we saw so far compared to what we saw in Hot Zone.
Yeah, STMN quite heavily in control of the gems, but Tom looking good on the left-hand side. Did get traded out, though. Not the worst thing to ever happen, as Drage can start to extend a bit further down this mid now that he doesn't have the worry of the Fang there. But Jedin got a great super off, and Yoshi now going to be breaking that wall, opening up the side a bit more and giving himself an advantage over there. But as soon as I say that, he goes down anyway.
Yeah, very quickly, so G cartridge forced out from Drage there. That's one less than Lenan. Capitalizes with a nice roundhouse kick. Gonna scrape some gems out for good measure. Yoshi gonna use the breakthrough. Does get the takedown, very importantly so, but the gem countdown will remain. Now, is there enough gems on the side of Tribe once they can scuffle for these? I think so. They're gonna have to go on the offensive here, and not much time to do so. 10 seconds.
Tom does have his super, though, and he does use it on Lenane, who does get stunned throughout, though. Lenane has picked up another one, and they do manage to even out in the closing few seconds. Now, though, they do have to be quite passive, as Yoshi does have the gems over his head, and he isn't the favorable person to do, as you want him on the aggressive side of things, not on this defensive.
Just enough gems then in the back, but there Jetson with a very important takedown here. Drake's gonna have to do wondrous work here, and I don't know how much it's gonna be worth here. Tom pressurizing in the middle is a saving grace. That could be enough. Actually, a gem will spawn here, and if Tribe can keep them in control, they'll reset once again. But it's gonna be said, STMN at the moment are really taking full control over the situation. Every time initiating the countdown, Tribe are kind of responding a lot of the time here, and they're gonna have to start to turn that around if they want to be able to take this win here. But we are still getting tied up. Countdown again with STMN.
Yeah, they get the first 13th, but Drage quickly evening it out. Tom, though, he does have a super. He knows he can go aggressive and try to get a play, but he is carrying 1 gem along with him. However, you can see STMN, if Tribe do manage to get this 14th, are going to have it spawning on their side. Tom chooses to go aggressive, gets stunned, and the super comes through, but he is cleaned up now. 14-14, Skyris going to be extending for it, but doesn't want to overextend. Does manage to pick it up now, 15-11, as now Yoshi drops down the right-hand side, and STMN in a great position to win this. Lenane goes aggressive, gets the takedown, and they're going to clean up this first game of Gem Grab.
Very nicely done. Again, one of the reasons why Fang is such a dominant pick that you just cannot underestimate. And I do like the Tara pick that Tom's running alongside it. It's kind of got the same idea that you can just kind of have your super and be a threat. But you saw in that instance there, every time round, the countdown was there. STMN were the ones leading the idea, and Tribe always kind of picking up the pieces off the back of it. Definitely gonna have to think through their strategy going into this one. One win for Tribe would lead to a match point situation here. So STMN know that they need to get through this next set and take it to a third and final here. And the pressure mounting, but that's a great way to start for them, and definitely some momentum they'll be taking into this game.
Yeah, Scarrett's got hit quite heavily, and now Drage quickly establishing control of this mid, and knows he needs to keep it in a range to try and not feed his super whilst gathering his, but Lenane already got his over the left-hand side, which puts Tom in a bit of a worrisome position, but Drage definitely establishing his turret a lot faster than he did in the previous one. Now, a breakthrough of the right-hand side from Yoshi to try and make this matchup a little bit more favorable for him against Jetson, but, I mean, looking at the last game, he really couldn't do too much against him, and yet again, looking like it's going to be the same story here, but a good pinch and a good takedown by Drage.
Yeah, I agree. The Stu pick's a kind of rough one, really, for Tribe, but by using the breakthrough to really kind of try to alleviate some of the pressure that would be applied from the Rico, I think it's a smart idea. But it is really, for me, Skyrex and Jetten are working so well together on that right-hand side to really make him suffer for it. Tom, though, look at this. Really aggressive position here and the support from beyond, bringing everything back, and Jetten's gonna have to think slowly through his approach here. Lanun, very low, carrying one gem. Wouldn't be the worst thing for him to actually go down here and forward that over to Skyrex to be the main gem carrier, but definitely a much better game so far for Tribe. 7 gems, looking to consider the 8th there, but Skyrex contesting it too heavily to do so. Again, very, very close matchups, but so far I do still feel as though STMN might have the edge here.
Yeah, Tom just looking for these long-range shots to try and gather his, which definitely a bit of a countermeasure to the Fang Super as it does come in, but Drage going to secure the 9th here, and with another couple of gems spawning, another one will be on his side and can start the countdown, but if it stays like this, 1-on-1 for each time they do pick up, they will be able to even things out. But Tom still working for his fair share of the supers on this map, and Drage starts the countdown. Yoshi dashes through, Jetten's looking fairly low, but picks up his super along the way, and Tom is incredibly low too. Lanane sweeps in and gets the takedown. Drage looking to try and trade that one out quite quickly, but I believe the even out is there in the mid, and the super from Jetten keeps Drage low, and STMN establishing all control of this map now.
You can just see how much that ego of the Lola comes into play there, and just how much time can be bought from the mid, and now STMN, countdown prevented. Let's try and pick up the 11th gem to even things out. Yoshi in a much more aggressive position now, but rethinks it as a bouncy castle from Jetten will bring him up to 4 HP. That gem there, just everyone considering, but there's the ego again, and allowing Skyrex rather to push back into the mid. One more gadget still remaining, so he's been very resourceful at holding on to those until the late game. Is quite an interesting approach and a strategic one at that from STMN EU, who again have got the countdown, but again, try to counter it, and we're all tied up yet again.
Yeah, you see these calculated aggressions from both teams as the gem does spawn, but Drage has his super, knows he can TP back, but now he's got to be a little bit worried about the super coming from Lanane. Another one is going to be spawning on this side, but it's STMN's turn to try and aggress and get it off the other opposing side. Super comes in and Tom gets the pull. Skyrex goes down and Lanane misses his super. He misses the gadget as well. No roundhouse kick, no stun, and just Jetten staying alive with 3 seconds on the clock, moving Tribe to match point in this next game.
Very calculated, because Tribe knew from that snatch that that was going to be a favorable spawn for them. STMN knew that themselves, really buckled down and started to apply that pressure onto the gem, but it was Tom that came from behind there and took everyone by surprise. That is a fantastic result for Tribe Gaming EU, but it is not done yet. This is set point for STMN, match point for Tribe Gaming EU. This next game is going to decide a great deal when it comes to today's bracket. Let's see who gets the early advantage.
Skyrex going to pick up 2 and take the lead now as Drage only has 1, and he did take some heavy damage as well, so I don't know if he's going to be too close to his super at this point. Take some more, and Skyrex does secure us nice and early on. Tom aggressing a lot more than in previous games, though. He's trying to get his position and establish nice and early. Does get a few shots onto him, though, and Lanane only a couple of little long-range kicks away from his super. Skyrex now trying to establish his control in mid, but Drage, with his extended range, should be able to put up a good fight and keep him in a position that favors him.
Oh, huge taps there from Skyrex, and Drage goes down, which is unlike him being the gem carrier on this map, and we haven't seen it happen too often at all. Good taps returning in, but those 2 gems in the middle there. Now coming in with a lovely kick again, and the aggression now starting to shine through from STMN, and Tribe have got to pick themselves up quickly from this. Tom has super now and going even to an even more aggressive position here. Got definitely a concern here for STMN as Yoshi breaks a wall on the other side of things. Less so in the defense and more on the offense here, but they've got to buy some time here. Not many gems now in it for trying to bring this one back, but definitely some slip-ups along the way so far.
Yeah, they've done a good job of it, and Tom managing to cycle his super and spawn as well, and Lanane getting pulled in once more, taken down, and Tom is doing a world of good for Tribe right now, evening out the gem score, especially when they're 4-0 down. Drage now managing to take the lead for the first time in this gem grab game, and they do have a very good position to continue this, as well as the 9th spawns on their side. Next one will be on STMN's and should keep them in it, but Yoshi following Jetten over this left-hand side, and Tom once more trying to keep his eyes on the prize, Lanane, as he does come in with his super. He's going to feed Tom's super, which is just as influential.
This big lane change there from Jetson going to the left-hand side here, trying to utilize the walls that still remain there. But at the moment, 10 gems should be enough if Tom can keep up with this aggression. He has super as well, picks up the gem for Tribe. This could well be Tribe knocking out STMN here from the quarterfinal stages. I think that should just about do it. That is it. Tribe Gaming EU, our first team today, secure themselves in today's semi-finals.
Yeah, a great performance from them as well. I will say STMN definitely put in a good job in that gem grab set. A dominant first set from Tribe, though, really swung the momentum in their favor and gave them a real good momentum boost into that second set where they did manage to close it off. But STMN, a definite commendable performance and comparable to last month's, but this month they won't be making it to those semi-finals.
Gotta say, I felt like it was going to go to the third and final set, especially with how STMN approached that first game of gem grab. And there was definitely some, not some holes in the comp, it was a solid comp from Tribe, but there was definitely some areas of vulnerability, I should say, in the comp that they ran, but they made it work. And I think there was some fantastic moments there with Top coming in just at the right times, really. Clearly some great communication going on from their side to make sure that those plays really counted when it mattered most. And that Stu pick as well, risky one to play. We see it a lot actually from teams like SK Gaming, and it can work wonders, but so much range at the disposal of STMN. I just felt like they might be able to utilize that in a better way, but this time round, not going to happen. Stats for Drage then. Three kills, 4 deaths, but the team damage on the 8-bit, just showing us how suppressive he can be with that particular brawler. Got to hand it to him. Again, it's a brawler that we tend to see coming in a lot as a gem carrier in Hard Rock Mine, but I always have a little bit of a reservation for it because it's just maybe not my playstyle, but that cheat cartridge that we saw time and time again coming in so clutch. And I think just that one time that he went down realistically with the gems at an important moment during the game. So great from him. I love to see it.
Yeah, I will say, you know, it's uncommon to see a gem carrier go down 4 times, but it clearly didn't sway the result too much as he did manage to still take that one and win it. And just a great performance all around from Tribe. Great support from the lanes when required, and Drake staying up when required as well. Clearly to be able to win those gem grab games. But I will say, commendable performance once again from STMN as they did put up a great fight against one of the top teams in EU at the moment.
Question is, who was our MVP over at event.brawlstars.com? We're about to find out right now. It is going to be Drage. I think that makes a lot of sense from what we saw already. Fantastic work from him, and he'll be taking that into his little bit of ego into the semi-finals, no doubt, I'm sure. But make sure that you are going over to events.brawlstars.com yourself, getting your votes in, letting us know who you think performed the best, and of course, winning your way up those tiers towards that shredder pin. Hopefully our predictions have gone a long way in doing that. We did come out all on top. I think all 3 of us did kind of put our first foot forward with Tribe Gaming EU there, so we're on to a good start track.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, I think it was expected with STMN's performances at the moment. They've been good, but not quite as consistent enough to beat a team like Tribe Gaming, who have just come off the back of a win from Queso Cup and also did finish second in at the previous monthly final as well. So, I mean, it was going to be a tough game no matter who won it. I mean, it could have gone either way, but we definitely all predicted Tribe. So, good start for us. However, I do already have that pin secured from last week. So, I didn't actually put my predictions down on the event.brawlstars.com.
Well, if you haven't done so, you can do so right now, and we're about to talk for our predictions for our next matchup as well. We've got Team Queso up next, up against Reply Totem. So this one is going to be quite an interesting one. Definitely. I mean, Team Queso, we have been quite vocal about singing our praises towards Team Queso this year because they're drafting phenomenally well. And for a team that kind of just slightly missed out last year, left it a little bit too late, they're coming in this year really, really strong for me.
Yeah, I feel like Team Queso are quite comparable to Totem of last year. A real surprise team that's come forward very, very powerfully off the start. And they've just been able to contest so many good teams in different competitions, making it to the semi-finals last month and actually falling out against the team who we have just seen move on to the semis once again in Tribe Gaming. So the roster does consist of Javi, Rafa, and Blacksea, 3 very, very good players who definitely started to rise up at the end of last year and continued their run through to 2022.
Genuinely a team to not underestimate here. Maybe a dark horse to some or a lesser known to others, but one that if you've been in the esports scene for a while, you'll know very, very well. And all there over in the Team Queso house, definitely enjoying themselves. And no girlfriend on the desktop this time round from Alice SJ. I'm still waiting for the day where I get to be on this desktop, not gonna lie. But definitely looks like everyone there over at the Team Queso house, knuckling down, serious, and getting the job Brawling, but Reply Totem is an opposition, and like you rightly said, Trav, definitely some similarities I can say and see between these two teams. Reply Totem making their 2022 debut today, I guess you could say, but definitely no strange to esports at all. So Depressor, Maru, and Maori looking today to make their mark.
I'm sure they will, as well, as they did have a tough start to this year, and I think they're quite comparable this year to STMN. Definitely struggled with the drafting so far, and it's a tough adjustment to make, especially when you're so used to playing in the heads-up format of just coming into the game and playing against each other with random comps. It is a tough change to be able to adapt to, but they really need to start doing it now, as Queso are a team who definitely draft very, very well.
Last month, their winning streak came to a little bit of an end. They made 8 straight monthly finals in 2021. We got to mention as well, like phenomenal performance at the World Finals. Went out to Zeta Division, who went on to win the whole thing. I think if you're going to lose to any team, you'd prefer to lose to the team that wins it all. In the semi-finals, no less, the best performing team in the EMEA at the World Finals. So despite them coming in a little bit later into the scene in 2022, we know what they're capable of. That cannot be denied. But like you say, I kind of agree with some of the instances when it comes to the draft. Maybe that kind of format change being something which is taking a little bit of time to adjust to, whereas Team Queso for me right now have been performing fantastically well when it comes to that draft. But looking for great things from both teams today. Obviously, Reply Totem really want to come out on top here. They're a little bit behind in terms of the points, just by a month, because they didn't qualify last month. So looking to get through the quarterfinal stages for them today would be a very big deal indeed.
Yeah, I mean, looking towards the end of the year, they've still got a lot of time to come back, so it doesn't really matter if they didn't qualify for that first one, especially if they do well here. But they need to get through their first opponent of Team Queso first. And I will say, I believe we both did actually predict Team Queso here with Teddy as well, just because of how strong they've been looking, and Totem only just coming into the 2022 Brawl Stars esports scene, as they definitely had a tough start to the year and need to kind of flip the script and get a bit of a rhythm going now.
Yeah, but there's no final stage to do so. I think you've got to say, as well, like, all eyes are on them today, and it was great to see them get through the qualifying stages. Again, something that I was waiting to see and grateful to see as well. A couple of people were wondering where they were last month. Well, that's the reason why, and a couple of teams this month which didn't make it through as well, which we'll mention a bit. OGS didn't make it through as well, so that's kind of opened up a few doors for teams like Reply Totem to really make their mark on the leaderboard here. When it comes to the drafting process, I'm kind of thinking that if you Reply Totem, at least maybe getting rid of Eve would be a good shout, especially now that her second star power has come into the mix. That for me is a really dangerous thing to consider the prospect of, and I think that just until she receives a bit of a balancing, if you Reply Totem, regardless about the coin toss, I would be considering to ban that particular brawler if I were you.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with that. Just get it out of the way straight away and make sure you've got no susceptibilities to these, dominant draft pickers in Team Queso. I will say, been doing such a good job of picking their brawlers throughout this year, and I think that is definitely part of why they're doing so well. They're a team of very skillful players, but we know a lot of the games can be decided before it even starts. In the draft phase, it's definitely less prominent than last year, but it's still definitely still there quite dominantly as well. So do need to try and get your picks down, and I feel like that was the downfall of STMN in the previous game through that first set.
Well, it'll be Shooting Star and Bounty up first. Very close in terms of the viewer predictions. 58% siding with Team Queso, 42% then on the side of Reply Totem, and they have got a very, very strong fan base as well coming out to support, and it's going to be an interesting one to start. Team Queso, as what we know about them is they like to pick a lot of brawlers which are incredibly strong and not always foreseen coming up. Pinhole Punt, I think, might be the map. I'll double check as well in the meantime just to make sure, but Max ban would make sense with that, and yeah, Reply Totem going to be going with the Eve ban. I think that makes a lot of sense to eradicate regardless of map mode, if I'm honest.
Yeah, well, it is definitely Shooting Star, as we're seeing Nanny and Piper being picked, two of the most common picks there. Leon going to be picked out by Mori, which I know is a favorable pick of Black Sea of Team Queso, so good to get out of the way, ensure that he doesn't have that pick that he's so comfortable on. And now it's throwing back over to Team Queso to see what they will pick next, and you've got to assume that it's going to be something either a thrower or something a bit more long range.
Yeah, Sprout mid actually can play a role here. Tends to be one of the later picks, but yeah, I understand the thought process there with Maori taking it away from Black Sea for sure, because he is really, really dangerous on that Leon pick, but is that the way forwards in terms of your strategy? Do you want to be picking a brawler just to deprive your opposition for it, or do you want to be picking something that you're going to be able to thrive on yourself? Bang, left open, and Blacksy goes to that one instead, and that is still going to be a definite threat that Reply Totem will have to consider greatly here. Other ideas they could go for here could be Bell, could be Brock, something to break open the mid to really isolate the tick, and we go with the Gene. I don't mind it. I don't mind it. It's definitely something which can break open. And to be fair, Reply Totem do make that particular brawler work and have done time and time again. Just not necessarily the most meta of choices, I don't think, for me in Shooting Star. But again, if they can really get a lot of value from those healing puffs and as well off the back of the lollipop drop from Maori, then it could make some plays. But Tick going to be able to counter that quite well in itself. Nanny, I've got to say, I do prefer the Team Queso comp trap. I can't lie.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think I had the same kind of reaction to the Gene as you. I don't mind it. I think the only real reason it'd be played is to use that lamp blowout against Fang when he does actually eventually manage to get his super, which is going to be a tough deal now that the Piper has rotated onto him. But we know that Alyssa Chase is going to have a very good run in this mid with Tick, and being able to spray over to a few different lanes as well definitely goes quite a long way in this early game.
Well, there's that lollipop drop quickly down, but to be fair to Reply Totem, they did push themselves into the mid very quickly to assert their dominance, and placing a second one down though, but that's only leaving one more gadget left for Maru, and Peep trying to connect and does so with Maru, but not a follow-up shot, just scaving his side there. That comes as a bit of a blow to Team Queso, but they have got that blue star, and Reply Totem have got that mid-ground positioning power and utilizing a lot of these early gadgets. So if Team Queso can keep up the defense, then that will be something that they can be able to hold on to at least in the later game. But there's a takedown of Javi, and that turns the tide.
Yeah, it was definitely going to come at some point. You're not going to be able to survive too much longer in a position like that, especially with Piper coming towards you and Gene with a pull. And there's the pull, following up once more, extending the lead as Alias J gets brought in. And with only 3,000 HP, I'm not sure he's making it too far in that situation. Now, it pretty much is down to Blacksy getting his super, Javi getting a few very good connections, which he starts off with there and manages to pick up this Nanny Peep, which can pair extremely well with a couple more of these aggressive plays.
Coming in right now and does find Soil Breza, but not enough to ensure the takedown. Tickhead coming in, but taken care of. And there goes in Blacksy with a nice takedown. Soil Breza very low as well. Maru definitely under a lot of scrutiny from Javi. It's 6 stars to 4 though. Still in favor of Reply Totem despite the aggressiveness. And actually Team Queso retreating quite quickly. So Peep coming in, hoping to get a last minute jump away from Mari. Will it connect on the way back through? I don't think it will. It misses, hits the wall. 9 stars and the blue star to Reply Totem to 4 of Team Queso. A great start for them.
Yeah, you can just see Blacksy running for his life, just waiting for that homemade recipe to come in and finish him off. And eventually it did get the takedown and put them back in the lead. Couldn't run for long enough or fast enough, surprisingly, to get away from that Piper. But in the end, Reply Totem did come out on top. And I think we just need a bit of a better start from Team Queso if they are going to come out on this one. And yeah, the opposing team getting the blue star is really not going to help that.
It felt like towards the end of that matchup, they had a great opportunity to seal it, but kind of went back on the retreat. And that wasn't kind of what I expected to see from the comp, but clearly wanted to heal, clearly wanted to use the Peep to try to get some clutch final ending, but wasn't to be this time round. However, that's, again, second lollipop drop, and that was the strategy from Reply Totem last time round, was to keep cycling those in early on. But now Team Queso realizing they can't really sit back on this one and allow themselves to get pushed back into that spawn. That is the third and final lollipop drop for Maru, so after this, nowhere to hide.
Tickhead going to go down, and Lollipop drop falls shortly after as Tick can just spray that down from a range. Now they are quite grouped up, but a lot of their back map is opened up, which allows Javi to kind of thrive, especially against this Leon, but he's getting pressed back, which is exactly what Maru kind of needs to do. Keep him at the peppering range, keep him low, ensure that he's not going to be able to heal up and come back at you once again with a lot more HP and a vast amount of damage at range along with it as well.
So surprised to see Javi not starting on the side of the Piper, but looks like he was reconsidering it then, and as he was so, Mari was doing the same, and now they're kind of playing this cat and mouse game, and it's a great pull there from Soil Breza. Blacksy comes with the roundhouse kick, not going to happen though. Pick up there, the saving grace from Javi, but still no lead for it. Reply Totem after that exchange will keep the lead, but 25 seconds remain, just the 1 star in it. A single takedown will be enough here. Peep connects with Maru again, and Blacksy coming in. That'll be the takedown they need. Team Queso has got the lead, but have they got the time to retreat back into their spawn?
It Doesn't look like it. Both of them falling extremely low. Blacksy's going to be very low as well. 10 seconds left. Javi is going to get connected by the homemade recipe, but it's going to be Mario who connects it, which means he can go down to the pipe with homemade recipe, which happens. Soydebrez is going to get the pull on the end of the Blacksy super, and they do take this first set in a great turnaround once again. Bit of a back and forward there as Team Queso brought it back, and then they were able to turn it back in their favor once more.
A sigh of relief there from Maori, and I gotta say, you know, we questioned the Gene pick, and I think fairly so, but they made it work. They had a plan. That's what I like to see when it comes to draft. I like to be proved wrong when it comes to picks and ideas, as long as there's thought behind it. And there was a plan. You know, Reply Totem knew what they wanted to do. And again, I think it was a smart play to really eradicate that Leon pick for themselves. And I questioned when they did whether it was going to be something which they were doing more to deprive Blacksy or more because they felt they had a plan for it. And they did. They wanted to cycle the lollipop drops in early on and just keep the pressure on. And that was what ultimately led to Team Queso taking the loss in the first set there. Just weren't able to keep the composure, and by the time the map had been shaped in that late game by the Piper jumps away from Maori, it really dictated towards them quite well. So fair play for Reply Totem. A great start for them, exactly what they wanted to see happening in their debut for 2022.
I think these stats kind of back up what we've just seen as well. The two longer range players not getting a lot of kills on the side of Queso, but definitely a lot of damage. More with 5 and 52% of the team damage is definitely something you expect to see from Piper in that matchup there. But his teammates definitely put in a fair share as well in terms of takedown. But Team Queso just high and dry there. Blacksy's the only one who could really make a move, and he just couldn't get his super enough to do it.
Very close affair, it's got to be said, and I mean, the predictions now looking a little bit shaky. I would like to just go all the way to the third and final, to be honest, and maybe Team Queso there just maybe not unpredicting, but maybe, you know, not necessarily considering how much of a threat Reply Totem could be today. They're gonna have to reconsider that going into our next matchup. Hot Zone parallel plays as well. That's a tough match, to be honest. When you're behind in terms of the sets, coming into parallel plays, you've already got to make sure that you know what you're doing when you go into that one.
Yeah, it is definitely a map that requires a very, very good and all-round, you know, kind of catered draft to the different portions of the map. You need something aggressive, something defensive, and something to, you know, assist your teammates, a healer or something like that in the mid. Byron goes quite a long way here. We've seen a lot of Stu plays, and I know me and you both love a cheeky little sprout on the aggressive side. Oh, no, we're looking at Pinhole, but apparently I think it is parallel plays.
Yeah, I think so too. But yeah, you know, comp wise, again, I think Reply Totem just getting rid of the E pick, it worked well the last time. I suggest that they definitely take consideration for it again this time round. Yet again, either way you look at it, and it's actually going to be Team Queso to ban it out this time round. The Fang ban on the side of Reply Totem, and it didn't seem to deter them too much in Shooting Star, but they are not taking the risk, and I think that's pretty wise, to be fair. And it's gonna be Pinhole Punt up next though. So the Spike pick there coming into play, and I think that's a wise one. It's a pretty much an all-rounded one to have in your arsenal, but the Byron pick is, yeah, that's the dangerous one for me in the mid. Counter with some sort of max idea if it gets back to Reply System and not taken by Team Queso. It's gonna be Russ for Team Queso. They like that pick.
Yeah, I like it as well. I must say, though, Spike obviously being the most banned brawler after Fang in the qualifiers, so also an extremely good pick in this current meta. And we're seeing a lot of brawlers with gadgets that can tank the general surroundings, like Ruffs and like Spike coming into the meta quite heavily, just to counter some of the brawlers that have been brought in quite recently, often quite recently. But then again, I love the bans. We're seeing that ban quite often, just one Fang, and it works out perfectly.
Still, M's is still Gale, and I wonder if the Leon pick carries as much weight as some of those ideas, but nonetheless, Reply Totem do like it, and it worked well in the previous matchup for sure. Byron and Ruffs, very, very high in terms of their pick rates, so no surprises there for me. But this next pick has got to carry a lot of weight at the moment. Reply Totem have got the power. It's going to be a Crow. I don't mind that. It's definitely not what I was expecting, but I think Team Queso can respond with something quite easily to this. But ask ourselves the question though, would Ems be good here? I think Gale is always good for me. I think that should be their final pick, but that's just my opinion.
Yeah, Totem clearly going with the all-legendary loadout here. The only thing that I'm really questioning is that Leon. I'm not sure if it's going to have too much pressure on this map, but the other parts of the comps and aspects I really do like. Soydebrez is going to be able to scout out that mid-bush perfectly. And we're seeing a Mr. P, a very, very questionable pick throughout the 2022 season. Sometimes it works, sometimes it goes absolutely horribly wrong. Just the majority of times that I see it, it goes horribly wrong.
Yeah, I'm still on the fence. I want to like it, but at the same time, maybe for the community, I don't at the same time, because we know what that Mr. P Better can feel like. Some teams love it, some teams don't. You know, what we can say is that it was picked 5 times on this particular map and mode leading up to today in the qualifying stages, but I don't know whether I'm too convinced. I mean, I don't know whether it's necessarily even a targeted ban against any of the other brawlers, or rather a targeted pick to counter any of the opposite brawlers, but not my go-to. That's what's fair to say about it, not my go-to.
Yeah, well, it was looking like some good pressure from Totem, but an auto-aim super from Maru was AliSSJ's saving grace there, as it did go into his sandbags. But he has got a life plant on the back end on the defensive side, which I'm sure he won't want to be using now, as they have got some good pressure and a bit of aggression and go quite a long way in this current circumstance. But Invisiheal has been picked up by Soiderbreza, so does have quite a lot of wiggle room in terms of HP, but Blacksea pushing up this left-hand side now. Gonna get some good connecting shots and a few bounces as well, but not able to make much room as his teammates seem to be struggling.
I do worry with this comp trap. I've got to be honest, this is not really the most defensive of ideas coming here from Team Queso, and as much as I love their drafts normally, I did notice in the Queso cover a little bit of some ideas that I wasn't too fond of, and I just worry in Brawl Ball, a map mode that requires so much defensiveness and some agility as well, that maybe this would be lacking here, but let's see. I want to give them the benefit of the doubt, and so far it is holding up. Javi going to be getting his supply drop coming in as well, and takes it for himself. Gonna use the sandbags there, and so much needed heals from AliSSJ. Will bring him back up to some level of normality on the right-hand side here, but Blacksea has got his porters down as well, and just really trying to keep the pressure on Soiderbreza. They do not want to feed that Leon super. That's really important to consider here, so just trying to keep him back, very important.
Yeah, it is very much so a late game comp, but a super here should be able to follow through, and Javi gets the goal. Entire game of pressure from Reply Totem with 45 seconds left. Team Queso managed to take the lead. I was going to say it's an extremely end game comp regardless for this one, so they do need to start from square one again with no power-ups, no turrets from Blacksea, and the jumps come through. It's a 2v1 situation, and AliSSJ is going to need a splash here. Can't get it as Mori comes in for the tank. Did get it and wastes it, but Reply Totem even things out.
I mean, that's the response you want to have if you Reply Totem. Conceding a goal in the later stages and fighting back equally as fast. Look at Maori there, just coming in and just, yeah, what can you really do as the Mr. P in those instances? You can't do much. What a great position realistically here for Reply Totem to get to a match point in the final seconds if they can just keep all this pressure. The ball there, perfectly placed, and now the box is going down. Nothing that Team Queso can do about it. Wow, this is dominant. Reply Totem now match point, and I'm not sure the Maori can believe it himself.
Yeah, that was either a rather large yawn or he was just in awe at being at match point against one of the most dominant teams in the region at the moment. But so far, so good for Reply Totem. Seems to be continuing their dominance of this set, and I think, you know, quite heavily down to the comp in this one. But Team Queso definitely showing some signs of life as they did secure the first goal, but they've just got to be a little bit worried about the backlash that losing those power-ups and Mr. P Porters does have on their comp.
Yeah, it's definitely been an eye-opener for them, and the comp has shown to have some legs, though. They got the goal in the previous game, and Baron Hills are coming in from AliSSJ, nicely connecting, so that will help with the advance here. Supply drop there from Javi there. Consider as well, and in the hands of AliSSJ, I think it's probably the best person to have it. Ultimately, more heals and more damage, always a welcome thing. And a nice connecting shot there onto Maori, so a good opening start, but can they get this early goal which they need, and then after that hang on to it as they approach this goal?
Well, Invisiheal's popped. Soiderbreza trying to disguise himself, but so far doesn't seem to be going too well for him, as literally every single shot that was thrown out did connect, and a pinch should come through and finish him off now, but he might get the takedown on AliSSJ. Prior to that, Javi now pushing forward. Maru getting a couple of shots hit onto him. The splash comes down as well. Javi should be able to walk this one in, and he does just that, but we can't forget what happened last time when they got that first goal, and it was in a similar timing as well.
Yeah, Barry has got that super to hand, so no doubt Blacksea, you're going to have to be very cautious around that, as he will be definitely a worthy target for him. But it's a decent defense so far, and AliSSJ with a splash to hand now. Going to use it on Soiderbreza. He pops the Invisiheal again. AliSSJ very low here as well as Javi. And Blacksea full health, but that's not realistically the best broad to have on the defenses. The jump in from Maori is good. Soiderbreza finishes it off. That is one goal away from Reply Totem sealing themselves in the semi-finals. Team Queso now looking very, very risky.
Yeah, Power-Up's not in the best position to be able to secure without taking some heavy fire before it as well. You're going to be relying heavily on these porters tanking for them against a lot of these brawlers. Gadget was popped, and LSJ does manage to avoid curveball quite nicely in that bush. Good shots coming through, and Mori burns down from the damage of fire, and Power-Up has been secured now as well, and Javi is going to get healed up once more. Invisi-Heal should drop momentarily, and it is 1-1, so they haven't got to push too fast, and they're going to be playing for this late overtime game, which I thought they probably should have done in the first place regardless.
Well, can't blame the strategy. This is definitely best opportunity for a worthy defense here, as LSJ does connect there just about with the splash on the press using that Invisi-Heal, and this is looking good for Reply Totem. The ball push forwards a little bit now, but bringing it into a more mid-game approach. Maru very, very low here. And those heals coming from LSJ are good onto Blacksea, and that's going to have a decent opportunity to push back here. Anyone's for the taking realistically here, as I do prefer the Barrow matchup myself here, but Team Queso have got to make it work.
Yeah, they're going to need a win and nothing else. Seven, they can have a draw and come again and try once again, but it's really not going to have the most beneficial thing for them, as it just be starting from square one once more. Super available from LSJ though, and they do start to push up. Javi getting some good connecting shots, but a slowing toxin did remain, and he did pop it. Blacksea trying to get healed up, but splash is missed. Turret thrown forward. They do get the takedown. Javi's pushing aggressive free, gets the super, but the pass goes straight through both of them. Absolute nightmare for Team Queso. The shot comes forward, but I don't believe there was enough time anyway, and it's going to result in a draw and starting from square one once again for Team Queso.
Very tight ending there, and that's going to add to the tensions for sure. I mean, a tie is not a bad outcome, it's fair to say, but is it just a matter of time, or is it exactly what Team Queso need to be able to recollect themselves and rethink this one through? It's a tough comp to do it with either way. So now the tie score, of course, as the reset commences, and I don't know, Trav. It's still very, very hard to call this one. I feel like Reply Totem have got all the momentum going into it, and the comp as well to do the job, but they've got to keep up this, and Team Queso are definitely a team which can fare well under pressure, but that is an early goal. 30 seconds passed, and Reply Totem now really are turning the screws.
Yeah, clearly they can't handle the pressure of the Invisi-Heal. Leon coming through though, as two of them did get taken down because of it. Now pushing once again, has jump also. Maru going aggressive, waiting for his team to help him. And now this should be it, as Team Queso are going to be leaving this month's competition. Reply Totem completely walking over them in that game and the first set as well, to tie themselves off and move on to the semi-finals to face off against Tribe Gaming later on.
Well, I said coming into today, this region really is blown open. It's anyone's for the taking. And Reply Totem took it. They came in and showed us and reminded us why they were as successful as they were last year. And this year, they want to be no different to that. So, got to commend it. I think a lot of people shocked at home saw Team Queso potentially even in the grand final today. But Reply Totem put a stop to that idea. Personally, I'm all for it. I mean, this is a team that had so much love last year, so much success, and just took a little bit of time to get off the mark this time round, but they looked great today. I mean, I questioned some of their drafting ideas along the way, but the fact they made them count, I'm happy with. I'm happy they proved me wrong.
Yeah, you can question their comps, but you can question Team Queso's even more, and that's probably why they did lose that one. Really wasn't sure about that Brawl Ball comp, just didn't seem very well-rounded to me at all. Mr. P kind of let it down in terms of damage, and none of them really had that explosive DPS that a comp needs, that a Spike brings or a Leon brings, and the Crow was just able to hold down the mid so well. You know, he's got so much kit to be able to scan the bushes, get them slowed, slowing Toxin coming through, and also preventing a bit of healing along the way as well. So, difficult game for Team Queso to win, but, you know, there's no complaints now. It is all on them. That's what draft brings. Their choices resulted in their loss.
Wow, who brought the MVP to the table? That's what I want to know. You guys have been voting for it over at event.brawlstars.com. Who is going to be? It's going to be Mari. And I think that's fair. That's fair. I'm with that. 6 kills to 7 deaths. And yeah, have a full-rounded performance, as we know that player can do. And yeah, it's looked like another day in the office again for Reply Totem. It's been a while since seeing it, and I was pleased to see it. I've got to say it. Definitely, I agree with you about the draft on the side of Team Queso. Not necessarily what I was hoping for from them today. I've seen better in the past, and no doubt going to have some team talks off the back of that performance. But surely will come back very, very strong. We'll be back lining up our next matchup. Up next, it'll be SK Gaming. Do not go anywhere against 2.5 Men. We'll be right back after this.
Shake out those sombreros. It's the Fire Fiesta. Featuring Ember, the high flyer fire supplier for hire. Poco and Frank perform a brain-melting medley of the Sleepy Tune. And what's a show without a topless appearance from El Primo? But now, it'll set your fans on fire.
Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship. We are in the EMEA region once again, and I am joined once again by Teddy, and it is still Teddy. Welcome back, mate. What do you make of those games from the sidelines?
Man, absolutely wild stuff. Totem, I mean, we've talked about their inconsistency in the past, and it seems like it's playing in their favor today as they take down Craze Clan. Clearly the favorites of that match, an upset that we won't forget for a while.
Well, if you are just joining the show, let's take a look back at the brackets. You haven't missed too much, to be fair, coming in at a pretty good time. But it was Tribe Gaming EU that started things off with a convincing 2-0 victory against STMN EU. And then following that same idea, Reply Totem, despite the upset, the scoreline, definitely a strong one to consider going into that first semi-finals matchup. Up next, though, SK Gaming up against 2.5 Men. And after that, Craze Clan and FA Baguette to decide the quarterfinal stages. This next matchup, I've got to say, it could also bring an upset. There's actually, again, a lot of potential for upsets across the board here. And I think Reply Totem in that last instance, just reminding us that this region is undecided. It's still just the second month of monthly finals. So no, don't hate on us for predictions, guys. We're doing our best, and hopefully you're doing very well over at event.brawlstars.com as well. But so far we're 50-50. I think everyone predicted from our side on the casting desk, Tribe taking the win, but none of us predicted Reply Totem. So we're sorry if you took our advice on that one. We can only apologize.
Yeah, I mean, you know, use our advice with caution always, you know, make up your own mind. But yeah, that was definitely a tough one for predictions. I needed those points, man. I really needed them. But hopefully I can make up for it here with SK Gaming versus 2.5 Men.
I mean, SK Gaming, the current monthly finals champions, and again, a team that need a little bit of an introduction. They are phenomenal. We know them incredibly well, and we did put them down as the favorites going into this matchup. If you don't know them, or maybe perhaps newer, the Brawl Esports, the Semantic, IKS, and Guille this time round this year. Semantic, of course, was on SK Gaming last year. IKS and Guille coming in from the AC Milan Clash roster to make this new roster for this year. And I mean, they are looking so fierce. You know, they reverse swept Tribe in the monthly finals grand final last month. We're not able to do so though in the Queso Cup, where Tribe Gaming did take the win, but they are definitely a front runner this time round. And Semantic there in different surroundings this month at home, not in the SK Gaming house as they were last month, but nonetheless, very in to go and looking very relaxed, very focused.
Yeah, it is a team that always keeps their cool. Moving on to 2.5 Men, though, we have Lois, Nadine, and Cyclone. A little bit newer in the competitive scene compared to the veterans we see in SK Gaming, but still very much accomplished players. Last year, Lois and Nadine playing for Big Clan. Cyclone kind of moving around, but mostly with Final Stand. It's a great roster here with a lot of talent and a lot of potential. Maybe not the best roster today, but I can see them going very far if they stick together and put the work in.
Yeah, they looked great in the qualifiers, and there was a couple of question marks because we know that obviously Spen left the roster and Cyclone coming on board. Like, how is that going to affect things, and was it going to be a team that were going to be still able to have some legs in the competition? And to be honest, I felt they looked fantastic. Cyclone coming in didn't seem to cause any kind of rift, and everyone still looks very solid. SK Gaming are a titan though, and that's got to be said. I'm all for underdogs. I'm all for dark horses. I would love the 2.5 Men to bring an upset here, and again reinforce the fact that this competition is blown wide open. But SK Gaming coming in after last month's performance, that's some heavy momentum, and I don't know, Teddy. We definitely went for SK on the predictions side, but I would like this to be close either way. I think that you'll agree.
No, I absolutely. I think that's exactly how I see things as well, right? I mean, obviously there is some room for an upset, but it's going to be tough. Because this time around, I mean, you said it yourself, 2.5 men were looking solid, but I don't think solid is going to do it against SK Gaming.
They are dangerous, and there's no better way to put it, realistically. And again, you know, following on from the interviews that we had with Semantic after last month, you know, in his words, it was we needed this win. We needed to have this to unite our team and bring us all together, and that in itself is a really dangerous thing to have. Whether or not, though, being together last month will make much of a difference to them, and now being obviously over the voice chat and on the headsets, that can sometimes definitely have an impact on things. I mean, we saw the celebrations, and going into that interview, we could also hear them because the entirety of SK Gaming celebrating that worthy victory. 2.5 men, though, coming in today, haven't got as much pressure, I think it's fair to say. They can kind of be a bit more relaxed about the whole thing. That cannot be underestimated in itself. And we've got Lars there, just, I don't know, maybe looking to get ready to take a selfie, perhaps, or just, I like the lighting in the room. Definitely a guy who likes to chillax, and yeah, very keen to see how things will fare. Looks quietly confident. What do you think?
I think so too. I mean, as you said, the expectations are definitely going to be low, right? It's the sort of situations where if they lose, I mean, it's unfortunate, but it's pretty much what everyone expected. If they win, then they're the heroes. So it's really just a, you know, a win-win, pretty much. Not quite a win-win, but you got my point. A lot less pressure compared to SK Gaming that come in with the title of monthly finals winners from March. So definitely a little bit more pressure there, especially as some of those top teams are still trying to really assess their dominance over the early stages of the competition. So there's definitely still some room for SK Gaming to try to start chaining those victories like they did last year. So yeah, this is going to be a big month here for SK Gaming, and I think they've been looking pretty good getting into this.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's such an early stage in the competition, so there hasn't been those moments leading up to things where some team is out there in front. It really is an even playing field. It's getting word that the lobby is getting recreated in game right now, guys, so we're just going to take a little bit of downtime just to figure that one out. But teams will be getting together very, very shortly into that draft process. Again, if you are just joining this SK Gaming and 2.5 men facing off as our third quarterfinal matchup today, and head on over to event.brawlstars.com as well, where you can place your predictions on who you think is going to come out on top for this one. You can also watch the stream over there and root for your team of choice, vote for your MVP, and also have some esports trivia along the way to earn in-game rewards there. Get that exclusive BSC shredder pin and flex it in game. It's all good fun. We've got ours, but we're helping those that haven't try to earn theirs today with some good insight. We went with our predictions for SK Gaming, but ultimately, you know, 2.5 men, a very accomplished team. Last year has some great promise. Left it maybe a little bit too late towards getting to a World Finals performance, but ultimately a team that everyone feared and everyone took very, very seriously. And you know, going through the qualifying stages, you know, us looking upon their situation, they look very, very good. They're making good decisions, and I like that for sure. When it comes to this drafting process, that has got to be taken into a lot of consideration. So if they're getting it right on the day and giving SK a problem, then that could develop. And you know, in these quarterfinal stages, being the best of 3, you don't get much time to experiment or get it wrong. It's pretty grueling process, right, Teddy?
Absolutely. We had proof of that in the previous match, right? It's the best of 3. Totem have been in a pretty mediocre form for the last 2-3 months, and they come in, win first set, second set happens to be Brawl, one of their best modes. They absolutely make it work as well. So best of 3s can be very volatile, and this is the sort of situations that is going to favor upsets and the underdog as well. So maybe 2.5 men can try to, you know, get some swift, smooth early wins and try to ride on that momentum, because it's going to be a little bit less of a marathon compared to a best of 5, where here you have a bit more of an element of surprise, and you can win the match before your opponents even realize it.
yeah, you've got to be prepared for everything. As I think the players as well preparing in the background, maybe getting to a friendly lobby. So we're not too sure on the draft process yet. We'll let you guys know how that goes along the way. But clearly some connection issues happening for some of the players there. So we'll just be able to go along with things and adapt accordingly if we need to. But again, you know, our favorites being SK here, I still would love 2.5 men to come out with the first set here. I'm not going to lie. I'm a little bit biased towards it because I do like the underdog stories, but also, you know, looking for some celebrations from Lars as well. That to me is very advantageous. Semantic's just going to just check on the neighbors, I guess, like flexing the trophy in the background as well. We see it. Bruce in the bed, something to cuddle to in the evenings. I like the style, but yeah, both these two teams have been here many a time before. So nerves not really necessarily something which tends to shine through. Everything more about the prep process and just making sure that their strategy coming in is what translates to the screen going out.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we've kind of mentioned already, 2.5 men, they're coming into this with realistic expectations as well, right? They know it's very likely they're not going to make it past this quarterfinal because they're facing a team like SK Gaming first round. But at this point, you know, being a fresh roster, I think they're going to be happy with pretty much anything they can take, right? A couple of games, if it can maybe even be a set, that would already be, you know, a certain victory regarding their progress and how they can evolve throughout the year. Obviously, the optimal goal is going to be to make it a match and, you know, go further in the bracket. But at this point, I think the mindset for them has to be, you know, we got to learn as much as we can from those experiences, try to build up that synergy, and if we can make it work, perfect. If we don't, I mean, you know, there's still room for improvement, and this is the moments where you get to improve.
In a nutshell, yeah, absolutely that. You know, 2.5 men have got some serious potential here to cause a huge upset. I think some people watching on may think that SK, if they win, are going to be certain in the grand final. But as we've already seen today, that is not the case. Like, there is going to be upsets along the way. And, you know, you want to be that team to be able to say, you know, you took down last month's monthly final victors in the earliest possible stage. And you get that draft right in that early outset, you know, and apply that pressure early on. Not to say that SK Gaming are a team that can't take that kind of idea of being behind. In fact, actually, out of all the teams, probably one of the teams that have the best ability to handle pressure and often will come back even stronger as a result of it. So sometimes you want to be careful around that and ruffling the feathers of them. 89%, Teddy, is a statement, if nothing else to say, from the community siding with the prospects of their getting a dub here. 11% with 2.5 men. I've got to be honest, I mean, I think it's a little bit harsh, actually. I think it's a little bit more so, but I was still so of SK here. What do you make of that? 89%, it's quite a lot.
Like, usually in most situations, I would say I somewhat disagree, but in this case, I think it's fairly accurate. And to be fair, I mean, SK are very heavy favorites getting into this match, right? But 11%, I mean, maybe I'd give 15 to 2.5 men, max 20. That's still a very decent chance of winning the match if they can get the drafts right and if they can get the executions right as well. And that's going to be the big challenge for them, because against a team like SK Gaming, if you already come into the match as an underdog, there's not going to be any room for mistakes. You're going to have to play your best Brawl stars pretty much ever, and we know that 2.5 men are capable of that. The question is really can they show up?
I'll tell you who's not going to be showing up, because SK have banned Fang, 2.5 men have banned Eve, so those two brawlers, they ain't showing up. And I think, to be fair, that's a good start. We haven't seen Eve played once so far today, been banned pretty safe to say on every instance. Could be wrong, but ultimately definitely no viewing of her, and I think wisely so. Fang, as well, as we've seen, already has a lot of potential, and I think a wise choice to get eradicated. But draft coming in was SK, then going with Colette, Byron, and Colt. Quite smart actually to take the Colt away from Lars and know that he likes that particular brawler. And also very surprised to see actually no Piper on the side of 2.5 men, a big favorite pick of theirs, and one that wasn't banned. So definitely it seems like they are really looking to hone in their draft specifically around what SK are doing as opposed to what they necessarily want to do themselves.
Yeah, TPF sending for 2.5, by the way. I just had to make the math in my head right now, make the connection. But yeah, I mean, fairly standard picks all around, I would say. No big outlier or big surprise factor coming in here. Nice swift elimination onto Cyclone, as Akios does end up going down, but Gia should be able to find the trade. Semantic will instead gets a nice tag onto Nidine. Won't quite be able to find the kill just yet, but the big damage output will be enough to dissuade him from pursuing any further aggression and try to reset those lanes.
Great juice from Lars there. He wants to connect and try to shut down as much of the speed that was approaching as he did, and very nicely done. Gotcha gadget there, applied from a chaos, but not much value from it. Connecting now, Cyclone goes in very aggressive. Somehow even managed to get through that. Thought he'd get down, taken down far faster, but very close matchup when you look at the scoreline. They're just at 2% of damage so far on 2.5 men to SK Gaming safe, and there's SK with the lead, but now with more rockets landing on the safe from Dean. That is a lot of damage as well. Last is kind of cycling between the safe and also into Guille. Keep the pressure on. Nice splash from Semantic though, keeps Clone low. I'm liking the momentum shift though here. 2.5 men getting a little bit of a moment there.
Yeah, it's about trying to keep that positioning up to keep the advantage. It's going to be 4% in favor of SK again, and 2.5 men going to go back on the hunt, try to gain some ground towards that blue safe. As so far, they're doing a pretty good job at that. Ikeo's taking a lot of damage, gets taken out before the heals from Semantic go through. This is a big opportunity because now 2.5 men, they take the lead, and quite a substantial one as well. 5 seconds left. Don't think there's going to be nearly enough time here for SK Gaming as Lars is solid on the defense, shuts them down, and 2.5 men make it a first game.
Pretty nicely done, and literally, as we were saying going to this matchup, what we said to prepare yourselves for as well. I think the Brock pick was quite smart. I know Dean would like to have played the Piper role. I think having the Max there maybe changed that a little bit in terms of their approach, and wanting to just kind of get more damage on the safe for themselves there, and the Lola pick, great for doing that as well, but the timing was great there, honestly. Just giving 2.5 men the chance to get the damage they needed whilst, you know, fully committing, going down, and not allowing SK Gaming the chance to have the time to return the favor. It is early damage though, got to be said, from SK Gaming onto the safe. And now 2.5 men start to recollect and try to defend us along the way, but Semantic too low here, can't join the Hunter's gear, goes in for more damage. But either way you look at it, SK going to be taking that loss with a lot of thought coming into this matchup.
Yeah, this is a strong start from SK. 30% lead this early on is definitely a very good start, as Ikeos is going for some save damage. Looking to find Nidine in the bush, but so far a bit of an awkward interaction as they're struggling to find any connections and secure those kills. At last, Nidine, with the help of Cyclone, will pick up the kill onto Ikeos, create a little bit more space for 2.5 men to try to retake some of that map control, which they're doing pretty well so far. They are still quite a bit behind damage-wise.
Really nice rocket fuel there from Dean, just to open up the entirety of the bush and have no unpleasant surprises there lurking for him. A nice takedown on Chaos, and a bit of an over connection there with the super there. Didn't need to do it, but I think Dean knows that as well with the pin drop. Now him and Cyclone pushing forwards, and damage still needing to be done to bring the scoreline back into a more even matchup, as it is still SK Gaming with that lead. Chaos going to be going in for more damage as well. I don't think quite connected as well on the safe. Can't quite see it happen quite quickly, but nonetheless, on the other side of things, 2.5 men now are getting damage from Lars there, and Cyclone's still alive here, gets the takedown as well. A great momentum shift here again at just the right time. But is it enough? Well, so far it's enough, but I'm sure that SK will have enough time to return some damage of their own.
Yeah, timing is going to be important now. Who can get that final push, especially when it's this close? Doesn't really matter who has the 4% lead. It's about getting that damage down in the last couple of seconds, not giving the opportunity to your opponents to push. And it seems like SK are the ones seizing that opportunity. Unless 2.5 men can find the damage, they're closer. They make it happen. That's going to be a set arc.
Again, gotta reiterate how great that Brock pick was. Again, there's more rockets in safe zone, in heist as a game mode. You cannot underestimate how much damage they can do, and if you time it just right, as 2.5 Men did in every game. That's how you take a set away from SK Gaming. And again, in that best of 3 stage, that is a brutal time for SK Gaming, who have now got to really not put a foot in the wrong direction. Great from Dean. And again, it's so rare to see him play anything other than Piper on safe zone. But I think the perfect brawler for it. And a lot of those like clutch moments of damage really came as a result of that brawler pick.
Yeah, I could not agree more. I think it's really nice to see him step out of his comfort zone, or at least, Piper being his most iconic pick. And probably his best brawler overall, but Brock just brings a whole new area of versatility with destruction from the get-go. You don't want the enemy cold to have his lane pretty much for free, because he can open up the wall and not have a way to match that. So I really like that approach of bringing Brock in, so they still have a sharpshooter without compromising with the Lola and Max combination that worked really well for them too.
Yeah, it's a great draft. I mean, Lola really is starting to come through. We saw a lot of her in Heist, fair to say, at the very beginning of the season, but now starting to seek into other game modes as well. Hot Zone, Gem Grab along the way, but last playing it great. And I know that he would have liked to have played that Colt pick and one that SK snapped up. So again, cannot underestimate the versatility of a team like 2.5 Men. We'll be drafting in the background, guys. Again, this is a friendly lobby created along the way, some technical hitches along the first set. So we'll be talking you guys through the draft process as we get it coming through. But the map up next will be Layer Cake as well for bounties, so that will automatically give us an idea in terms of what brawlers are going to be good. And we haven't seen Eve much at all today. Again, I keep reiterating the importance of kind of banning her, especially now that her second star power is in full effect. I was having a lot of fun yesterday playing that, and just it's a very, very daunting thing to face off against. So I think regardless of the coin toss here, it's just such a versatile brawler, Teddy. I think it's kind of fair to say that we've seen her banned for right reasons. We didn't see too much of her actually kind of banned or played necessarily in East Asia earlier today, but definitely not the same pattern of recurrence happening in EMEA at least.
No, that's true, and it was somewhat to be expected as well, right? Looking at community leagues, inter-party events in the EMEA, it was it was very much an E-fest, either getting picked or banned. It was pretty much everywhere one of the two, and that's the thing with Eve as well. I dare you to find me a single map or mode in a competitive map pool where Eve is bad. Like, I can't really think of any, and I think that's is a pretty strong statement regarding how good Eve is at the moment. And maybe she's not the go-to everywhere, but she's at least minimum viable.
That's really fair to say, absolutely. Yeah, I don't think necessarily she's the best brawler in every map and mode, but definitely she's always good. And it is going to be the ban for 2.5 Men, by the way. SK Gaming going to be banning Tick. And again, I think that's the right call. 2.5 Men here cannot take any chances. They got the upper hand here coming into Layer Cake. So again, with Bounty, it's a very passive game mode a lot of the time when you are in the lead. But, again, there's a lot of aggressive brawlers which could be at disposal here for SK to consider. We've seen them do so much greatness with close upper ranged brawlers like Stu, Semantic, now being referred to in the EMEA region as Stu-mantic. Leon, Fang, those are brawlers that definitely came to quite well towards him. But Bell mid is always, for me, a good thing to have. Hyper as well, as we know that Needine does like to go towards sometimes as well. Ultimately, there's a lot of choice here. Sprout is a great thing to shut down the mid as well, but either way, it is a good ban so far. Again, if you're just joining, it was SK who banned Tick and 2.5 Men who banned Eve. And Tick as well, as we know, can be quite destructive, quite controlling in its nature. It will add also a lot of utility to the Lollipop drop, having him banned out the way. That could be the plan here for SK, who did ban Tick. It will give them more value from it if they choose to go with that Leon pick.
Yeah, I like the Tick ban from SK. I feel like it's a bit more powerful than Eve overall in its statement, pretty much, right? Whereas with Tick, you have a very customized ban, appropriate for the map. Eve is definitely good here as well, but it feels a bit more like a default ban, a scared sort of ban. I like that aggression, though, from 2.5 Men. That's going to be first kill from Cyclone, as well as the blue star. That's a huge early 3-star lead in favor of 2.5 Men.
Great draft. I like it. I like the fact that 2.5 men as well were like, okay, you ban tick. Well, we're taking Leon then because ultimately that's going to be more value. The wall being broken as quickly as it was placed there from Dean as a jump back, and he does get that Piper pick that he was looking for. The Daryl pick is daring from Lars, I've got to say, and one that SK will not be taking lightly here. And interesting to see how 2.5 men are still standing their ground here, as they do have to. They've got the lead, but as quick as I say it, Semantic does return that favor and takes the blue star away. So then there's another pickup from Chaos into Lars. So 2.5 men starting to crumble a little bit here. It's very back and forth. I love to see it, Tilly. I don't like a stalemate game of Bounty. This is changing hands as quickly as we can change the cast.
Yeah, I mean, you know, with Daryl and Leon, it is to be expected to have quite a bit of close-up action. But yeah, I like the idea from 2.5 men to go fairly aggressive despite having the lead, because they know that if SK can close them in with some strategical sprout walls, they can get spawn trapped fairly easily, and that can be where things go really wrong and they have no space to work with. However, that aggression just really didn't pay off so far, giving a 1-star lead now in favor of SK, of 2.5 men, sorry, just the 1-star, which is a decent amount, but there's still a lot of time for SK to move upwards, try to lock them into a more defensive position, although there is quite a bit of utility with those 2 supers available for 2.5 men.
I've been rolling from Lars, Chaos with the wall, but it's going to actually isolate Lars enough for them to get the pickup, and that is not going to give SK Gaming the lead. It's actually going to put potentially 2.5 men onto a match point unless there's any takedown here in the final moments. That is not going to happen. SK Gaming have yet to take a game against 2.5 men. This could be the biggest upset of today if 2.5 men can get one more dub on the board and knock out the last month's monthly final victors.
I mean, this could be the biggest upset of the year so far, Ark. Honestly, SK has been looking so incredible. You saw the prediction from chat as well as I did, and no one has seen this coming so far. Let's see if SK are able to clutch it up as they have so many times in the past. We know them for their reverse sweeps, their clutches, but so far it's been very much a 2.5 men's show.
Oh, Guille, you were so close to going down there on just 25 HP, and Cyclone was smelling that. He wanted that takedown, and he tried very hard to get it. Wasn't able to secure it in the end, but just that blue star is enough to keep the pressure on and keep SK thinking here. Semantic goes in with the support of Guille to get takedown, return equally. Oh, but Dean popping off so well with double takedowns there. 6 stars and that blue star, and he's not done yet, keeping everything ticking over. 2.5 men here are looking so good, Teddy.
Man, nice to see Dean already back on the Piper and making it work. Semantic trying his best in his 1v2, maybe a little bit optimistic over there. Lars will get traded out. Cyclone falling as well. That's gonna close the gap quite a bit, but still 1 star in favor of 2.5 men. So SK are on the hunt.
Well, that's a big wall from Chaos here, and the pressure being applied. Dean so low here, but trying to scrape his way forward. Cyclone trying to heal up in amongst it as well. Can Lars get a roll here? Nice replacement wall again from Chaos. This is looking like a grueling process, but at the moment, 2.5 men are surviving it. There's 15 seconds remaining here. They have still got the lead. It's only by 1 star. 1 single takedown will keep SK Gaming in the mix here.
Yeah, Nadine is so low. He ends up going down to a bounce from Guille that himself survives with 5 HP this time around. And SK Gaming, they make it work. They're not gonna surrender without a fight, and they push things to a 3rd game here in Bounty.
I gotta say, huge walls from Chaos there. Towards the end as well, there's clutch final seconds, just keeping things alive for him and his team, and those big walls that were in defensive zones as well really put 2.5 men under more pressure than they'd like. And the lights are still on with SK Gaming, and definitely the players are still home, but it's a lot of pressure. Unlike what they would normally tend to face off against in the quarterfinal stages, making it look mostly quite straightforward. Not today so far against 2.5 men, who have a dominant lead. Still match point. If they can take this win, then they will go to the semi-finals and leave SK Gaming behind. Still work to be done though, and SK Gaming now have the lead.
Well, as quickly as you said it, it already changed. It's 2.5 men leading by 4 stars now, with 2 nice eliminations being picked up. Lars, hungry for more, will find more as well, and not getting punished too harshly for it here, as he does get marked, but will survive. And Nadine is able to find a follow-up kill as well, extending that lead to 8 stars. And Lars, he's not done, man. He's hungry for this one. He wants to go straight to the semifinals.
This is looking like a dominant lead here. Cyclone will go down and will give over the blue star in the process. Remains to be seen how costly that will be moving forwards, as it is SK who have to push it forward here. Nadine got a lot of maneuverability space here and does connect with a nice homemade recipe, and the follow-up there onto Semantic as well. Big pressure. Invisihill coming in from Cyclone as well. Chaos is the victim here. Good taps onto there. 14 stars, Teddy. This is huge for 2.5 men.
Man, this could be an upset and a half, or I guess 2.5 upsets, as 2.5 men running away with the victory here. 12 seconds left. SK Gaming need a miracle, or they're going to be knocked out here at quarterfinals of those April monthly finals. And I think they know. I think they know, Ark. 2.5 men. They make it happen. 2-0 upset against the Titans of SK Gaming.
Today is the day of the dawn of the dark horses. 2.5 men have just knocked out last month's monthly final victors, and there, finally a smile from Lars. I think he's earned it, mate. You can you can give yourself a pat on the back for that one. What a result for them today. They join the likes of Reply Totem with the biggest upset so far in today's competition. Our predictions, Teddy, are looking like they are dwindling, and I'm very much okay about it.
Yeah, me too, man. I mean, we've needed some upsets in the EMEA scene. We've got them already today. Lovely stuff to see. And I just want to point out, man, the little time it took there to see that smile from Lars, I think that just shows that the time it took to realize what happened, right? Because in the moment, you don't want to go in a mentality where you think, oh my God, we might just pull off a huge upset, a huge win. You got to stay focused, play your game, and then afterwards, you know, get all those emotions out. And that's exactly what we saw from 2.5 men. They didn't give anything away. That's why SK Gaming always reverse sweep so many teams, is because they get a little bit too confident, or they go for some over-aggressive plays. No, here, 2.5 men, very controlled, also not just, you know, sitting in spawn, very proactive, on the hunt, looking for opportunities, whether they have the lead or not. If there's a good opportunity to go for a kill, they go for it. And that's where we saw Lars going so aggressive all the time, and it paying off so well for 2.5 men.
Yeah, and you can't even look back and say that SK were having an off day or playing badly. They weren't. 2.5 men got the draft spot on. They got picks that they liked, and they also adapted when they were looking down the barrel of things that they didn't like. And that's so crucial to take into account here. And I mean, a huge result, massive for them. I'm very much happy for them, because again, I liked the idea of them winning going into this matchup, whether or not at that time it looked as likely when you look at what they were facing off against. But they did exactly what they had to do today, and congratulations for it. They will be in our semi-finals along then with Tribe Gaming EU and Reply Totem in that upper bracket. Yet though, to decide who is going to be their opposition up against Craze Clan and FA Baguette coming up very, very shortly. And you can head over now to event.brawlstars.com to place your prediction for that matchup as well. At the moment, though, I wouldn't look at us, because we're not looking too great. We got, well, at least we got like 1 out of 3 so far. I mean, that's not bad. But again, you know, one thing to mention, like, you know, when it goes to, like, into the segments and that kind of thing, we tend to discuss a lot in the background about what teams to focus on. I've been saying for a long time, EMEA is still so unknown in terms of who's going to start to come out on top and who's really going to dominate this region. It really is an even playing field in many ways of looking at things, and that today seems to be going to show even more so. But Craze Clan, another team which have got so much potential to be a real front runner here at the moment. But can they do it today? That's the question. Can they make it count when it matters? Brahma, Meow, and Naui up against, of course, FA Baguette. This is a team which have had so much praise when it comes to their draft so far this year. A couple of question marks around their ability to handle pressure, I think it's fair to say, and some nerves, of course, along the way, because, you know, they are in a position which they were not in as much last year, and it's great to see. But I would like to see more from them today. I would love to see them stay in our semi-finals.
I think this is a very important day for Craze Clan overall. They've shown us what they can achieve with their drafts and how much they can catch their opponents off guard, make sometimes even drafts that look unfavorable to them after the match, where they're like, okay, actually, yeah, I can see how it could have worked, and it did. Thing is, now they have that name to them, right? The kings of the drafts, whatever you want to call them. That's gonna add maybe even a little bit more pressure, which they've already had some struggles to handle. That's kind of why I was going for Baguette as my prediction here as well, as I feel like you know, the anxiety maybe a little bit less of an issue on their side, but not exactly free of it either, as Joker is very new to the competitive stage, hasn't really had the chance to compete just because he was too young until now. So a certain lack of experience on his side, which does get made up for by Aquak and Darkum's presence a lot longer in the scene, which can bring him quite a bit of expertise. And what I like about their team is their pop-off potential, right? They have 3 players that are mechanically incredible. Sure, haven't had the best results in competitive so far, but the potential is there for sure, and they just need to have a good day for them to go pretty far in this bracket, I think.
Wow, we've seen already today so much unpredictability and potential for upsets. You know, I think people maybe have a bit of a siding edge for Craze Clan, but I know obviously a lot of Baguette lovers out there, a big fan following, of course, there will be no doubt supporting them. This was, for me, the hardest of the predictions, and that's not a great sign when you look back at some things that I predicted earlier that I thought I was certain of, that turned out to be very much the opposite result. So today, I think it's fair to say take everything with a pinch of salt. It's very difficult to tell how things are going to go in the EMEA region, but that is what we love the most in Brawl Esports. Unpredictability, upsets, rivalries, dark horses. I mean, this is what keeps me so alive and energetic for such a region. This is going to be a tough one to call either way, and in the draft process, of course, going to play such a key fundamental moment of how to swing it in terms of the favor here.
Yeah, absolutely, man. You want to hear something absolutely terrifying, Ark? One of us is going home with 1 out of 4 quarterfinals predictions correct for this broadcast. That's scary, Ark. That's not looking good, especially when you look back to the first month of me. I had a 100% success rate. Now dwindling, and I'm okay with that. I'm absolutely okay with that. But for anyone who's looking to get their pin back home, yeah, we're doing our best, guys. Okay, Sticky Fields up first. The bans are Eve, the Craze Clan, Spike, Forever Baguette. So far, I'm liking what I'm seeing, Teddy. Yeah, we saw them across the most banned brawlers. No big surprise there. M's first pick, fairly classic on this map as well. Does really well with some tankier brawlers, and just works well with the wall the bushes mechanics on this map. Sorry, especially with the new gadget too. Crow as well as Gil are going to be once again very good at those close range fights. Getting some nice stuns or slows can really open things up, and we already see also the Ruffs and the B being picked in, and B is probably the bigger question mark from here. I think that's a fairly interesting pick on Sneaky Fields.
I've got to say, I really like it. It's by far not necessarily something which the pro team would tend to sway towards more often than not, but I would myself. And one of those things that I would tend to say before it comes up and then have everyone go in the chat, what's he talking about? B here? No? I mean, I prefer the M's. I think maybe it's like, you know, one of those things where they're kind of doubling down on that, and it is quite a scary thing to see. Maybe just preempting any eventuality that the final pick from Craze Clan could potentially be a Rose, and it wasn't. It was Sandy. I would prefer this, the Rose myself, to be honest, with a speed gear. I think that would be quite fierce. But again, when you're looking at there's so many counters to that, it makes absolute sense that a Craze Clan would try to avoid it. I prefer the Baguette comp here, I'll be honest. I think that Craze Clan can make this work absolutely. Gale, as we know, is always a good thing to have in the back pocket. Crow as well. Definitely an underrated pick, but one that we are seeing a lot of play rates for. Who are you favoring here, Ted, in terms of the draft? What are your kind of thoughts?
I like Craze Clan's draft a little bit more. Sure, it might be a little bit more traditional, less exotic, but I think it does the job. And so far, Control seems to be a bit more in their favor. Some walls are going to be removed, which I think is definitely the right approach when you have the B in your team. That's pretty much the combination they go for, right? Try to get the roughs to open up the map as much as possible and the B to pop off. And I like that they're giving that responsibility to the rookie, right? Joker, right now he's going to be on the brawler that has the biggest pop-off potential because he has the most mechanical skill for the roster, and making him feel confident and comfortable is going to be important. But this is a strong push from Craze Clan, and that's going to be an open goal.
Really nicely done. Everyone working in harmony there. No ticking of the clock down either from Rama. Surprised to see. I kind of wouldn't be opposed to it myself, just to kind of really seek into every second possible. Nice knockback there from Meow to keep Equark at arm's length and less able to suppress the situation here, but it is momentum growing in favor of Baguette here as they start to turn the screws here, and it's just Rama left alive here. There's going to be a swing from Joker just to clear it up, but Darkham there, actually going to break the mid. Surprised actually he would not break the left-hand side where the ball is and try to give himself a bit of a path forwards more so, but looking to cycle yet again and get the ball out, but time is against them. 45 seconds remain, and it is Craze Clan who have control.
Yeah, and a couple of kills coming through. This is going to be the team wipe. No one left to defend. Baguette tie things up, letting the clock tick for a couple extra seconds because they know in overtime B is going to be queen. I was going to say king, but very much queen, and they're trying to play for that now. They still have quite a decent amount of gadgets available as well. Some sandbags, perhaps a honeypot too, but final countdown until overtime kicks in, and this is going to make things very interesting. An aggressive push right now. Joker does catch the ball, but this is looking like it's going to be a goal pass to Meow. Yeah, he goes for the shot. The timing is right, and Craze open up the scoreboard.
Very close towards the end. Wasn't too sure. Was waiting for it. A little bit of slip, I think, as well from Rama maybe. But either way, it was all nicely sealed. And towards the end of that, the result stands. Craze Clan off to a great start. But Baguette have got, like I say, a great roster and a decent draft to be able to make a commendable comeback here. As takedown is there on the left-hand side of Meow going down. I think just a couple of things that Baguette can maybe sharpen themselves up a little bit with, maybe get an earlier break onto the mid from the rough side of things on Darkham's pick on that left-hand side, but they need to eradicate as much of these walls as they can because obviously Meow running Gale is a daunting thing.
So far, Baguette was a little bit more control. Rama very low HP. Still alive for now, though. Walls are getting removed bit by bit, and it's always going to be in favor of Baguette in this matchup. Let's see if they can find some opportunities to expand their control. A nice kill from Meow, and no trade just yet. Everyone low HP for Craze, but none of them going down, and eventually Equark is able to find an opening, try to create a little bit more space for his team. A nice snipe from Joker, and it's just gonna be Rama left alive for Craze.
Pressure mounting for sure. Nice connection from Joker and a supply drop in from Dark. And this is exactly what Baguette wants to do. They've got a great comp for overtime here, and they know it. So there's no pressure realistically, no goals on the either side of things to go in too aggressive. But Equark doing a great job there of keeping everything handled on the right-hand side. Just Joker left alone, but pops down the honey molasses to help himself out, but goes down himself now. Chance for Craze Clan to really put the pressure on here. If Baguette can pocket the ball here, they're going to do that exactly. Yeah, that's a wise choice there from Equark, and a defense now is inbound, and they want to get this ball out in time for overtime realistically here, as Craze Clan really coming in strong here. That's almost a team wipe here. Just there, Joker remains. That is going to be a goal, and a great time to do it as well for Craze Clan. So close now from taking this first set.
Yeah, 25 seconds left, and although the games were pretty close so far, Craze Clan looking to run away with the lead. Starkum and Joker trying to pinch Meow on the left-hand side. No success there just yet. Clock is ticking and has pretty much run out. A final chance. Oh my goodness, Equark still gets it deep in the net. And Baguette at least push things still overtime.
Nice grin there from Equark, and rightly so. It was a great goal to have and a great time to do it. But the comp there now not necessarily siding with Craze Clan. I mean, there's a Gale Gadget left on the side of Craze, but no Slamming Toxin from the side of Rama. Great pressure though from Meow on the left-hand side to Darkham, and he's going to heal off as a result of that. Joker holding onto that amplified shot as well, and a supply drop coming down to help him out with even more bang for his buck. I do like and prefer the Baguette comp here for overtime, but I do like the way the Craze Clan are not going down without a fight.
Yeah, they're doing a very good job at making things work in this overtime, but Rama does end up going down, man advantage, and you can definitely see it in Baguette's map control. Joker with a nice charge shot, picks up the elimination. Darkham with a charge shot, gonna go for it. Now he is able to stop it, but it is a team wipe. Do they have time to score it in? They should. Aquak walks it in, and I mean, he was the man of that one game, clutching up with that final goal just before overtime, and the one right now. That was an incredible game from him.
Yeah, coming in clutch twice. I mean, that's safe to set for them so far, at least, or at the very least, prolonged what Craze Clan can do with that. And this is a great time for it. I mean, I did wonder with the Sandstorm down, whether the takedown that happened in the later stages of that goal were going to make a difference, but it didn't make a difference in the end. Still 2 seconds on the clock with plenty of time to get the goal here, but that's what Baguette needed. They needed to come back here with a fresh mindset and a different strategy. They broke open the map a lot better on, but this time round, Craze Clan have got mid-control, and there is an opening on the right-hand side from Darkham. He's going to need some more from that, and a nice honey molasses there from Joker to allow just a little bit of a time to start to get some super cycling in.
I love that play from Joker, kind of just baiting them in and then going for the super to cover the widest area he could in the bush. It is a 2 versus 2. Meow is able to pick up the kill onto Darkham, and eventually that should help create some more space. Joker does end up surviving that encounter. Rama wasting his super a little bit there, but so far it still seems like HP-wise it's quite weak for Baguette, and the push is strong for Craze. They'll make it work, find a goal again, but this time Baguette got a little bit more time to work with before the game would end.
Well, they managed to get a lot of breakage on their side of the map, but not very much at all, if any, on the side of the Craze Clan spawn. But a nice takedown there of Naui will open things up for Equark, and look at him go. Let's get the takedown, but Meow is still left untouched. Can Equark walk this in? No, the switch stun comes in from Naui. A great time as well. Sandstorm goes down. Chance then for Craze Clan to recollect themselves, and Equark going quickly back as the hasty retreat is inbound. He's got a nice little pocket there to pop the super. Yeah, it does so, allowing Darkham to come in from the mid. But time against them. They are 1 goal behind. Baguette need to get a goal here in the next 30 seconds if they're going to be keeping their hopes and dreams alive with this first set.
Yeah, this is looking real rough for Baguette as Rama closes in onto Aquak, takes him down, and we head towards the last 15 seconds of this game, potentially set, as Baguette pretty much just need a miracle at this point, and I don't think that's going to be happening. 5 seconds left, no time to score no matter what, and that's going to be Craze to pick up the opening set.
Nicely done. Some smiles there from Rama, and yeah, it's kind of what I was expecting to see, but at the same time, I felt like Baguette showed great promise. They started to turn things around more into their favor. They again opened up the map far better in that second game. Third game found themselves a little bit more on the back foot early on, and with that comp, that's the problem that it does tend to have. And you got to really establish yourself in the opening moments and make sure those rough supers are cycling on your offense rather than your defense. And Craze Clan knew that, and they didn't hesitate to capitalize down on the situation. Great stuns again, great draft as well. Both sides had a good one. You called it, Teddy. You thought that was the better draft, and Craze Clan made it work. So Baguette now going into the second set with a couple of things to have to think about here, and either way, they've definitely shown enough. So for me, at least so far, to make this a close one.
Yeah, they looked incredible. Honestly, Craze looked great. I think Baguette had some great shows of life, and I talked earlier as well about, you know, the clutch factor, and it's definitely there on Baguette. 18 kills for Joker. That's an absolute absurd amount of kills. Meow sitting on 15. Honestly, not too shabby himself. But yeah, we saw the clutches from Equak. Some big potential from Joker as well. So I'm hoping in the second set to see that maybe translate into a couple games win. Yeah, honestly, so far Craze looking like the better team in my opinion, had the better draft, and we're very patient on their execution. Not scared of playing time, which is a good sign of confidence as well. You know, that they know what they're doing and they want to play their game.
Well, I mean, we sort of raised some eyebrows at the B pick coming in, but if you want a reason as to why it's a solid pick, 18 kills is the reason why. I mean, that's a really solid stat, and again, a brawler which I think's a little bit underutilized actually since Giraffe coming in, but still. You know, despite the loss, a worthy thing to consider. I've seen B coming into a number of places recently, especially like Double Swoosh and others recently, and it has worked out more often than not. But I don't know about it in Gold on Gold, to be completely honest, which is our next map up for Knockout. That's not really going to cut it for me. I think definitely going to be seeing much more of a rise in brawlers like Rico, like Tick, like Jean, Pam, Ruffs. No, Ruffs banned out along with Eve. I think that's the wise call going into this one. No surprise realistically to see Eve on the ban list, but yeah, it's going to make the draft look pretty familiar, I would say, Teddy.
Yeah, Jean first pick. It's a versatile brawler. That's what you want for a first pick, right? Make sure that you don't get heavily countered by every single brawler that your opponents pick after that. Byron, incredible pick rates and ban rates all around. A super strong and versatile brawler as well, mixed up with a Leon. That's going to give a lot of sustainability overall to that left side as well, with a very tanky Noe on the Daryl. Rico, you mentioned it, really strong brawler overall, and on this map, has a lot of nice bounce opportunities, and Equak gonna be picking up the Fang. I was gonna mention it earlier, you know, because obviously Fang is open here, and I feel like on this map, because the mid is quite isolated from the rest of the map, it can do really well in the later stages of each round. Once there's not too much cover to work with, you can get some pretty sweet triple bounces.
Definitely there's some brawls that I was not expecting in this draft, though, gotta be said. I mean, Sprout came in with 20 instances in the qualifiers leading up to today. No Tick, no Pam. Definitely bar on those, a great thing to have, but the Daryl pick, yeah, kind of threw me off a little bit. Fang, as we know, can have some amazing potential in the late game, but Rico is always my go-to, and I was not surprised to see that brawler picked very early on here, but let's see now, as both teams looking to cycle early on. It is Darkham who's the first sign of a super on the field, and that is a scary prospect for Craze, who are playing more of a defensive position right now so far. Meow, though, can't be that far away from his zones, so there's some great connecting shots, and now he, over time with Daryl, will earn his passively either way, so considerations on both sides. But so far, it does feel to me like FO Baguette, the more aggressive of the two teams.
Yeah, they've gotten a lot of early tags as well onto Naui, which means their supers are really close by. Nice super there from Joker. Doesn't quite find a kill with it. Equak was a knockback onto Naui. Meow does fall. It's a 2 versus 1 against Naui. Naui going for the roll in, but they will shut him down, and Baguette are going to pick up the opening round.
Great start for them, and looking far better. I like the approach, especially after conceding the loss in that first set, coming in here and just kind of trying to push around their opposition more so. As you know, Knockout is a dangerous mode. You know, you've got to be out on your feet as much as the time as possible. And coming out here with everyone trying to go on the aggressive, it's worked out so far. And they could get this pull to connect early on. It will help out a great deal to make it a 3 versus 2, but Darkham as well has his super for the support. That's going to go a long way here, as Joker's trying to seek everyone out in the bushes and give his oppositions or his teammates rather, a bit of an idea as to who's lurking there.
Yeah, that was a strong first round to pick up for Baguette, because now they start with 2 supers, a Gene Pool and a Fang Dash. Pretty much 2 of the scariest supers in the game, almost guaranteed kills if used right. And on the other side, there's definitely not quite as much utility. Now we're gonna get bounced off by Darkroom. Picks up 1, picks up 2. That's gonna be the triple for Baguette as they complete the team wipe and win the first game.
9-day difference so far for Baguette, and definitely what they needed to do at this early moment in time in Knockout. Again, a game mode that can be very brutal sometimes. It could have been a swift exit, but with the way they started this one off, look at this, everyone's starting the right-hand side. You love to see it. No, that left and right-hand lane. Nonsense, just straight in aggression, and there's a swift takedown as Totem goes in. Oh, my word.
Okay.
Oh, dear, Craze. You might want to go back to that left-hand side lane, guys. It didn't work out too well there.
Yeah, you know, I was about to say that they can't end in a 3 versus 3 against that Fang comp in the late game, so they need some earlier aggression, either to find their supers earlier or maybe even find a kill. That seems to be kind of going even worse for Craze, as now they have the man disadvantage, have less supers, and are very likely at this point to just lose this set. Great approach from Baguette, and I think Craze maybe overestimated how strong on this map Daryl would deal with the Fang, as it is definitely a valid way of dealing with a Fang, but with the openness of this map, I feel like it just didn't really have the impact I would have liked to see.
Well, we know that knockout games can be quick, especially if you're watching any of the North American and Latin North region. I see OG in the chat. Be very pleased to see us having a more aggressive battle in knockout, and swiftly straight into heist. I mean, that was phenomenally quickly. I mean, and it could have been a swift exit actually for FA Baguette, but now we're all tied up. That's hugely exciting going into Hot Potato next map. And yeah, now Craze Clan have had a taste of what it feels like to be on the receiving end of that aggression here. And FA Baguette showing that they've still got some fuel left in the tank.
Yeah, and this is great for Baguette all around. You know, now they get into a third set against a team of Craze that we know can get quite nervous, and we've seen choke in the past, and this could very much be one of those instances as Baguette are going to enter set 3 with a decent bit of momentum, you know, winning 2 games in a row, dominant games as well. For Craze, it's about getting a mental reset right now, being able to calm things down, slow things down, and find your confidence back in that third set. So I think the opening game is going to be particularly important, because Craze, they want to shut down that momentum that Baguette were able to build up.
Well, yeah, Darkham on that bang pick was honestly the main catalyst for me in the pop-off moments that we saw, and you can see why. Almost half the team damage, 6 takedowns, 0 deaths. DPS incredibly high as well, and that could be showing a card maybe a bit early though for Craze to consider here going into the bans for our next matchup. I don't know whether it's my go-to for Hot Potato, but nonetheless, it's definitely given a huge and much needed boost for FA Baguette going into this this third and final set. You know, and who's it going to be? Is it going to be Craze Clan being denied again of a semi-final appearance, or will FA Baguette just be continuing their dominance so far from the second set? It definitely started to take a bit of a step up, and they've got to continue that forwards here if they're going to be seeing themselves in today's semi-finals. Either way, the closest matchup today, I think it's fair to say so far, and that was the thing that I was not expecting to say in the fourth quarterfinal of the day.
No, that's a very fair point. Very fair point. Yeah, I mean, I would say in Craze defense, we know how good they can be with their drafts, and that was a little bit of a missed draft. So I wouldn't expect them to mess up their drafts twice in a row. So let's see what they go for here, as Crow and Eve are banned out. Meow first picking Ems here, as we saw being first pick earlier by Baguette on Sneaky Fields. Joker following up was a Lola, and Darkham was the Ruffs. We'll see also Daryl being brought in by Ramaman. They're being quick on their drafts. They know exactly what they want to bring in.
Yeah, it does seem that way, and I do like that Ems pick, but the Ruffs is very smart on the side of FA Baguette as well from Darkham there to basically eradicate a lot of what Ems would be able to inflict in terms of pressure. The Daryl pick seems to be a very common theme of Craze Clan, and they have shown some good promise with it, but I think combining it with the Ems is smart. Actually, that was one of their biggest counter ideas. The Lola as well. I've seen a big rise in Hot Potato. Spike always a high brawler pick to have, and is the choice of Craze there. I mean, I wouldn't be too opposed to a Barley pick here myself. it's gonna be a Rico pick. I do like that probably more so. I think that Rico's kind of been placed into a bit of a weird spot. Still very viable in hot potato, but nowhere near as strong as he used to be when he was really in his prime in terms of the meta last year. But it will be interesting to see how it pairs with the Ruffs, I'm gonna be honest, because ultimately the Ruffs will be looking to break a lot of the cover, whereas Rico would like to thrive off the back of a lot of that cover as well. So an interesting draft on both sides. Teddy, what are your thoughts? Who are you kind of like favoring this time around?
I think I like Baguette's draft just a little bit more. It's a little bit more fun as well regarding the effectiveness. I think it's a very even matchup overall. Don't see any major red flags on either side, and it's going to be about how they execute their specific plans. We saw it earlier, right? They're so quick on the draft. They know exactly what sort of comps they want to go for. Now it's going to be about executing it right.
Well, interesting enough, the draft from Craze is pretty high up in terms of pick rates. I mean, pretty much every brawler they're running with has had 10 picks instances in the qualifier stages so far this month, and leading into today, that's quite a daunting stat line, and it is over Baguette. They're struggling a little bit. Scoreline not too crazy in terms of the degree of separation, but I would say so far that Craze are doing a decent job of inflicting damage and asserting dominance in the map and breaking open accordingly there for every Baguette. Could help a lot when it comes to these defenses in the later stages, so it's good time spent, but they need to get back forwards and push them up the map.
Gonna get pushed by Naui. Pretty much free kill in that situation. That means now he's free to roll into safe, get a decent amount of extra damage, and a 38% lead in favor of Craze clan. A match point here on the line for the team that wins this game. And it's gonna be important for sure. The nerves rise up, and now he does end up going down to Aquak. Follow-up kill from Darkumon to Meow. This is creating quite a bit of an opportunity as they complete a team wipe and will be able to dish out a decent chunk of damage before Craze can find an answer.
I really like this from Baguette so far, and this is exactly what their strategy was all about, getting the Ruffs to really get that early shaping of the map in so that they can then start to really use these final moments to get the damage to count. But Meow now, the spot's an opening there on the left-hand side that's going to allow him to push through, and Ems on the safe is a dangerous thing. Cannot be underestimated as Joker, though. Tapping on the safe as Darkham comes in to help as well. With a base race coming in as now he comes in for the defense. Just get a nice roll and a nice support there from Rama, but is it going to be enough? It's just 2% needed. Can they push forwards here? It's going to be Baguette. I think they'll just be able to take it by 2%. Match point for them. I didn't think that they were going to be able to hold on till at the end. I thought there was going to be surely a moment of an open door there for Craze Clan to capitalize, but the defense was strong.
It certainly was, man. I mean, Aquak was a sweet 1v2 there on the Ruffs defense towards the end. That was a beautiful double kill, was that supply drop. Match point for FA Baguette, and this is a scary prospect for all the Polish Brawl Stars fans, as Craze Clan, they've been looking so good, man, but they just can't find their closure so far. Meow taking a lot of damage there, and Joker going to be initiating some early damage on safe as well, with an 8% lead in favor of Baguette.
Yeah, now we're getting very aggressive here, and a nice break there again from Equak. The more of those breaks that come in, the more it's going to eradicate the effectiveness of a lot of the Craze Clan comps. The Craze needs to get up the map, they need to get some damage in and apply the pressure, but it's difficult when you're behind in the sets for Hot Potato. Ultimately, it makes it much harder to do that and to feel confident about going up in the aggressive. You tend to find yourself going more on the passive and more on the defensive. Joker's going to pop a nice bouncy castle there to heal up, and confidence being displayed from Equak and rolling from Naui as he doesn't seem to like it, and that's going to open up the left-hand side lane. A bit of an aggressive side lane push from Craze, but again, not quite making it their way to the safe, and that's what they need to be doing more so if they're going to be able to take this to a match point.
And Darkham Super gonna place it down, does end up going down as well. Push was a down, gonna find a little bit of damage, but only 7%, still almost 20% lead in favor of Baguette. Although map positioning very much in favor of Craze, this could be a big chance for them to dish out a lot of damage. This is gonna be pouring down onto that red save. 20% lead now in favor of Craze just with that one push.
Yeah, with a very important takedown there, it's going to be said. I don't know how he's staying alive as much as he is in the mid with so little terrain and cover to help himself out there, but that really deflated what Baguette wanted to respond with there with 35 seconds remaining. The positioning power is strong, and they get that M's on the safe, and the spike and the Daryl is going to be a GG here into match point. Damage gear coming to play from Naui, and the follow-up as well from Meow. Massive damage raining down from Craze Clan. Surely a couple more damage hits. There they are. Match point. And this is not looking nearly as clear as it seemed. Again, by far the closest match of today. Who is it going to be in our semi-finals? Is it going to be Craze Clan? Is it going to be Baguette? It's so close to call, Teddy.
Yeah, well, one game here to decide it all. Who goes home? Who goes to the semi-finals? And off the bat, now we going quite aggressive on that left lane, able to find a little bit of an opportunity to push forward. As should be getting taken out, but enough at least to grant a 4% lead early on in favor of Craze.
Tries to connect, didn't quite get as much of as he'd like to. Ego come down from Darkman, but quickly taken care of by Meow. And again, this is what we saw in the last game. It was such a dominant force, was that Daryl and M's combo on the safe, and damage raining down. Body blocked now in by Darkman and Equak, who have yet to deal with Meow. Still lurking, and gets to take down on Darkman, gets super for it. Oh my god, the double connection from Meow is fierce, leaving only Joker alive for it. What a start for Craze Clan as Baguette struggling on their defense this time round.
Yeah, they take a lot of early damage, slowly clearing things up, but they need to get that setup going, get those walls out of the way, be able to just melt down the Daryl or anyone, as they do have the range advantage overall against pretty much everyone on Craze, but they haven't had time to set up. Craze has been so aggressive, pretty much just fighting in their spawn the entire time, and doing a great job at creating space, making things difficult for the likes of Baguette. A 1-for-1 trade. Joker is low. It is gonna be turned around into a one-on-one, but both of them survive for the time being, and that still means a 45% lead in favor of Craze.
Synergy between Rama there, and now he perfectly done the area denial and the slow, and then the roll in to follow up, and not a single scratch so far by Baguette onto the Craze Clan safe, but this is their final push here with 35 seconds approaching. They've got to start to batten down these hatches, get some takedowns and assert themselves here, but now he comes in and Joker can't quite connect with the super. That's the takedown as well. This is surely going to be Craze Clan. There's not enough time now, surely 55% needed, and especially with Meow just dominating this mid, the M's pick that he's been doing all the time. My word, this is a statement from Craze here to finalize things out.
Yeah, what a strong final game from Craze. As we were having some doubts here and there, they do end up making it work, and Durkum can shoot down that save all he wants. This is gonna be GG's for Craze Clan as they move forward to the semifinals. Baguette gonna go out first round for the second month in a row.
Right there, a sigh of relief, and not too emotional too soon. There's still work to be done for them. We'll be seeing them later on in the semi-finals for sure, but I can absolutely speak on their behalf. They'll be thrilled nonetheless. A big result, but it was not given to them on a plate by any means at all. Baguette gave them a serious run for their money, and it was a delight to watch. Honestly, at any moment in time it could have gone either way, but it just seemed like Craze Clan started to really find the holes in the comp. I like the approach though. Baguette had a great idea in mind, utilizing the roughs, and just the longer that time went on, if they were able to cycle a lot of those supply drops in to break the walls, it would have really depleted a lot of what Craze Clan brought to the table. But in the end, it was a dominant final game for Craze Clan, and they will be seen again in our semi-finals today.
Yeah, Rama was 10 kills, 9 death overall, 42% team damage, a very decent amount for the least. Been doing some great work on the spike towards the end there. I think the Daryl pick was also instrumental to the victory of Craze in the final set. Underutilized maybe in the first game, but in games number 2 and 3, it was one of the big difference makers, as well as the M's too, man. Just overall great value off all those picks, and you can really understand by seeing each different play why they brought those specific brawlers into the action.
Amazing synergy, absolutely. We need to look back on today because it has not gone the way that many of us at home expected. And if you are just joining, well, get a load of this. STMN EU went out of the first round. Tribe Gaming EU, fairly convincingly so, that 2-0. So they made themselves the first team to qualify for our semi-finals, facing off against Reply Totem. Many saw Team Queso to go all the way, but not to be. A 2-0 victory in favor of Reply Totem there to secure that first matchup. That'll be the next one. Coming up, SK Gaming were arguably the biggest knockout of the day, up against 2.5 men. And again, the 2-0, a convincing victory by 2.5 men to secure themselves in the semi-finals as well. Joined, of course, by that matchup that we just witnessed with Craze Clan, going all the way in the closest match of the day with FA Baguette to make that our second match in the semi-final stages. 2.5 men against Craze. Tribe Gaming up against Reply Totem. That'll be our next matchup coming very, very shortly. Teddy, before we take a quick break here, who do you think is going to take this one going forward for our predictions on event.brawlstars.com?
I mean, I think I'd go Tribe, man. I think I'd go Tribe. They've been looking incredible, and Reply Totem, sure, they look really good today, but they didn't for a couple months until now. So I feel like I go for the consistency, man.
Well, bear that in mind when you place your predictions, guys. We'll take a short break here whilst we line up the semi-finals. We'll be right back after this.
BTZM, this guy refuses to go down.
2 for 2, 1v1. BTZM on top.
BTZM going. They got it at the last second. What a finish!
Meu nome é Vitor, tenho 20 anos e sou jogador profissional aí de Brawl Stars pela equipe da Clash. Dentro do jogo eu sou conhecido aí como VTzinho, moro no Rio de Janeiro e Brawl Stars é incrível.
welcome in to the Brawl house.
The kick forward, the punch through. That's gonna be it.
No way!
This is what everyone is here to compete for. So without further ado, let's brawl!
To the April monthly finals for EMEA, I am joined once again by Teddy. I think it's fair to say some things didn't go as planned for a few of our teams there, Teddy. Do you have any ideas why that might be?
I'm not sure. I mean, you know, I talked about it earlier. We're not entirely sure, any of us, what the current scene looks like in the EMEA. A lot of inconsistency from a lot of different teams, a lot of roster changes across the last couple of months. So, yeah, adapting is key. And so far, we've seen a couple of teams adapt better today.
Well, let's take a look at what upsets did actually happen with a quick sweep of the bracket. First off, we saw STMN EU take down STMN EU take a loss against Tribe Gaming EU, and then Queso following suit with a 0-2 against Reply Totem. SK, which was, I believe, the biggest upset of the day, taking a massive loss against 2.5 men, 0-2 as well. And then Craze coming back and finishing off things at the end, taking down Baguette. Next up, we will be obviously having Tribe Gaming versus Reply Totem, and then 2.5 men will follow up against Craze Clan.
Yeah, dude, when you see a 2-0 victory for Totem against Queso, you feel like you've had the upset of the day, but right after that, we get followed up by a 2.5 men victory against SK, which was probably even more impressive. So far, definitely a day of upsets. Let's see if maybe that upset luck can stay on for those teams in the semifinals. It's going to be a whole other level of a challenge, though, as those teams are really stacked.
Yeah, well, as sad as I am to take a look at this, I think we should probably go through our predictions, Teddy, as it's not looking too good for you. Me and Ark, I think, can agree with that as well, with our 2 losses in the middle. But I will, knuckle down on you, did predict FA Baguette. And honestly, looking at the final result, it wasn't a bad pick. It was worth the risk. And you're finishing things out in a 1-3 there, Teddy. It's not the best start for you.
No, it's not, and I feel like it might not get any better from here for me, unless I get the second semi-final right. But yeah, we had a lot of upsets, and I was just as upset as SK and Team Queso were. No, definitely not. But yeah, it's been tough for the predictions, and I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one that's been having a rough day on predictions today.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, I think it's fair to say, if some of you didn't actually follow our predictions, you might have done a bit better on event.brawlstars.com, where you guys can be predicting MVPs, games, and also a few trivia questions in there as well to earn yourself that much desired shredder pin that has been on offer throughout this series of monthly finals for April this year. So without further ado, I think it's better off looking at Tribe against Reply Totem, a match that I think is a bit of a grudge match from the previous years. We saw these two fight out quite frequently, but we didn't see Reply Totem make it to the first monthly final of this year, so I'm quite intrigued to see if they're able to move even further than the semi-finals with a bit of a rising performance that we haven't really seen them provide this year.
No, absolutely. Totem, they had a phenomenal end of last year. But yeah, if you look at Tribe, they started off the year so well. The best start of a year they've probably ever had, with a second place in monthly final, nearly a win as well. A couple of games going differently would have been a different story, but they've been looking incredible. Drage and Yashi adding an extra level of clutch and of mechanical skill, where Storm is the rock of the team, being always stable, always consistent, and that forms a very deadly trio where there's a lot of potential for some pop-off and some incredible performances, as well as a level of consistency that is expected and was needed for the roster at this level of play.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think it's fair to say that Reply Totem have that similar kind of strategy in terms of having an aggressive player, a rock, and then someone who's really, really defensive as well. The roster obviously being Soidabreza, Maru, and Mori, if you are just tuning in and didn't see them take their quite successful win over Team Queso. As I said, a team who haven't really had the best start to 2022, but so far so good in this April monthly final, as they did take down Team Queso in a very convincing win, which is something that I didn't expect considering how well they've been playing this year.
Yeah, it's a big surprise to most of us, to be fair. Totem having a tough start of the year for sure, especially, you know, considering their all-time high was at Worlds. It's tough to come back to Earth and see that things are not working as they did last year, especially when you try to have that advantage of keeping the same roster and not have to rebuild that synergy. It's hard to see when it doesn't work, and newer rosters that are just out of the oven are taking you down quite easily. So getting that victory earlier against Team Queso is going to be a huge confidence boost. They needed it. They needed some sort of a victory, which they haven't really had in the last couple of months. So great to see that happening for them. Let's see if they can double down on that and maybe make it 2 wins in a row, as now they are facing quite a tough opponent in Tribe Gaming.
Yeah, I will say not the best start to the year for them, but making it to the second final definitely puts them in contention for a lot of points there. We are going to be kicking things off in dry season, though. Is quite a defensive map, which I believe kind of suits both of these teams quite well, depending on how they do choose to play their game plans out. We're going to be seeing an Eve ban and a rough span to kick things off here. Reply Totem with the first pick, obviously winning the coin toss there. I mean, it'd be quite unusual not to see something like a long range or a thrower, but also with Fang in contention. It is a valid pick, but I think as a first, it gets counted out by the opposing team quite a lot. They've chosen to go with Piper, which you can't really complain at.
No, I think it's a great pick on this map overall. I feel like this does leave an opportunity maybe for Nani to try to counter that. Does fairly well in this matchup and is very good on the map overall. Tom on the tick. No big surprise over there either. Pretty standard. Rage gonna be following up with the Gene, also a pick we see him go for very often in Bounty or in Gem Grab. So far, things going pretty standard on both sides. Let's see what Totem add to their roster now.
Yeah, I do really like the thrower, and especially Tom playing it. He absolutely loves Tick, and some would consider it his best brawler by far. Drage did have a bit of a tough time, I will say, in either the qualifiers or the last monthly finals. I can't really remember which one it was on Gene. But then again, we know how established he is on that brawler, and probably just a one-time, maybe a few mistakes. Fang going to be the brawler picked by Mori. Going to do quite a good job of aggressing this thrower, but also will have a tough time of getting super at the same time. But nonetheless, I think it's a brawler that can always do well no matter what the matchup. You've just got to pick the right time to go aggressive.
Yeah, I think so too. And what I'm hoping for now for Totem is that Tribe Gaming don't have that sort of bait planned out that we've seen other teams like SK do a couple of times. Try to show a couple of brawlers that would be weak against Fang or Mortis, and then they end up picking something that counters it really well. Not really something too new, but that we see being done quite a bit in the EMEA. They'll bring in the Max, which has just really good synergy overall with Rage on the Gene, and the Brock will be the final pick from Soda Brizza, direct counter to Tom on the Tick, trying to open up some of those walls and make it a lot less viable to be a thrower on dry season.
Yeah, I was going to say, not really a bad comp in sight here, both extremely viable in their different ways. Tribe are going to be relying extremely heavily on this mobility that Max is going to provide, especially when the walls go down. But looks like off the start, Drage is taking some heavy fire and will go down from the pinch of the Brock and Piper. Yoshi in a tough position as well, but does manage to retreat far enough back. They did secure the blue star, but they are at a bit of a deficit off the start.
All right, so far things starting off well for Totem. That one kill giving them the advantage for the time being, but Tribe have some good potential at retaking positions with some carefully placed tick mines, as well as maybe a max speed combined with a gene pool, and very quickly that lead can be turned around, but they have yet to really find that opportunity, as Rage has not had a super just yet.
Speed available now, though, and it is popped near enough instantly. Drage starting to aggress. Tom did pop last hurrah, not really any reason to do so, as he could have dodged those shots, but now Fang comes in and does get the stun onto him, but the pull away, and a tick head as well, followed up by a homemade recipe from Mori to swing it back in their favor. Big takedown for them, and Drage falls low as well, has to come back, rethink his game plan and go back forwards once again, but no super in sight for any of the Tribe members.
And they'll need those super soon enough. Clock slowly starting to look a little bit more scary. 35 seconds left in this game, and Tribe are starting to push forward. Some good damage onto Meru, but no elimination just yet. Dash in from Soda Brazza, gonna be greeted by a tick head immediately, and that's going to be the kill that turns things around. What started as some nice aggression might actually cost Reply Totem that game.
Yeah, great phase shifter there by Yoshi, I will say, though, but a lot of pressure coming down now. Tom falls low. Tickhead's going to tank the Piper shot coming for him. Yoshi did manage to grab speed in the meantime, but there's still 5 seconds left, and they're pinned quite heavily in. Piper's going to fall low. Tom falls low with 4 stars over his head and blue as well, but not enough time for Totem to take him down and grab it back in their favor. They will be taking the first game on the side of Tribe Gaming now, and Totem definitely need to bite back soon enough, otherwise they're going to be taking an early set loss.
Yeah, that was really well played, man, by Tribe, especially countering that Fang aggression. That was a kill that not only turned things around, but was also one of the toughest situations they were in that game so far. As when you are a Tick and you have a Fang dashing into your face, it's usually not that pleasant, but they made it work with some great teamwork, and Tom handling his own very well as well. That Tick had really finding a lot of value in that position as well as the last hurrah. Let's see this time around as Reply Totem pick up the blue star this time, and that is going to give them once again the early lead, but we saw earlier Tribe managed to make it work and come back.
Yeah, speed was popped. Not the best time for Tom to get hit by a shot, but the push was slowed down because of it. Now they are gaining some ground though, and Tickhead's going to be thrown down. Drage gets connected by a big Piper shot and takes him below half HP now, and Slider Brezza down the left-hand side was the one they were single out in the previous game, but it really did need a Gene Pull and a Tickhead to really get the control along with that max speed to be able to get the takedowns and swing the lead in their favor.
Yeah, well, the max speed is true. Let's see if the pull can connect as well. As so far, he's gonna play it safe, keep it up, and I don't mind it. Max will get a super soon enough to complement that. A nice dash out there, but Drage is still low HP, so able to pull out of that encounter intact as well, and Drage is barely surviving off that rocket rain from Maru. Less than 30 seconds left, and Tribe are still killless. Reply Totem killless as well, but the blue star would give them the win unless Tribe do something about it.
It was a similar story in the last game, though, and Drage does have pull as well. Yoshi taking some heavy fire, but healed up quite quickly after by Drage. Now they do really need to start making some moves now. Rocket Rain comes down, and with those extra rockets, it's going to keep them at bay for a little bit longer. But the Tickhead comes down, the dash comes in from Slider Brezza, but not any support from his teammates as they both fall at the exact same time. And Tribe are going to be quite happy with that win, bringing it back twice in the late game and taking the first set.
Yeah, I just want to point out that in that comp from Tribe, there was no true Fang counter, right? But every single brawler on that team had something to deal with the Fang, whether it was the Gene knockback or the dash from the Max, or even the last hurrah and the Tick heads from the Tick. So every single brawler had some utility that can deal with the Fang, and we saw Fang getting shut down non-stop in that set.
Yeah, I feel like in the first game they played it even better, just because there was a few times where the dash could connect one of the people but not bounce onto the others, and Drage would just pull Fang away from his teammate and just allow him to help out that a little bit more, and then they get a three-way pinch on it with no stuns in sight. It's just a really, really good way of countering that feel, and he did that just absolutely perfectly, making up for himself from a poor qualifying run on Gene, I will say. I remember a few plays, especially on this map, that didn't really go his way, but I'm sure they'll be pleased about the first set being secured and giving themselves some momentum heading into Crystal Arcade, which is another bit of a shaky map for them, if I recall rightly.
Yeah, no, I think you're right about that. And obviously we're moving to best of 5, right? As we enter the semifinals. That will give Totem a little bit more space to work with. Not as dramatic as losing the first set in a best of 3, but still, this could very much be setting up the tone for this match. As once again, Tribe with their picks, it didn't feel like they had a hard counter or like an easy path to victory, but that's a sneaky draft, man. That was a sneaky draft. I like it a whole lot. They managed to address Fang, which is the most dangerous brawler on the side of Totem, without compromising on utility and on the matchups against the other brawlers. So really well done by Tribe in that first draft. Very impressed by how they played it out as well. Let's see if they can pull off the same strategy coming into gem grab on Crystal Arcade, or if Totem can perhaps strike back and push things at least to a 4th set.
Yeah, well, I will say this was one of the map I believe that SK actually began reverse sweeping them on in the previous month, so definitely needed to iron out a few issues from last month. But we are going to see a couple of bans that are expected, both Fang and Eve, two that are very, very strong in the meta right now, and you expect them to be banned out. So it's great to see when teams can come to some sort of mutual agreement during the ban stage and get them both out of the way. Tom going to early select a Ruffs though, and now it moves over to Reply Totem with 2 picks to try and counter out this pick. And it's not the easiest feat to do. With a Ruffs, it's quite difficult to counter on this map, especially when you've got sandbags and also the ability to shoot and bounce around walls.
Yeah, it's very versatile, right? It's definitely, you know, a bit of a build-up and getting those supers out for your teammates so everyone can get buffed up, the map can get opened up as well. But until then, you do just fine with the bounces and the sandbags, and you have a lot of utility to work with. Ems does sound like a fairly straightforward counter, at least to the sandbag aspect, as you can kind of just melt through them with a single shot. 2 maybe if you're not quite in range of all 3 sandbags, but it quite swiftly deals with it and with the Ruffs if he's trying to take cover behind them.
Yeah, I'd like to see something like a Byron come out here just to pair quite nicely with the Ruffs. When he does get the power up, he gets extended healing and extended damage, so it's always a nice little pairing, and especially because it's so good in this mid as well. You'd be able to splash over walls and you know, all the different pieces of kit that just make him such a good brawler on this map. We do see it come out, and now they will be pairing another brawler with it as well, which gives them a little bit of leeway. 2 brawlers that they've got to counter with this singular pick, as Byron, not really a hard counter to any of them. They do choose to go with Crow, and you can't really complain with that. They've got the slowing toxin, which is going to be able to counter out that max speed quite nicely.
Yeah, it's the sort of answer we've seen quite a couple of times already in the past couple months, and even just in Brawl's history. When you see a max that can change the pace of the game and really control the tempo at which the game is being played, Crow can do the same. And instead of speeding things up, it's really going to slow things down. And it's a really good answer to the max. Spike, also a very versatile final pick. Usually we do tend to see a little bit more of a riskier pick on the last pick, but here Sort of Breath is just going for something very straightforward, very classic, but that's going to do pretty well against every single brawler on Tribe Gaming side. So I can definitely see this comp working well for Reply Totem. It does feel like a fairly even matchup, but for me it's really going to be about that setup from Tom on the Ruffs, being able to get those walls down early enough, as well as providing enough buffs for his teammates to shine.
Yeah, very similar story to last game. I feel 2 very evenly rounded comps and both viable in their own ways, but by the looks of things, Tribe's just that little bit more viable, winning 2 lanes, and with Drage's splash going to get 3, and to pair with that 3 gems off the start, make it 4 as another one does spawn. Got some good control, and Ruffs is going to be up a bit sooner as well, so can maintain this pressure of all sides, and good little bit of pressure on all fronts now.
Yeah, now walls are opened up, and as Tom has a little bit more range than Maru, it's going to help that matchup quite tremendously, as Yashi and Maru trade each other out, and Sodabreza will get hit by the Byron Super, giving now an 8 gem lead for Tribe, as Reply Totem have yet to pick up a single one.
Yoshi does manage to pick up his super as well, and I don't know if that's to the knowledge of Maru just yet. Clearly not, as a couple of pickups come in. Drage now going to have 9, and Soidi BS is now very low as well. Drops, and total domination from Tribe in this set. Now the last gem spawns that Drage needs, and his 2 teammates, they can just maintain this control, and he doesn't even have to fall back too far either, which allows them to maintain this control and keep themselves in a quite comfortable position until the game does run out. No shot's going to be connecting just yet, and Drage sitting nicely on 10 gems with full HP at the back of the map do close this one out and put themselves even closer to moving on to the finals.
Yeah, once again, I'm not the most convinced by the Spike pick, to be fair. I think it's decent on the map. I just feel like as the last pick, they could probably have gone for something a little bit more impactful and try to actually get some good counter picks going their side. It just feels like a bit of a waste of the last pick to me, at least. But I mean, in that first game, it clearly did not work out for Reply Totem. Let's see if they can turn things around here in game 2 as Tribe. I mean, they're at 3 wins in a row and looking really good so far in this match.
Yep, sandbag's being placed down, which is quite good against the spike. Little pinch coming in from Drage now, and he does get the gem lead once more. Tom taking some heavy fire. Yoshi doing a good job over this left-hand side, keeping Maru at the range where he can't knock back, but he's also not going to do too much damage either. Now, though, he does get taken down, and the burn damage isn't going to be enough. Survives on 30 HP, and for the first time in these couple of games, Totem actually have some control. With the gem carrier going down, Maru puts himself in a tough position to stay up here, and a little bit of pressure comes in. Yoshi's going to clean up, and now Gem's quite firmly in Tribe's hands.
So the Reza overextending on that right side, trying to fleet Tom's shots, and that's going to result in the man advantage once more in favor of Tribe. Yoshi doubling down on that as he takes down Maru. And so far, although this game is definitely going a little bit better for Totem than the previous one, it still ends up being a countdown for Tribe as they have 11 gems and Reply Totem has 0.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, it can't really get much worse than last game, to be honest with you. So, I mean, any little gem pickup would have been better than the previous one. Drage is going to splash, 3 seconds on the clock. Totem are not looking like they can manage to get this one back. Well, I say that, and Drage falls to half HP, but it was enough to get themselves that second set and put themselves in an amazing position to be able to win this one. But we know Tribe, they love to get reverse sweep, so you can't rule Totem out yet.
That's true. That's true. Usually the two first ones are Tribe's favorite ones. They are the ones they win afterwards. We never know. But yeah, so far Totem not quite looking like the same Totem as in the previous match. We saw them against Queso. They looked confident. They looked aggressive. They had some great drafts. Here, it's by no means a bad draft. It just didn't feel quite as impactful in a way compared to their match against Queso, and you definitely see Tribe all over the place, all over the map, much more control, getting many more plays and kills and opportunities to pick up those gems. And yeah, I mean, look at that, Yoshi sitting on 10 kills compared to the 3 kills in total for Totem. Not sure about that, but I mean, this is still very, very one-sided and looking great for Tribe.
Yeah, well, it's never a good sign when the lowest killing person on the side of Tribe has more than all 3 members of the losing team combined. It's never the best sign, especially when Yoshi's going to be able to get 10 and Drage 5 on top of it. Just pure domination from them in these first 2 sets. Well, not really the 2 sets. This certain one in those 2 games definitely played it as well as the team possibly could do. But nonetheless, as I said, Totem's still in this. They definitely have a chance of coming back. Their drafts haven't been bad. They just need to iron out some of these plays that they're doing. A few mistakes here and there, and then they can get this really going back in their favor.
Yeah, I think so too. And you know what better of a game mode to clutch things up for Totem than Brawl. It's been traditionally one of their most consistent modes where they've been able to actually challenge teams like AQM last year that were arguably the kings of Brawl. That was the one team that they really feared in that mode. Maybe Totem can try to remind Tribe why that reason is. It's going to start with the draft, and I think that step already needs to be better from Totem. Was a little lackluster, a little underwhelming in the 2 first sets so far. As I said, you know, not like terrible drafts, definitely still winnable matchups, but they're not really, you know, seizing the advantage either from the get-go.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, I don't think they've been terrible, but as you say, they could have been better in certain aspects. We are going to be seeing the draft come in now, and bans should be in momentarily for pinhole punt. Then again, we've seen this map played out a lot of times today, so we know what to expect. There's always a love for a bit of Crow in there, as well as Byron. We've seen Mr. P, which I just really cannot stand at the moment. A lot of teams bring it in and always seem to fail. Bans are here. We've got Eve. We've got Ruffs. 2 picks that, you know, are going to be extremely good on this map. Ruffs will late game and Eve through any game she ever wants to be good in. She is going to be. Maru going to be picking up the spike. And I know you thought that was a little bit of a weak point at the last map, but I'm sure it'll improve as we go into pinhole punt.
Yeah, I like it a lot more as a first pick on pinhole punt, not gonna lie. I do like the Byron and the Crow a lot too. Double poison again being played out by Tribe, and one of the reasons, besides those 2 brawlers being just amazing on open maps, is going to be that you get the location of your opponents that you tagged up, that are poisoned up while running around the bushes. And just in general, the poison type of damage means that it takes a little longer before your opponents can heal up as they continue to take damage. And that can be great at pacing the game slightly differently. And keeping the health advantage overall, as Mari is going to go for the B. Very different approach, really about that burst damage, getting those fat 3k shots to connect. And it's true that against a Pyre and against a Crow, that big shot is going to deal a lot of damage.
Yeah, you see, this is a point where I actually wouldn't mind seeing a Mr. P from Tribe. I'm going to totally backtrack here, but it's going to be good against both of those brawlers. Fang maybe not the case, but nonetheless, it would be all right against a couple of them, and I believe they're probably going to take something to counter out that Fang now, possibly a Pam or something like that to pair along and have double healer along with the Crow, which kind of stops the opponents from healing as much as they'd like to. But I do like the B pick. The B does seem to be incredibly good, especially when we get to overtime. It'll be the one facing the buyer, and they do choose to take the Gale, which I kind of did forget about as, you know, the prime Fang counter pick, and that's a really, really good selection from Yoshi.
Yeah, I think so too. I've seen, to be fair, people run Mr. P into Fang quite successfully. Craze Clan was a team to do that a couple of times in the Queso Cup, and it was really impressive because they were really using the porters to kind of distract the Fang and make him like dash to unknown locations, because you never really know where you finish your dash, you know, and they would be able to make it work somehow and kind of just bait him around the map. It was quite interesting, but they're gonna go for the traditional safe approach with the Gale. Definitely a wise one as well, as at this point, I mean, Tribe got no reason to really take risk and just play their game, as Murray does hit quite a nasty shot onto Yoshi. That's definitely going to be a big opening, but still going to be a challenge to get Rage or Tom out of position.
Yeah, Tom connecting a few shots into Maru, which is always going to have the fear of a slowing Toxin coming through there, but Life Plank going to be dropped down, and that's always going to be a good countermeasure to the Crow. If you can slot behind it and put yourself in a good position, then you're always going to be nice and healed up once it does go down. But Tom did receive a few heals from Yoshi here. Drage over the right hand side trying to counteract this Fang. Yet to have super, so, well, as soon as I say that, it's always that, isn't it? As soon as you say something, he does get it. But he did get it off Yoshi, ball firmly in the corner from Tribe now, and it's not a bad position to do so, because Fang is really going to be lacking in that overtime situation.
No, that's a very fair point. Tribe playing the slow approach so far, and they will be able to find Mari around the mid area. Dash in from Soy, kind of just lands awkwardly in between both players, ends up going down. The team wipe is completed as Maru falls to Tom's poison. And we head towards the final minute of this regulatory time. And Tribe are the ones slowly seizing up a little bit more map control bit by bit as they're strengthening their mid presence. Great pickup from Yoshi, clearing up Maui, and maybe slowly a chance for Tribe to make a play.
Yeah, I believe Tom's still got all of his slowing toxins left, so there's never a bad time to make a play and try use some of those along with a jump to try and push yourselves for a goal. But with 30 seconds left, there's no reason why Tribe really couldn't just wait this out and play for a little bit of a late game push, possibly even in overtime. But Tom's choosing to go for it, might get punished for it, and he does get just that. Trage now all on his own as Yoshi did fall as well and starts to crumble for Tribe, but Tom's burned down damage, takes down Mori, and he couldn't get the pass forward far enough to be able to put them in a position to score. Now with only 15 seconds on the clock, Tribe are going to be moving into prime position to try and push this overtime goal in.
Tribe's comp is definitely better for overtime, but Reply Totem definitely isn't bad either. I mean, Fang is not ideal, but it can still put in some decent work for sure, as it does just pick up the elimination onto Tom, and obviously a B and a Spike are very good brawlers for overtime. Let's see what the approach is here, as Totem have just a little bit more control. Are the ones leading the charge here in overtime, but slowly as the HP pool diminishes, they're falling back, giving some space back to Tribe. Dash in from Soy, but met by a Twister and a follow-up super from Drage to take him down.
Super's coming in now. Yoshi's got his available, goes for the shot and does manage to get it off before the 3k connects. Mori can't quite do anything about that as the slowing toxin was there. Tribe now going to be on match point as Reply Totem failed to win another game, and it just continues. 5 in a row now for Tribe, and there's really no signs of a Totem goal or anything there, so it's a possibility it might just happen again for Tribe.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, it was a quiet game from both sides for the most part, to be honest. Very stalemate, very slow approach. Very few opportunities as well to score for either side, but Tribe had the one and they seized it, made it work. So that's really the story for that game, very much so. Let's see if Totem can turn things around, as this is a match point now for Tribe, and they're just a game away from the grand finals.
Mario picks up his super and throws it in mid, allowing Mori to push around a little bit through this right-hand side. Now trying to get a pinch through. Misses the 3K shot and gets connected by near enough absolutely everything. Tribe have to throw at him. A few pinching shots coming through from Drage and Yoshi, and Tom coming over from the left to meet them as well. A couple of supers now for Tribe. Tom choosing to try and go for this pinch rather than a nice little hero play with the jump of the ball and the shot. But Totem starting to recollect now. 3 people, but heavily in spawn, and Tribe just keeping control, not overextending like they did in the last one, and playing this very slowly.
Dash in from Soda Breza. It kind of gets dashed out by the knockback from Dre, just sending him out of the fight, which will coincidentally save his life as well. But Totem really struggling to get through that pass, that mid area, and they don't really have much utility to do so, to be fair. You know, the B is not exactly going to create big openings when there's so many walls around. Fang can't really chain those dashes, and maybe Spy can work around the walls well with his curveball, but he's not finding the most value either, and he needs some supers to really cover some ground and try to funnel Tribe's movement in a way that his teammates can really utilize that to their advantage.
Yeah, ball still in the corner for Tribe though, and no signs of movement anytime soon. Tom gets hit by the 3K, can't get the heal off in time, and Soy finishes that one off. Drage now does have his super, and still a twister available to put on the ball if they do choose to push any further. Does get connected by a shot, and Yoshi possibly trying to heal him up here, does shoot a few shots at him and then starting to rotate over the left-hand side, but we've just got constant switches from Totem as well, who are the ones in control, so they do have time to do this.
Yeah, that's super on Tom also. Makes sure the Fang can't really get an easy dash. 3 seconds left here. And the walls are out of the picture once more, as this second game of Brawl is also going all the way to overtime.
Fang super coming in. Yoshi does get the splash off, healing Drage up as well, and now they can push this ball forward. Drage does have super. Yoshi moving up the map as fast as he can, but does miss the ball and doesn't manage to get this pass up fast enough. And now Mori can keep him at bay for as long as his teammates need to come back up and rejoin him in this mid stalemate once more. And Fang managing to actually connect a few shots onto Drage here. 3K is going to be missed by Mori now, and Tom pushing up. No gadgets left, so no slows available for the side of Tribe. They're going to have to make do with pretty much their base kit, except from Yoshi and Drage.
15 seconds left. Still some chances for a push from Totem, as they do have 2 supers available as well, but time is ticking. Pass forward to Soda Breza, but Yoshi is there to intercept it, was ready for it, or at least adapt it quickly enough, and we'll see a draw in the end for that game. Was really close. We have to keep into account it is match point still for Tribe, so sure, a draw is going to slow down the momentum a little bit, but it's not exactly going to break it either, as Tribe are very much still in the lead with 5 games won in a row. Reply Totem yet to really have a presence on the scoreboard.
Yeah, but it was a great attempt for that goal, I will say. It was very well thought through from the super shot from Mori and the dash in from Soida BS, but couldn't really do too much with it. Splash comes through and takes down the right-hand side. Tom with a free lane now, a few heals being provided by Yoshi as well, but now does need to take some time and think about himself and heal up. But even more connecting shots. Mori's going to go down, and 3 members of Tribe still choosing to keep this mid control and play for maybe a little bit of a late game push once more, which didn't really pay off in the previous one, but in the first, they're going to be looking to mirror what happened there.
Yeah, I like the safe approach, you know. I think when you have the lead, don't need to take any risks, but oh, a good push from Totem. Mario can't quite get the timing right. Just not quite enough time to slot it in, as Rage was ready for the defense. As you should be as a Gale, to be fair. It's going to be one of your strongest defensive options in general in the game. And he's been putting in a lot of work, just locking down his lane fairly consistently.
Yep, now we've got Mori over this left-hand side, who definitely has a bit more of a favourable matchup against Drage, especially if Yoshi's going to miss a few heals. Jump comes in from Tom, but Soida Brez is going to clean up the mid. Pass is going to be missed, but he still should be able to get it in time before anyone from Tribe comes back up. And that is the move Reply Totem needed to make before overtime. And now Tribe are going to have to be ones who are pushing aggressively. And that isn't the best thing to do with that comp.
No, definitely not. I mean, it's the advantage of being at match point, right? You have space to work with and time, and even if they do lose this game, they're still in a pretty decent position. And of course, you don't want to come back to start against you, but at the same time, if you have the space for it, it's not the end of the world. You gotta focus on the bigger picture. So the Breza and Yoshi trading each other out, as Mary should be a fairly easy target here. Tom to snipe him down. 20 seconds left, and Tribe have some semblance of control, but they'll need a strong push in the last 15 seconds to turn things around, which they might have. There it is, a 2-on-2 pass to Tom. Can't quite find the angle, pass back as it's a 2-on-1, but no opportunity to score. As Dre just so low HP to pass to Tom, but it's a little too late. Reply Totem was their first game on the scoreboard. Will be at least challenging that Brawl set.
Yeah, I think that's a good one to pick up as well. You know, you're going to need it to start the entire reverse sweep, really, for the side of Reply Totem. And it was a very good goal. They got the team wipe. That's exactly what they need to be trying to do. Push aggressively before things start to get opened up, as the Fang doesn't really desire that kind of environment. But Tribe, I'd imagine, are going to try switch up their game plan and try do the opposite of what they've been doing and maybe get an early goal with a few aggressive plays.
Yeah, well, so far, they have a bunch more control of the map. Let's see how long they can keep that up for us. Tom takes a lot of damage, but still alive for the time being. Some good tags from both sides. Maro aggressive, down to 300 HP, is gonna up going down. 1-for-1 trade once more. No clear winner out of that fight, but Tribe still holding on firmly to that mid positioning.
Splash was missed by Yoshi, but a knockback from Drages there. Does get it onto the Fang. Might not get the takedown though, but a pinch from Yoshi should finish that one off. Maru should get the same treatment as well. Knocked back against the wall, and Mori does have his big shot trying to defend, but not going to be enough to stop Yoshi coming through and finishing that one off. Try putting themselves one goal away from the finals, and a repeat of last month as they did get there.
Totem in danger. They had some signs of life in the previous game, but this time around it's not going nearly as smoothly. Tom jumping in, finds one, but Sort of Breza is quick on the trade. Be very low HP, and Maru is not exactly living the dream right now either. As Reply Totem are slowly retaking some map control, but at the expense of Maru's life. Sort of Breza with the dash in will be helped out by Mari to pick up the counter Drage. Mari makes it a second. The triple perhaps, as he does indeed find Tom. But still, with that slow from the Crow, there's not going to be an opportunity to score just yet.
Splash was there, and Tom jumps in with his invulnerability there. Does manage to get the takedown, and a good play from him. Now it's just Maru trying to make the play on his own. Still 25 seconds on the clock, but Maru's going to burn down, and all signs of control from Totem will be dwindling. Yoshi has Splash 2. Stun goes in, and I wasn't expecting the stun to be fair, but Tribe will be welcoming it with open arms. Tom just trying to keep Mori at bay long enough, and a twister goes down in the corner. No time for Totem to come back now, as that will last for the duration of the game. Tribe going to be moving on to the finals, and Totem, regardless of the good run in the quarters they had, they'll be stopped short at Tribe Gaming in the semis.
Wow, what a strong performance from Tribe Gaming EU. Overall, looking like just the much more accomplished team. Very, very classy Brawl Stars from the guys in red. Been doing a terrific job so far in 2022, looking like one of the top contenders for the region as they lock in their second grand final in a row so far. That's 2 out of 2, and that's definitely very impressive, especially since, you know, we've been talking so much today about how stacked the teams are and how closely matched everyone is, how many upsets are possible. Well, so far it seems like Tribe, they're having none of that.
Yeah, I was going to say, as stacked as Europe is to make the finals twice in such an open competition, it is definitely an achievement in itself, but this month I don't think they'll be wanting that second place. They will be fighting for first against the team who will win this next match between two teams who are definitely a couple of underdogs this year. 2.5 Men did take down SK, and I mean, you can't really count them out of winning anything at this point.
You certainly can't. And talking about SK being out and Tribe being in the grand finals, that is going to be a huge advantage for Tribe, because they were behind SK in points. now surely they'll be above them, and if they even manage to win the grand finals, they could actually take a pretty decent lead. As SK fell short in the quarters, this could be the #1 team of the EMEA region points-wise, which is definitely impressive considering, you know, the roster changes and Yashi and Rage still being fairly new to competitive. I mean, sure, they've been competing for about a year now and at the top level, but that's still not that long considering, you know, some of the other pros that have been there since beta, playing at the highest level in competitive. So impressive statements from Tribe Gaming, and I can't wait to see some more from them.
Yeah, we did just skip over those statistics there, but we will be taking a look at who was our MVP of the game in just a moment. Definitely a lot of takedowns on the side of Tribe Gaming in that previous one, though, and it will be Drage yet again coming through and taking the MVP once more for Tribe Gaming. 6 kills and 3 deaths in that final game mode there with 125 damage per second. You can't really fault it. His plays were near enough flawless with that Gale, but I mean, he was against a Fang, so what do you expect?
Yeah, that's a very fair point. It's always hard against a Fang. Even when you're countering him, it still is stressful. Definitely so. If it can get a stun onto you, you're probably dead no matter what you're playing. So you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. And who else is gonna have to be careful? Well, our second semifinalist, Trav.
Yeah, well, we did just see Tribe move on. Let's take a look at who will be fighting in the lower brackets of this monthly finals of April EMEA. It will be 2.5 men against Craze Clan, both taking victories against very tough opponents in those quarterfinals and earned their way this far. And as you had mentioned, SK Gaming are going to be quite devastated about Tribe Gaming probably taking first seed no matter who comes through the finals of this side of 2.5 men and Craze Clan. Two very, very stacked teams, and I'm really eager to see who comes out on top of this because both games were prior to this one were very, very good for both of them.
No, absolutely. Both looked incredible. And I sat in front of the prediction sheet, you know, for a little bit. And I didn't know, man. I genuinely didn't know what to think of this matchup here because it's not really the one I expected for the most part. I predicted none of those teams to make it to the semifinals. So I was kind of caught off guard. But in a positive way, right? Always nice to see some upsets and some newer talent popping off. I think both teams looked incredible, and I'd say from the performance we saw today, I think 2.5 men looked a little bit better than Craze. Although Craze is Craze, and I feel like they're a little bit more consistent overall, which could carry them in this matchup.
Yeah, well, as these kind of are rookie teams new to the monthly finals this year, we'll remind you of who they are. We've got Lars, Nadine and Cyclone on 2.5 men coming off the back of an absolutely massive victory. So going to have a lot of momentum, a lot of wind in their sails, and they'll be facing off against Craze Clan, a Polish team who we will come to know and love. Definitely a team who have been performing so well throughout this throughout this year of 2022 in the Brawl Stars Championship and other competitions along with it. The roster consists of Rama, Meow and Naui. 3 very accomplished players and really only started to come into fruition towards the end of last year. So it's good to see them continuing their run through this year.
Yeah, you know, we mentioned the rookie aspect, but it's truly there. I think this might be Cyclone's first monthly final. I'm not entirely sure, but definitely hasn't had many before. And on the side of Craze in general, very few appearances until this year. Doing a great job so far, being 2 out of 2. Nadine and Lars maybe a little bit more experienced because of their experience last year was Big Clan and having a pretty decent run overall, just short of making it for Worlds. So it is definitely interesting to see a semifinal like this show up for us, but you know, this is the monthly finals. Every single team is gonna keep their best strats and their most original drafts for the monthly final because this is where you use all the cards you got. And those guys have done exactly that in their quarterfinals, done a terrific job. Let's see how they match against each other.
Yeah, well, there is the predictions of the public. 2.5 men after a very good first round have gained the love of 54% of you guys to win this match. 46% for Craze Clan, which really wasn't what I expected. I was expecting it maybe to be slightly on the other way in terms of who is favored to win, but nonetheless, 2 teams who are going to be massively eager to win this one. A first first monthly final for 2.5 Men for 2022, so definitely going to be really eager to get some points on the board. And Craze Clan, after being defeated by SK in the previous month, they'll be really wanting to get a few more points on the board as well. So definitely a really tough matchup for both of these teams who are probably both equally liking their chances at this point. Spike and Eve going to be banned out, and Byron as a first pick. Cyclone's going to go over onto the Leon though.
All right, Gil being brought in, always going to be a strong defensive measure, which in a hot zone, you always have to defend something somewhere. So a great pick to bring into this map. I like the Byron approach a lot too. Again, we've seen so many double poisons today. Very interesting. But it makes sense. Crow is a really strong brawler overall. Maybe not my go-to on this map. I feel like it can struggle a little bit more when it comes to those fights near the different walls and in zone directly. But it can put in a lot of work as well. So we'll have to see how they make that happen. As our fifth and final pick for the blue side is coming through. It's going to be a Pam. Very solid brawler overall. So double healer and Crow. So that's not going to leave any anti-heal options whatsoever to Craze Clan, which has to be considered. And they'll bring in the Bell on Lars, which is definitely a great option against Spam, getting some nice bounces between the healing station and some players being clumped up together. I like the approach from both sides. It feels like a fairly even draft in my books. Do you see one of the two teams having a better draft so far?
I think it might as maybe 2.5 Men do have a slightly better draft, but I feel like that just kind of coming from, you know, the Leon maybe being a little bit weaker than the three brawlers on the side of Craze, should I say. But nonetheless, we do see the game going in now, and we're going to be seeing a defensive-sided Gale and defensive-sided Pam. Cyclone pushing very nicely, and Meow trying to replicate this over the left. Doing a great job against Lars, going to get the takedown when the burn comes in, but doesn't manage to get traded out, and now some good percentage being secured on both sides from Craze Clan.
Big kill from Nadine, and although he ends up going down, that he's prevented Craze Clan from building up too much of an advantage. Cyclone's so low HP, and he's trying to slowly heal back up, but with trouble so far. With trouble, as Craze still have a little bit of a lead, and 2.5 Men have yet to even set a foot into Craze Clan's zone.
Now we're trying to be making some moves, but as you said, the Bell is a great pick against the Pam, and he does take him down quite swiftly. But it is a very even game. Both dominant percentages are on the home bases for both teams. Rama's going to come down with the splash and take down Cyclone. Nadine is going to fall as well. Meow making some moves up the left-hand side, and Lars is quite low with a bit of pepper damage from Meow. He does go down. And now he's just trying to secure this defensive side, as they have completed that side to its entirety. An offensive Pam turret going to go down, and Meow still living regardless of this 1v3 situation. He jumps to the right and does survive a little bit longer.
And the healing station, a nice opportunity for Nadine to bounce some Bell shots, but so far things not exactly going smoothly for 2.5 Men, as Craze are aggressive up all the way into their own zone and not letting go so far, as they will be picking up the first game. Craze to open up the scoreboard.
Very, very convincing as well. I believe it was like a huge difference, 50% between these two teams. That's an entire base not being captured. And that's what I mean. I feel like the comp was maybe just that little bit better. The Crow on the offensive side is going to do such a good job against that Gale lane, like 90% of the time, just keeping the range advantage and keep on bringing him down bit by bit until you can really make that aggressive push. Nadine definitely having some good taps throughout the previous game, but it just wasn't enough to be able to get the win. And once again, we're seeing kicking things off the start, both Meow and Cyclone trying to make an aggressive play, but both being cut short by the defensive lanes.
So far, both defenses holding up quite well. Cyclone healing up as the Inviso heal and going aggressive onto Naui, but with the Mama squeeze, that's going to be quite a bit of damage. Rama follows up with a poison to take down Cyclone in the end, and this is going to be a nice chance to push here for Rama and Meow that clear up the left side. Meow needs to be careful, still in a one-shot situation against Nadine, but gets healed up, feeds once again a couple of shots, but now that Nina's super, that doesn't really matter too much anymore, as we have a 3-player aggression from Craze to jump in from Meow. Is gonna get shut down, but Lars is so low HP, survives only with the 60 as Cyclone goes down to the Mama Squeeze from Naui, and eventually 2.5 men are able to defend off that left side without giving too many percentages away either.
Technically, if Craze can get all of this side collected without 2.5 men really pushing anymore, they are going to be in the lead. They did manage to screw up a slighter portion of offensive percentages, but Lars is going to go over aggressive, going to burn down now from both Byron and Crow damage. Nadine having to take his place on the defensive side and kind of leaving Cyclone to fend for himself up this offensive side with that Leon pick, but seems to be doing a good job of it so far, as he stayed up long enough for his teammates to really come and try and help him, but things will start to be evened out momentarily, but Cyclone can't quite get on that zone any longer than he liked to.
Yeah, it's still gonna be a couple percentages, but still one behind, which could be turned around quite quickly if they can just get a step or two in that zone. Rama going for the super, not gonna connect onto Cyclone, but the poison does. Cyclone, however, has an Inviso heal available now, and will start healing up, getting back into the action, straight onto Meow. A nice pinch followed up by that slow from Meow. And yet, Craze are still only leading by a single percent.
Yeah, one Leon invisibility making a good move up the map can really change things up here, but a Crow jump comes in and Meow should take down Lars. That happens exactly as I say it. Cyclone is going to get the Invisi heal, but a bit more percentage going to be secured by Meow. Nadine's going to go down as well. Lars is going to be able to jump over, but a jump from Meow himself might have secured the game a little bit easier than now. But now we're going to be pushing on, and Cyclone push back with his low HP. Nadine needs to go, but he also needs to defend, and looks like the first set is all Craze clans as they continue to get this percentage on the offensive side, and 2.5 men are nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, that was some great brawlers from Craze. Just playing it very straightforward, very standard, but doing a great job at it overall, winning all those smaller interactions. Particularly, I think Ram on the Crow doing a really good job against the Gale, making it work. And it's not the easiest of matchups either, because you can't really go too aggressive, which is kind of the goal in offense, right? Is to go very aggressive and try to get as many percentages as you can on the enemy side. It was not the easiest matchup, and I think he addressed it really nicely. It wasn't quite Rama, it was Meow, sorry, on the Crow, but everyone from Craze on point so far in that game. I think nothing too crazy happening just yet either. Some very standard, basic, textbook Brawl Stars from Craze, but the results pay off, and that's going to be first set going their way.
Yeah, I'm surprised you could even get 5 takedowns with only 14% of team damage, to be honest with you, but Lars managed to do it nonetheless. But as you can see, it's a common thing when, you know, a team loses. We kind of got it flipped here, but Craze being able to take this one, you can see just by the amount of takedowns they had in comparison to 2.5 men that they did sway in their favor and managed to get it just because of that, pretty much, and gaining a lot of control because of it. But nonetheless, 2.5 men, they put up a very good fight and very close on a couple of those games there, but just not enough to defeat Craze Clan in this set. Hot Potato is going to be coming up next, and I absolutely love this map. There's a lot of different alternatives that people can take on it. You can take the tanks, bit of control, or even you can break it up with something like a Brock or a Stu or something like that and play a bit more of a ranged approach.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. You know, there are opportunities on this map to particularly use cover. You know, as you mentioned, go for Ricos and Ruffs, Spike, maybe even a Barley if conditions apply. But also opportunities to break down some strategic areas, and Ruffs does a really good job at that too. But as you said, Stu also a really good opportunity to open up the map for some easier matchups depending on the conditions. That's the tough part of draft, is you can't quite go in with an idea and be there like, this is what we're doing. This is what we're gonna try to do, but we got this plan B and potentially a plan C if they pick that. It's a lot more complicated in the pick process, and so far I do feel like Craze have shown a slightly better capability at playing in that format and those roles. So let's see if 2.5 men can prove me wrong and catch us all off guard with some great picks. It is going to be a challenging one here, as so far Craze have been looking really strong.
Yeah, I'll add on to what you said about the draft as well. It's just very reactive. You know, you can't really be proactive in, you know, going into this and picking a comp. We're going to go this because it's very adaptive. You've got to adapt to what brawlers your opponents choose, what bans come through, and those are a couple of very surprising ones. Talking about bans, Ems and Barley is not something you see every day, and maybe we will be seeing some, you know, preempted game plans coming through from both of these teams here, because that's not something you see every day.
Barley's got to be somewhat targeted or something, right? Like, don't really just ban Barley on this, especially when you pick Ruffs right after a brawler that, you know, is one amongst the brawlers that's the most destruction in the game. It just feels kind of odd, to me at least. But we'll see what the reaction is. And Lola, which I really like in the mid area, can do a lot of work, has been kind of the replacement to a Colette that we saw a lot in the mid a couple metas ago. Spike, very standard on this map as well, can do great work working around the walls with both his curveballs or his super that can really lock down some positions and make you give you some opportunities to help out your teammate on another lane, because, you know, your opponent on your own lane is not going to advance through that super.
Yeah, it does have some very good choke point cutting off capability, and as you said, I'm surprised to see Ruffs come in directly after Barley being banned, as it kind of defeats the point of it. If you're going to take Ruffs, you know, it's going to bring down the wall break anyway. We're going to be seeing Gale, which I don't think I've ever seen Gale on Hot Potato, to be 100% honest with you, and I'm not sure what it's actually trying to counter, because Gale honestly doesn't have the easiest time against either Lola or Spike.
I do not know. I genuinely do not know. But it's definitely an interesting one. Looking at the draft and the bans, and Eve is open potentially for a last pick from 2.5 Men. Lars is gonna go for the Rico, a very safe brawler to bring into this map. One of the, you know, more Rico traditional maps that we just associate him with. So no big surprise over there. It's a really strong brawler. You can really pop off, and it's not too hard to be somewhat consistent and have impact. So I like it a lot. I like it a lot on this map. And Surge is gonna be the answer from Noe. And Rama with a little smile as they're like, yeah, they didn't see the Surge coming.
Like I say, if my memory serves me right, it's what they played against SK on this map in the first monthly final, and it did actually work for them on the Surge pick. I'm just very surprised we saw Gale being picked before a Rico on this map, and just Gale being picked altogether. I'm kind of got no words for it, but I'm willing to give it a go. I'm happy to see if it works for Nadine or not. But, you know, in my eyes, I just don't know if it's really the right brawler to take on this map. Clearly an extremely defensive orientated decision they're going for there, but the rest of the comp I absolutely love, and picking Surge into a Ruffs is never a good idea anyway.
Yeah, it's a weird one, for sure. It's not working out too well for Naui early on either, as he got tagged up quite significantly and hasn't been able to heal up ever since. Lars does end up getting shut down by Meow, and will open things up a bit more in the mid as Cyclone takes a decent chunk of damage himself. Meow now has an ego too that can really help increase that damage output, as Rama is on the right side so far, able to survive for a pretty long time. Nice Cactus plays down too, but eventually Cyclone finds the connection.
Yeah, the life plant couldn't keep him up for long enough. Going to be breaking the map now, and honestly, I don't know who that favors. At this point, I've never really seen a matchup like this being played out here, but so far, so good for Craze. They're losing a bit of his control now, and Lars does have a fairly open mid once the pinch comes across from Nadine. Cyclone choosing to go for that power-up now. Drops some sandbags along the way, but heavy shots coming through from Rama, and only one shot away from going down. Super coming through. And as we did mention before the game, specifically you, the choke points that can cut off is very, very good, and you can see as Meow starts to push up now.
So far, it is a close game. 8% setting both teams apart, and 2.5 Men, they really want to find some more momentum, find some signs that this is a winnable matchup. As Rama survives for an awful long amount of time. Cyclone eventually finds him, but not before Meow. It's an ego plays down and a decent bit of damage on safe.
20% lead now, and now he only really just got into level 2, which is a bit of a nightmare for him, really, as he would do quite well up on this open lane, but Nadim getting some damage of his own now and only 10% behind. As 2.5 men start to push back, but a couple of TPs still available from Naui. But Nadim does have the ability to pop a bounce castle and kind of negate the value of it, but it's just going to be perfectly timed. Cyclone trying to push. Now he does TP in, and then a little bit of a pinch comes through, taking him down. But Nadine has a super. Bounce castle comes through, and the super follows up from it. 2% in it, and Cyclone gets the shot to make it 1. They take the lead, and 2.5 men come back with a massive, massive comeback and even things out there.
Man, that's the nerves, my guy. That's the nerves. I mean, that felt like they should have been able to block that shot. You know, they had the info that he was in that position, but they got scared. I mean, which is understandable. You had a Rico super that was going through 2 players in the safe. So yeah, just in the moment, not quite fast enough to react and adapt. A great clutch from 2.5 men, one they needed as well to regain some of their confidence back.
Good teleport from Naui though, and you see early on this time he has managed to get his level 2, and that is what he was kind of working the entire last game for. So having it this early on will do him a world of good. Nadine gets a bit of damage off on the super, straight onto the safe. Rama trying to make a move now, throws the super out, but should get taken down by Nadine, especially with that bounce castle being popped, but stays alive for a little bit longer. And Naui now trying to work for a level 3, which, if the map gets broken up by the roughs, will be extremely useful.
Yeah, that cactus going to be used in vain, as so far Craze still leading by 1%, but that can change incredibly fast, as we saw earlier. 1% can make all the difference in the world. Some aggression from Naui, but gets matched by nice defense from 2.5 men, almost making it look easy. Now it was a nice gadget, also gonna waste the gadget from the Rico and extend the lead a little further, but the Surge is not exactly gonna be the main DPS output on to the save. Really need the Lola for that, and the Lola is there. The Lola is getting that damage down 40% now, almost in favor of 2.5 men, of Craze Clan.
Well, that was just a very, very questionable Surge super. Leveling up to level 3, literally when you're about to go down, probably isn't the best idea, Naui, but you got a good 40% lead, so you can't really complain at this point. Nadim putting himself in a good position, though, and a break coming through. Stops that little grass snicket coming through, and now Meow trying to pinch with Rama on this left-hand side, get him down. We know what can happen in these late few seconds, but it was definitely a bit closer than it was now. Cyclone does have power up, but can't really find a route through. Naui, no TPs in hand, but I don't think he really needs it at this point. Lars got the knockback, only manages to stun 1. Now he does go down, though. Nadine comes through with the super, and now Cyclone following up as well, closing the gap quite heavily, but not going to be enough just yet. Was extremely close with only 9% in it, but Craze Clan going to get a game back in hot potato and put themselves only 1 game away from 2 sets up.
Yeah, Craze was a great response, you know, taking things a little slower across the board, but some nice controlled aggression and choosing their fights wisely. So they only go for the ones they feel like they're going to win, and they did. So great stuff all around from the Polish side of this match. Now we're going for the TP jump up above the Twister-ish play, and does pick up an elimination, but will get traded out by Cyclone.
I honestly didn't even know that was a thing. It was quite good to watch, though. Good to learn from in the future, I'll say. Cyclone falling low, though. Little ego thrown out from Meow. Not really getting too much value out of it other than just tanking a lot of Nadine's shots and hopefully allowing Naui to push down this left-hand side a little bit easier, as Dean seems to be lacking in the ammo a little bit. He does manage to get a good route through, but stun comes in near enough instantly, gets a shot off before he does go down, though, and Lars falls to 1 shot. Meow cleans up, and an ego available once more. Does have gadget as well, but now Cyclone just focusing him. Needs to try and get in a position where he can use this tank a little bit of damage for him, but nonetheless, that is a massive amount coming through as Rama adds another couple of shots on as well, and survives a little bit longer with another couple of shots heading through, but 2.5 men with 3 men up in a good position and getting some good damage.
Yeah, 20% setting both teams apart. We've seen 2.5 men come back from scarier than that. And they'll take over the lead, extend it by a decent amount as well. Now we will have that third stage unlocked, but needs to heal up for a second before he can really get back into the action.
Now we live this level 3 now, but Meow getting some damage. Rama just trying to hold Cyclone back for long enough for his teammates to try and secure them a lead here, but doesn't seem to be in sight now. 3% in it, but a return of Lars with a knockback is going to go quite a long way. 40 seconds left, and with the amount of damage left, it's not something we see too often in competitive where a team actually finishes a safe unless it's a bit of a base race. Cyclone getting tapped up by Curveball a little bit. Super build from Rama as well, but level 3 from Naui is going to be quite helpful if they can manage to get any portion of this map open. Rama going to get knocked back with no stuns there. Lars looking like he's going to go down to the Spike Super, and now Craze starts to regress as Cyclone falls down too. Level 3 now going to come into use quite heavily, and a melt of the safe comes through, and it looks like Craze are going to be 2 sets ahead.
Man, that was incredible from Rama, specifically on the Spike, but overall from Craze. Man, that double kill was huge to find. That completely unlocked the situation and left 2.5 men powerless for the rest of that game. That was great stuff from Craze. We'll be securing a second set, and now the pace is getting really scary for 2.5 men, because we're looking at, you know, almost match point sort of situation, and pressure is going to start to really be up, and they're going to have to fight with their backs against the wall.
Yeah, I think the pressure of having to win 3 sets in a row is already a huge amount, but if Craze can get one more game and kick this next set off with a bang, then it's going to be a spiral for 2.5 men here, as they've just lost so many games and a couple of sets in a row. In the face of this, 3 sets need to be gathered, and that's a tough ask for any team to be able to do.
Yeah, I think in this sort of situation, you also have to factor in the aspect that, you know, maybe they didn't really expect to even get that far on 2.5 men. Obviously hoping for it, right? But you face SK Gaming first round, you know that most of your preparation is gonna be again, you know, for that one specific match, because it's highly unlikely you win it. They won it. They came in prepared, great drafts, great gameplay, but now it kind of feels like, you know, they definitely prepared some stuff against Craze, but definitely not as prepared as Craze. Does not look that much stronger than SK did today, and yet 2.5 men are struggling a lot more in this matchup. So that could be one of the factors to influence this match here as well, as Craze. They're on the top of their game here, playing really well, going for some wise picks, executing things very smoothly as well, and you can see the amount of work and passion that's gone into it, and how much those guys have also progressed over the last couple of months and even years. This is some really good Brawl stars from them, and honestly, this might just be their very first grand final ever at a monthly final.
Yeah, I will say, you know, it might be down to lack of preparation for the semi-finals. As I know if I was facing SK, I'd be focusing all my efforts on getting through that first, and just hoping it goes well from there. But nonetheless, I think maybe a few draft issues. I'll bring it back to the Gale. It did a good job of defending, getting a few takedowns, but when you're going for damage, you need something that can actually deal it, you know, with a solid amount of DPS. You throw out 3 shots, it does, well, it's like 5,000 damage. It's still not going to be enough to actually, you know, do as much as a low lure or something like that. And that's where it really came down to a tough situation for them. They had the opportunities to get damage, but there just wasn't enough of it raining down at the certain times. I'll say, you know, they had the same amount of opportunities to get damage as Craze did, but as I say, no DPS equals no damage on safe. So as we quickly move on to Shooting Star, I say we're still focusing, or at least I am, on Hot Potato. We're going to see an Eve ban, and we're going to see a Tick ban, which I think are 2 decent bans to get rid of here, but it does allow quite a heavy long-range comp to be picked.
Yeah, and it's also going to leave brawlers like Piper maybe open for 2.5 men. We know how much Nadine can do with that brawler, and I think this is pretty much why we see the 91st pick coming in from Cyclone. A great deterrent of Pipers. If there's a homemade recipe or a Piper shot heading your way, just press that green button, and it's going to be sent straight back to the sender. And yeah, it's a lot of value of that gadget against a brawler like Piper, and this is sort of why we have that reaction immediately. No Piper, but instead we'll be seeing Meow on the oh, I'm losing my brawling names. Byron, and then obviously the Gene coming through for Rama. A lot of healing, a lot of sustainability, and also a lot of opportunities to get some big pulls and some big kills on the side of 2.5 men.
Yeah, but do you not think, even if they do take Nani, you've got to take Piper to stop them from taking Piper? This matchup just swings heavily into 2.5 men's favor now, because they've got both Nani and Piper pairing it with a Fang, which I'm not sure about in this map still, as it did have some serious issues when Team Queso played it. Couldn't really get the plays that he wanted to, but even if, you know, Nani does counter Piper, you've got to think of the opposing team getting that as well as Nani, and that's something that you really don't want to be faced with. They're going to pair with the Max, which is probably the only route out of this. Use his mobility to get up close and personal to these brawlers, well, except from Fang, obviously, and try win it that way.
I mean, I feel like overall a bit of an advantage on the 2.5 men side of things. Just getting that Piper and the Nani together, really strong combination, as well as Fang that can get some good plays down. But we saw earlier as well that Max was, you know, phase shifter, or just the movement speed, as well as the Gene can handle the aggression from the Fang fairly well overall. Definitely not hard counters, but they have enough utility to survive a dash. Maybe.
Good shots coming through from, yeah, I was gonna say good shots coming through from Cyclone though, but it's quite rare not to see Nadine on this Piper here. Clearly been moved off that brawler and put on the Nani, which I'm sure he's still quite strong with, but no, I was just really expecting him to be moving on to the Piper here. Lars trying to get a few shots and work for his super as they are down. Nadine does manage to secure his super, and Cyclone his as well, which obviously can relieve quite a lot of pressure. If he's backed into a tough situation, he can get out of it, but this time he's not going to do so.
Yeah, nice pull there from Meow. Nice read. Noise was low HP. That pull was a free kill. Had assistance still from Naui as well, and that helps smooth things over for Craze, leading by 5 stars now and 2.5 men. They need 2 kills no matter what. More if they lose any players in the process. Meow taking a lot of damage, ends up getting shut down. Just a single star making up the difference, but Lars is low HP. Will have the poison take him down to 300. Will get pulled and taken out. And the follow-up kill from Naui onto Cyclone. Very good reading on the pace there, as Craze are back with a 6-star lead once more.
Indeed does have his super again though, which paired with a Fang super goes quite a long way, but he still needs to work for it. Gets a couple of shots taken off him, and his shield does go down. Phase shifter's there to be able to tank it. Well, actually, it's not, but a couple of spins come round and the takedown to Rama, slowing it down to 4 stars in between them. Still need 2 takedowns no matter who it is. Dash comes in and a stun as well. Now he's going to fall. So's Rama. Lars with a massive play. Spins in their flavor, but he does go down, and it does end 14-13 with a massive comeback from 2.5 men to be able to take this one.
Man, that was a comeback from 2.5 men. Definitely a close one, but they make it work. That's going to be a big shift in momentum. Now, for 2.5 men, it's about capitalizing, about getting the ball rolling and chaining those games, trying to close the gap as quickly as possible. As they do open things up with both the blue star and the first kill, although Cyclone is very low HP, so is Naui, and he can't really commit to a push onto Cyclone that has a super anyways if he needs to pull out of a tricky situation.
In reality, Lars should fall, and that he does. Naui now trying to stay in an aggressive position and keep them pushed back into this defensive position where Gene and Max are going to thrive, trying to get some pulls and speeds along with it. This does go through into Dean. It does secure that heat onto Byron. But no follow-up shots from 2.5 men. Speed available now, pops it, and Matt, we do have a Gene pull as well. Can't really pull a Fang without being in a team situation though, and Lars is going to punish that and just pick up, and it's going to be another team wipe.
Wow, surviving with 140 HP as well. Those stars would have been most welcome as Cyclone hits a nice double snipe on to Naui, and so far it's a smooth ride in this game for 2.5 men. Phase shifter from Naui to force that Nani peep out, but that just invites Lars to dash in, as now there's no more phase shifter to dash out. Now he's picking up a good double there. And the 13-star lead now in favor of 2.5 men, looking like a bit of a nightmare game here for Craze.
Yeah, I was going to say, until that takedown, there was still some comeback possibility as 2 players would have given them 10 stars, but now it's starting to look a little less likely, and I'm feeling a little less optimistic about it as well. But Lars does fall low. Now he's trying to get a few shots off, can't connect, and really speed does get popped, but not on the Gene, who is the one who really needed it with this Gene pull here. Lars trying to get the takedown. Now he takes him down in return, though, and I don't even know if a team wipe even turns it here. It does just, but 2.5 men will hold on, and they're going to get a set back in their favor, starting a possible reverse sweep, but they've still got a long way to go.
Yeah, we talked about it, right? The nerves on the side of Craze and some potential for some choking, perhaps, in those monthly finals. We saw it happen last month. This month, it felt like it wasn't quite the case, as they did manage to close out their opening quarterfinal match. But now, I mean, I don't know. You know, a big shift in momentum. A first game of Bounty that Craze was dominant in. They had the lead for the entirety of that game, but a couple seconds before the end, it gets turned around as Lars absolutely wounds around on the Fang, and they just get that 1 star to make the difference. Second game, much more dominant story for 2.5 men, as they were able to quite swiftly close that one out. Still, Craze now, we need to see a good momentum stop on that end, right? Get that reset, mentally just shut everything down, no emotions, focus on your game, play it safe, play it the way you're comfortable playing it, and move on to the next set.
Speaking of the next set, it is going to be Super Beach. So we've got a bit of Brawl Ball coming up next. I'm not sure which team this really favors more. I know Cyclone and his team do like some aggressive plays, but then again, the side of Craze, I believe, does as well. So it is a bit of a 50-50 matchup on this, but if 2.5 men can grab it, it's going to be all even, and that's really the point of managing to get that set underneath, get some wind in their sails, and then just try and make this comeback bit by bit, take it set at a time, and just try and claw this back as well as possible. And if they could reverse sweep, it would be an absolutely massive storyline, as Craze have just been such a good team and so consistent this year.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And, you know, keep into account as well, this is the first monthly final for this 2.5 men roster. As this 3-man roster, first appearance ever together. If they could even make it to the grand finals, that would be a whole story. And just being here in the semis already and challenging, you know, top teams in the region, especially teams like SK and Craze, is a very good sign for them. And it's definitely a roster that I maybe overlooked a little bit. I mean, definitely, you know, I always have an eye on those sort of rosters because we know the talent is there. Cyclone bringing in a lot of freshness as well, a lot of mechanical skill, because that dude, I've seen him in all the 1v1 tournaments, you know, when it's pipe or cold, doesn't matter, he's there. So mechanically, we know what they're capable of. My questioning was a little bit more on the synergy and the team morale in general, how it can hold on in those tougher situations. This is the moment to prove me wrong, as we're heading towards a 4th set, and sure, Craze still have a set lead, but right now 2.5 men, they're just behind them, so they might as well just push things to a 5th set, and we can really have a big match ahead of us.
Definitely so. Bans in instantly. We do have the Eve, and joining it will be a Gale, which is always a strong pick in any mode pretty much, but it's rare to actually see it banned. Cyclone instantly coming out with a max pick, which is definitely a very, very good pick. But if 2.5, if Craze can really counteract a few of those brawlers, like something like a Slumming Toxin from Crow, then it can maybe evolve into an issue rather than a help.
Yeah, no, that's a very fair point. We've seen that dynamic being played out a couple times already in this BSC, the Crow into the max. I like Spike in general. I think Frank is probably the most interesting pick here so far, as we don't really see that much Frank at the moment. It's true that with movement speed from the max, you can end up being a very fast running tank, which definitely sounds good to me for Brawl Ball, but still, it's gonna be challenging as it leaves things open like an EMS to try to shut you down. And if you get slowed or the EMS gets a super down, I don't know, man. I feel like there's gonna be a lot of utility here to work around the Frank.
Yeah, if they can get some good matchups, this is a very, very good comp for Craze Clan. If they can play, you know, the Crow in mid, which is probably what you expect against the Max, it's going to be a really tough matchup for Max. And then Ems against Frank's going to be really hard. And the same with Spike and Ruffs. If they can get the matchups right, then they are going to be on top of things, which by the looks of things, they actually have. Now they just need to capitalize on this and try and get some, I'd imagine maybe a little bit of an early goal. I mean, they can play for control as much as they want because they are against a Frank, so late game they are going to struggle, but one explosive play from Max can really flip things on its head.
Yeah, Nadine on the Spike, playing Fertilizer rather than Curveball, which, I mean, it's kind of hard to say. I feel like at this level of play, pros are just so good at dodging Curveball, so it's not as strong as at lower elo, but so far, it is going to be 2.5 men to find the first opening kill. Rama trying to get the ball out of the way, keep it safe, but he will get shut down by Lars, who does have super as well to work with in case that's something they're looking to do. A bit of a weak corner there from Naui, as the stun from Lars will not connect, but it will remove the walls, and basically the ball is not exactly cornered anymore.
Yeah, see, that's where Curveball might have come into play, because I don't know if you should be a pro if you can't really dodge Fertilizer Spike in those kind of situations, so that's exactly what they did. But nonetheless, sides are starting to be opened up, and maybe this can become a little bit worrisome for 2.5 men, especially if they do lose control. Speed was popped, and now Lars just trying to survive as long as possible. Does get his super off, but this M super should take him down. Does do just that. Jump comes in, and Rama gets a jump halfway onto the life plant and halfway onto the spike, but a push comes in from Naui, and he can slot it past Nadine for the goal. Great shot, and I wasn't expecting that.
Wow, what a change of pace here from Craze. You'd expect the Max to be the one speeding things up, but it seems like Craze found another way around it. Cyclone popping movement speed as Lars is pushing forward. Now it's all about just running forward and trying to score it in, but it's not going to work out as we have 2 eliminations going the way of Craze, creating a lot of space for them to push forward, and they don't have to. That's the thing. They have 25 seconds left in this game, the goal advantage. Just cornering up the goal, the ball is all they need to do. With this much time and so much control still, it's going to be very hard for 2.5 men to find a push as supply drop lands straight onto Lars' face, and Rama is able to claim his life, and Craze will be claiming a match point.
Yeah, first match point of this game. Craze definitely on top of things there. Seemed like they were fairly in control for the majority of the game. It seemed 2.5 men started so well, weren't able to make use of the Frank super, which didn't connect in that offensive side of things. And as I said, the Fertilize Spike maybe just wasn't the right pick for me. You said it at the start, and then they were just able to dodge the shot so easily when they should have been kept low. And it really didn't play out too well from them. They're choosing not to actually go for the side swap here. I know why they're probably doing it. Don't want to feed too many power-ups for Meow from Frank, but at the same time, surely it's just a favorable matchup to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, but it doesn't really feel like there's too much of a favorable matchup here so far. to be honest, I'm not sure what the solution here is for 2.5 men. I mean, they definitely took a risk with the comp, which I think shows some good signs of confidence. So Cyclone going for the play, gonna get shut down though. Bit optimistic for that one, as now it's only Lars left in defense, and this is just gonna be a goal for Craze.
I'm not liking the look of 2.5 men right now. They're in a very tough position. Rama's got super as well. Slow comes through. Lars trying to push, but he's going to get slowed as well. Does have the max speed, so able to move at a normal speed for a good portion of time there. But as they start to close in now, we've got jump available from Crow and also a super from Naui in a good position. Can finish off 2.5 men. Meow falling quite low, but Nadine going to get trickled down. Lars is going to super, and it's been baited out by Naui. Great play by him, but the speed is there. Uses a phase shift to provide it to the Frank at the same time, but another super comes through. A jump as well, going to be joining him. Rama gets the takedown. Nadine the only one surviving. And Craze, you don't see this too much in EU, but they are going to be spinning as they move on to the finals.
What a performance all around for Craze. Looking absolutely incredible throughout this match, and 2.5 men definitely coming in with a fight and with an impressive performance throughout the entire day. Definitely can be very happy about their results and showing that they are a team that you need to be scared of and need to be incredibly careful when facing them. Craze didn't really seem that scared, nor that careful, but they still made it work and looked good doing it too. So great stuff from Craze, man. They're looking very strong at the moment, and last month was a bit underwhelming, I think, from them, and expectations were a little bit higher from their performances in third-party events. Right now, this could very much be their month, because they're going to the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely their month. From being knocked out by SK Gaming, they didn't have to do that this time. They just let 2.5 men do it for them and then beat 2.5 men. Easy as that. Getting to the finals, are going to be up against Tribe Gaming as well. Just a solid performance all round from them. We can't discount how well 2.5 men have played this monthly final. Definitely had a chance of bringing it back there. Tough last draft for them. Did lose it in the end, but they knocked out SK. They knocked out SK, and I'm sure Craze and Tribe and everybody else who has played this bracket was trying to get to the final will be thanking them for it.
I think so too. I mean, it definitely makes things much more interesting, whether it's straight up today or for the points as well, right? As things are definitely going to get shifted around, as we kind of expected SK to go at least further than that. So now it's blown wide open, and this is an opportunity for a lot of teams to catch up early on and keep that competition stacked.
Yeah, well, I think it's time to look at our MVP or MVPs. I actually might believe maybe we did, I did just hear we might have had 2, but it is going to be looking like Meow wins it. Kills 3 and 3, so not the most dominant performance, but consistency is what matters. 153 DPS on the side of things as well, so just all around great performance from Meow there, and there were a lot of pop-off plays from him. But yeah, I'm seeing confirmation. Meow and Naui were the 2 MVPs, so I was correct on that part. So a really good performance from Craze all round.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like all 3 players played at a very high level, and it wasn't like the shiniest Brawl Stars with insane clips and moments. There were moments for sure, but it felt like pretty, fairly spread effort from all 3 members. All 3 of them playing really well and really catching a lot of teams off guard, seems like today.
Yeah, well, without further ado, we are going to introduce a person who's thrown a bit of shade of us over today. A fellow Brit, Ark, welcome back. What were your thoughts on those games?
It's been an interesting day, hasn't it, really? Yeah, I mean, fantastic to watch. Really expected to see kind of what I hoped to see, actually, to be honest, in this region. Very unexpected and interesting. Yeah, I think 2.5 men, that Frank picker towards the end, just got a little bit, maybe a bit overzealous on that side of things, but very close nonetheless. Tribe looking fierce as well. It's all looking rather quite interesting, isn't it? Yeah, what a day so far. Well, in terms of our predictions, I mean, where has that placed us? That's what I want to know, because it hasn't been straight and narrow for us today. It's definitely been somewhat of an uphill struggle. I know that Teddy tried to redeem himself earlier as well, and I don't know if that went down as well. I don't know how you guys at home are getting on with your predictions as well, but yeah, it's been a rough day, hasn't it, Trav?
Yeah, it really has. It really has. I will say it's been tough. It's been a tough one, especially for our predictions. I mean, I believe I went for 2.5 men in this last matchup, to be honest. So definitely not finishing things off strong either, I will say. So I'm not sure if all 3 of us did as well. We'll get to Teddy in just a second, but I believe I went for predictions right today. So. Yeah, well, there you go. Teddy's right. He's redeemed himself a little bit, but I think me and Ark are maybe a little bit down in the dumps on that one. But yeah, I mean, I think I've got like 2 predictions right throughout the entire day.
I think we're all level pegging now. Yeah, I wasn't sure like whether I had to think back. Did I go for 2.5 minutes at Craze? And yeah, it was Teddy that went for Craze. So we're now all level pegging, aren't we? Because earlier on, yeah. So that's good. But I don't know how it's affecting the viewers. I hope that everyone at home is doing all right over at events.brawlstars.com, where you can place those in. We try to do our best, guys. But again, anything can happen. That's why we love this region. Make sure you head over there, connect your Supercell ID, of course, to get those in-game rewards along the way. Hopefully, some of you out there have got your shredder pin today, or maybe you even got it last week. But if you're still trying to get to that final tier, then hopefully we can at least get this last prediction right for you, because that is where you're trying to aim to get to. But I know that we've I think all got ours now, so we can flex that ourselves in game. But yeah, it's been an eventful day, a very interesting day. If you are just joining, I think we're going to take a look back at the brackets in a moment now as well to see how it all went down. Trap, talk us through it.
Yeah, well, so kicking things off, we saw Tribe Gaming take a 2-0 win against STMN in quite a dominant victory. Same with Totem over Team Queso, who were the teams who moved to that upper bracket semi-finals. Tribe advancing from that in a 3-0 fashion. Yet again, very dominating from them, and looking forward to see how they do perform in this in this finals in the bracket. SK taking a very, very surprising loss against 2.5 Men, 2-0 as well, so dominant from them. They did move on and face against Craze Clan, who were victorious against FA Baguette, and then victorious against 2.5 Men to top things off, and move themselves to face off against Tribe Gaming, arguably one of the favorites of this bracket in the finals today.
Genuinely, if anyone out there predicted that this bracket would go this way, I take my hat off to you. Definitely, yeah, not what we expected to see. But again, I kind of actually gotta say, I wonder how this may affect Tribe going in, because I don't think, I think it's fair to say that they were not expecting Craze Clan. But again, you know, we've got probably more to say about Tribe than we have for Craze Clan, just simply in terms of their experience and back record. But I love an underdog. Tom, Drage, Yoshi, of course, the Tribe Gaming roster for this year. The only team now in the EMEA region to make 2 consecutive monthly final grand finals. So, I mean, they were here at this exact point in time, this time last month, whereas Craze Clan, they were not. So, you know, that's a big deciding factor here to consider. And when it comes to that draft process again, I'm sure, no doubt, that they were considering their draft prospects against a team that wasn't going to be Craze. They're probably planning for everything. But either way, some of their highlights today, I've got to say, Trav, they looked very, very fierce in their matches against STMN and others.
Yeah, they really did. I mean, Tribe have just looked so good. They looked amazing last month as well, but did get reverse swept in the finals, which honestly they probably should have won as well. So definitely a team who's been looking extremely good all of 2022 so far, and it does make a bit of a change seeing a different team other than STMN who are making a monthly final 2 months in a row, or at least more than once in a year or something like that. So it is nice to have a change, and even that as well. Craze Clan, it's a completely different team. We've got 2 different rosters who are actually making finals this month.
Yeah, Drage getting ready and geared up to go. Doesn't look to be too worried about himself, and just kind of another day in the office, so to speak. Teddy, why are Craze Clan in the position that they are in, and why are they a fierce opposition to handle? They are quite the dark horse today, but maybe not as much so to those of us that have been in the competitive scene for a very long time now.
Yeah, I think what's really impressive about Craze Clan is the commitment and hard work they've put into the game. And it's easy to put in hard work when you're a tier 1 pro, because you're a tier 1 pro. It's, you know, your job or your main activity. For them, it was a long grind in the tier 2 scene, and places where, you know, income-wise, it's not quite as stable and not necessarily as satisfying either. But they grinded their way through, man. Hard work, dedication, and just doing that consistently for 2 years now. Eventually, you're gonna pop off, and this is the month where they do. Now they're at their peak, they're at the grand finals, and it's gonna be their time to shine.
Couldn't say about myself. Honestly, I think there's been a lot of discussion in the pro scene leading up to today, whether it was going to be a Craze Clan grand final or a Team Queso grand final. It is going to be Craze Clan today up against Tribe Gaming EU, and I've got to say, I like the way that these guys draft. They go with a lot of ideas that I don't see other teams necessarily gravitating towards, and we've seen already a lot of instances of teams kind of preempting where that draft might be leading. Even seeing that Gale pick in Hot Potato in that last instance against 2.5 Men, which I think may have been their idea to kind of shut off the Dower idea very, very early on. But I know they threw a spanner in the works for you guys, as I was on the sidelines watching as well. But definitely, Tribe Gaming are going to have to carefully consider their draft now. From what I've seen so far today, it looks really, really good. But Craze Clan, again, have some ideas that they do and implement that other teams are not quite as daring to do. Teddy, you know, in terms of that draft process yourself, like from what you've seen already today, like who do you think's got the edge there, and how do you kind of see this one going?
I think in general, Craze are very much willing to take risks in their draft and bring in some more exotic picks and comps, which sometimes is going to work against them, but most of the time very much works in their favor. And it's hard to surprise your opponent at this level of play. Everyone scrims and practices all the time. It's hard to bring a comp that no one's ever seen before, and Craze somehow still managed to make that happen.
And Trav as well, like, you know, in terms of the draft and where this one might lead, Obviously, some definite. Oh, wow, hang out. Maybe I'm just going to divert my attention towards the stats there. That is 90% of people saying that Tribe Gaming EU have got this one in the bag, Trav. I know there is quite a pickup for me. What do you make of that?
Well, you see, I don't know if we could really, pay attention to these statistics at this point, because we saw 11% in favor of 2.5 men, and they managed to pull off the win. So, I mean, why can't Craze?
Yeah.
Why can't Craze with only 10%? So, I mean, it's definitely up for grabs. Both of these teams are very, very equal in terms of drafting ability, I feel. So, it's going to come down to who can handle their nerves the best, who can perform the best, and just overall, who is going to be the better team right now.
It's going to be barring out the gates for Tribe, Crow, and Eva Band. Where do you see things lining up, and whose draft are you starting to favor a little bit better?
Well, so far, very standard approach. Go for safe picks early on. Byron, Meow going for the Gene as well as the Spike. Mr. P, very versatile and hard-to-hard counter brawlers. You want to bring in brawlers that bring strength to your comp without being able to really get shut down too heavily by a brawler, specifically on the enemy team. And this is really the early approach. And those 5th and 6th picks might really be what open up some big differences in mentalities. And we'll see the double healer come true from Trap Gaming.
Really interesting as well, Trav, the Mr. P pick as well. Something that Tribe Gaming EU have not necessarily shown their hand towards favoring very much at all in Double Switch. I would love an Amber here, actually, myself. I think it'd be great to have. But ultimately, not necessarily always one that Craze Clan would go for. They like the tankier ideas, and there isn't much there to necessarily counter. They're going to go with the Fang. I mean, that's one way of going about it. Teddy, we're going to bid you a temporary farewell for this matchup, but we will get you back in right at the very end. I know you'll be waiting and watching eagerly from the sidelines. Trav, we're going to take this one. But yes, before you go, Teddy, quick thoughts on the draft.
I mean, it looks very much winnable for both sides. I think Fang is going to be something that Tribe need to be really careful about, but we've seen Mr. P and Pam work quite well against it, so why not?
All said. Well, Teddy, we'll pick over you in just a bit. Trav, where do you see this one going early on? I mean, in terms of my thoughts, I've got to say I do like what Tribe are running with, but we've seen what Craze can do with these close up and personal brawlers. The Fang pick being left open, I don't know. That was a fierce one for them to take, and do you think that might be punishing for Tribe if they're unable to keep an eye on it?
I mean, it's always going to be punishing no matter what, really. You've just got to time that attack perfectly. But if they can keep Tom on him, I think it might be all right. Scrap Sucker going to be a really good counter to him. So it should be fine if they keep these matchups good. Drage able to pick up Porters early on, which is going to be hugely beneficial as well, especially against the Gene. And what a splash coming in from Yoshi there. Connecting with 2 members of Craze, and they are pretty much all funneled into one specific place. So Drage definitely needs to be worried about them doing a bit of a joint attack down mid, but now things start to even out a bit more, and there are a lot of gems laying on the floor, but Meow comes in, does get the stun, but that is what I mean about Pam. A healing station and a couple of shots will finish him off quite nicely.
You remember, Squeeze goes such a long way, and it just serves to take that edge off when it comes to those up close and personal attacks, and yeah, that's going to have to be something which Tribe have to be very careful of, because Meow coming in almost got away with a lot more gems than he bargained for, I feel. The takedown is there, and it does leave Tom with Rama. A pull to hand, though. Now he can't really support it. Too low on HP, and they know it. There is the pull, though, at a good time. In the meantime, though, that has bought Tribe enough to push back through and start to take more mid control. And I think Craze needs to separate themselves out just a little bit now. But Yoshi in his positioning there with a nice splash over the top of the wall as well, just making sure that this continues to go Tribe's way. And they have brought back the lead to 9 gems now, 10 spawning in. That was a great turnaround, but Meow is not done yet. Oh, Drage just gave in that one. Close call for Tribe.
Yeah, that was almost devastating for Tribe there. Would have had a tough time getting out past both Tom and Yoshi, but he was left very susceptible to that play. Not enough gems coming in mid, I don't believe, so they should be fine unless they can get some aggressive plays going on. That last one just not spawning in time. And Tribe are going to be taking that first game quite comfortably towards the end of the game, but definitely had a few shakes throughout with that Fang coming quite aggressive, but we always got to be worried about it.
Yeah, it was looking a little bit shaky here and there, and I do not feel like that will be the last of Meow whatsoever. I feel like he's just actually getting warmed up to the idea, but definitely the comp seems to be holding its own so far. And I genuinely can't remember the last time I saw Tribe running Mr. P, but again, one that we've both been on the sidelines a little bit on in terms of our thoughts, and unsure where to place it. Gotta say though, I kind of prefer it taking the mid roll as opposed to viral, which we tend to see a lot actually when it comes to the picks of Devil Swoosh. I much prefer to see that brawler on the lane side, and Yoshi showing us very much how to do it. Now creeping up as well, can't be far away from Super now. Tom using the scrappy out sucker as well, just to try to give himself the advantage, but that's a nice clean takedown on the left hand side lane, and Craze will take the mid control.
Meow comes in, does get the stun off and a follow-up takedown as well. Tom's the only one remaining, should fall to the spike super as well, but yet again, just as last game, they can't aggress for those gems as much as they would like to, and surprisingly, as much control as Craze have had, they're only 3 gems ahead, so Tribe still have a lot of wiggle room, but another super comes in, a lot of bounces along with it, and Meow with another takedown, gems laying on the floor. Once again, though, that powered up porter does go down also. Gene pull still in hand, but this time, Fang with no super and still a lot of possibilities of getting it, and with that Gene pull, he will, and that opens up the left-hand side too.
Now going straight for the healing station there. I wasn't too sure on that myself, but at the same time, they're just going to buy themselves a little moment here to allow Rama to pick up from the mid, and Tom now in a great spot. Aggressive turret as well, and Yoshi with the support from behind, and the takedown to Meow is there. That's going to place a lot of pressure onto Rama. The countdown is with Craze, but all the HP is not with Rama right now. 1,000 and teetering and tottering. It's going to have to be a takedown. There's nothing there for Tribe to be able to maintain, and Rama looks like he's home scot-free now. I can't really see a reset here happening, not with 4 seconds to go. That is going to even things up considerably. And now we've got ourselves a very, very interesting match, or rather game up next, because whoever takes this takes the first set, and that momentum in a grand final cannot be underestimated.
Yeah, I will say Meow keeps on coming in over and over again, always disrupting Tribe's control, and it is difficult to keep him under wraps and make sure that Drage isn't susceptible to him, as he can get the super quite easily with only 4 long-range kicks. It's just Yoshi needs to keep him at a range that doesn't allow him to do so. Tom over on the right-hand side against Nawi once again, and he will be having a tough time also. Drage needs to try and not feed this Gene pull early on, just so he can't pair it with the Fang and get quite a simple, easy takedown.
Yeah, great from Yoshi there. Great jukes and not giving Meow an inch. Tom swapping lanes, going to the right-hand side. It's going to definitely find that matchup a bit of a struggle against the spike, and never an easy thing, especially with Life Plant in the place it's at. But again, with those Fangs super suppressed slightly and a bit more coordination between the team, it is going to help things out a lot. But I do worry that when Meow does eventually get super, not having that Pam healing station on the left-hand side could prove costly, but now so low on HP and forced back, and Yoshi should get the kill there as well with a tick over time. Just keeping Meow there alive, one more should do it. But 5 gems to 4, very close. But now the first sign of takedown starts to give Tribe the edge.
I think Rama just pulled that turret. I'm not sure. There was a lot of a cluster of things going over the right-hand side, so I imagine he did. That's why he doesn't have it at the moment. Tom didn't get pulled in because of it. Now he with the super, though. Can be quite dangerous for Tom. 2 gems laying down in mid, which will even things out, and with as little control as Tribe do have over that mid portion of the map, he is going to be able to swoop in quite nicely and just pick them up without really any fight back. But now Tribe with the lead again. These lanes just really aren't working out too well for them. Yoshi keeping Meow back a lot of this game, and I don't think he's even had 1 super, but at the same time, it means they're not going to be able to push elsewhere.
Very doubling down with Yoshi to get these little shots over the wall there, and it goes a long way, and that's a great important takedown for Meow. 9 gems though, picked up by Rama just in that little moment there, and now the pressure from Yoshi from the left-hand side really showing all its worth. He has to come in here, he has to really cause a ruckus, and he is doing just that. Everyone on Craze pinched together, but the helping hand of that Gene Magic Puff Star Power coming into play will actually only serve to help. Now going in with stun, does get the roundhouse kick onto Yoshi, but taken down by then with Drage. 10 gems to Tribe. Rama can't push the mid, nor can Nawi. This is the moment that Tribe could take this first set.
Yeah, Yoshi gets a couple of connecting shots, does get the takedown, and now Fang has to pick them up, but another splash comes in. He has got super, so they need to be a little bit worried here. Are going to be able to even things out from the mid now, need to aggress, but they do have more enough kit to do it. Gene super, Fang super. Tom cuts it short, though, and does get the super down as well. Going to be able to tank quite a lot. Pull misses as well, and Tribe are going to be taking the first set and moving on with some good momentum to the next.
Gotta be honest, I thought Tom was done for at the end of that, and when the Fang connected, I thought that, you know, he was just going to be body blocking more or less, or maybe even potentially feeding a really hazardous situation. Not only did he survive, he got both takedowns towards the end. Tribe looked not necessarily as comfortable as I think the scoreline will say, but nonetheless, they made a comp that, to me, I wasn't too sure where it was going to be at. They made it work, ultimately. I think more comfortably at the very beginning, as then Craze started to find themselves, but bringing it back towards the end. And it is still Trav, by the way. It hasn't changed to Teddy, in case you're wondering at home. But Tribe Gaming EU now in the grand final, first set in the pocket. But I think it's got to be said, going, at least from that last matchup, if anything to go by, Tribe will have definitely realized that this might not be as clear cut as they maybe first thought. Craze Clan are fighting and fighting really, really well.
Yeah, Craze seem to be definitely in the game a lot more than what Tribe probably would have expected them to be, as dominant as Tribe are. There are some statistics on what Yoshi has managed to provide that game: 40% of team damage and 6 and 3. You see, I didn't know if he was going to be, able to dominate this Fang side, or whether it might be better off having Pan there. But at the end of the game, it turned out that his control and pressure over the left-hand side really did funnel him into a good position to get the takedown. So maybe I was completely wrong with those circumstances, and he played it absolutely perfectly. And as you can see by the stats, he clearly did.
Yeah, Byron is definitely one of those brawlers that is high up on the list of targeted nerfs for the future in the EMEA region. Definitely, it's fair to say it gets a lot of pick rates and ban rates across all the regions. But yeah, it's pretty versatile, I think, is the best way to describe that particular brawler. But Yoshi made it look very, very good, despite his strength in that last game. Just getting the right timings for those pinches and working well with his teammates to coordinate when those pressurized circumstances were needing to be implemented, I think goes a long way to saying how well the team are working together at the moment. But again, I wouldn't be at all surprised if Craze at some point start to gather up their own momentum, and it could be this in Sneaky Fields. Brawl up next. Tough draft, got to be said. I mean, the map itself is a big question mark a lot of the time when the bushes are there, as to where your opposition may be lurking anyway. This one's going to be right, and Craze Clan do like those brawlers that tend to lurk in bushes. So Tribe will be looking to ban out Eve, and Spike will be the ban for Craze. What do you think of that so far, Trav? Is that kind of what you expected to see?
I think so. I mean, I was possibly thinking Ems was maybe be a ban, but as they did have the first pick, I think it's probably quite wise that they didn't do that. I don't really know what to pick from Tribe here, as Ems does cover quite a lot of possibilities, whether that be a control comp or an aggressive tank or something like that. I will say Crow, it's not something you see every day on Sneaky Fields, no matter how many bushes there are, but Drage clearly been taking some tips off the SESA region and choosing to go Sandy.
To be honest as well, I was surprised that Tribe left open the possibility of Gale to be picked then by Craze, but I think they're going to go with a tank maybe. I mean, it does leave a little bit of a possibility open as to what the response could be, but there is the Gale pick that Tribe left open. Byron as well, it's not bad. I think it's pretty decent actually on this particular map, and always a good thing for the back pocket in overtime. Tribe's last pick here has got to be really quite substantial. It could be something along the lines of a Fang, but I do like where Crazy gone with this. I think having that coin toss, establish themselves with the Ems pick is a good way for them to start things off. But we know what Tom can do on the Crow, to be fair, and if Sandy can get those early moments, going with the unpredictability, really doubling down then on the unpredictability for the Tribe side. Rare to see Leon coming out for them, as well as the Sandy, to be fair, but they are looking clearly at the early game rather than the late game here with this comp.
Yeah, I feel like this comp kind of heavily, relies on that sandstorm coming down from Sandy. Otherwise, they're really not going to have the best control of this mid bushes. Obviously, they do have the brawlers to scout it out, but at the same time, it's going to be really difficult to kind of gain control back with this comp. So a bit of early control definitely needed. And as you said, they're going to be playing for the early game 90% of the time with this comp. Yoshi getting a few taps onto him, but Drage is going to be the one on the Crow, and Tom moving over onto Leo.
Well, early slow, and Yoshi utilizing a lot of that speed and Sweet Dreams as well. Again, as you rightly say, Trav just trying to make sure that they can establish some early sandstorms. It is what they need. As soon as the overtime hits, a lot of this range is going to be a problem, and they want to utilize a lot of the speed gear as well, and getting a lot of good time in the center for that same reason. Craze want to push back. Yoshi, though, with a nice little pickup in the mid. Get a pass-through ball here from Drage, but under heavy scrutiny and so will now allow EMEA to re-establish himself, and once the teammates spawn back in, yeah, Tribe were looking to go in so quickly and get that early goal, but now they're going to be playing defense.
Sandstorm is there, though. Tom not able to get the takedown onto Naui, and he does pick up a super as well. Drage in a tough position, but this lollipop drop will let him run back to the spawn. A nice little jump in, and he might be able to get the trade down here, but a splash comes in, and now he does manage to stay alive. Yoshi very low and does manage to escape this M super, but having a little bit of a tough time over the left. Tom with Invisi-Heal now. And they managed to cling on without conceding.
And Tribe so far to hang on as they are, because it looked like a shaky moment there as Craze really started to turn the screws, and now he's doing a lot of work in establishing that. Yoshi back up against the wall, does somehow win the lane. That's everyone on Tribe still on their feet. I don't even know how. The pass from Drage didn't quite pick up the ball, but should be able to walk us in time, providing no splash. That should be it. Yeah, Tribe will get the goal. 40 seconds on the clock, and Craze have got to respond.
40 seconds now, and only a super available from Rama, so they might be having a bit of a difficult time. Tom does have his super as well, but with the bushes, he's going to be pretty stealthy anyway, so might be trying to hold it for a time where he does need to use that 1,000 heals per second to get himself back into the mix. Now, they are in a tough spot. Drage going to get knocked back, but no stuns for Meow, and that is devastating for him. Jump available, might be worth using it to try and aggress the Byron, which he does. Meow trying to push in now, but an M super is going to be keeping him back. Sweet Dreams available from Yoshi as well, just holding it, waiting for the time they push, but Tom can't really help this position. 8 seconds left, they need to make a move. Stuns there, and now he isn't going to be able to get it, and neither is Meow, and Tribe move on a game further.
I love that from Yoshi. It's very rare that you can actually kind of see the Sweet Dreams being just waved around like that and displayed, because, you know, it's normally a surprise attack. It's like not seeing that coming is where its effectiveness can often lie. But he was just sitting there waiting like, yeah, well, you know, you guys can't move whilst I'm doing this. And there was no gadget utility available for Dre. She didn't have any slow. And Tom also, it was pretty much just down to that last remaining utility. And if that went into overtime, again, that would have been disastrous. That was the last thing Tribe wanted. So hanging on and already starting off strong. My word. Pass from Yoshi here and just pops the gadget. Didn't even need it. Possibly, arguably, then a waste. But I mean, the goal was scored in 20 seconds. So I don't know whether you can really go as far to say that as a waste, more than it is a great start for Tribe.
Yeah, I'm really not sure what Meow was trying to do there. He was over-aggressing a heavy amount onto Yoshi and provided him with a lot of super, and he went down as well. Drage with a few connecting shots into Rama. Possible slowing toxin in there, but now Byron does have his super as well. Yoshi trying to push into a good position. Sweet Dreams is there on the takedown as well. Sandstorm thrown up also. Tom has the Invisi-Heal, but Yoshi is going to be connected, so can't really push through the invisibility. And yet again, some good taps from Byron, keeping them at bay as long as that Sandstorm lives.
Tom going in, but not back by the friend zone. Giving him a bay, but Yoshi just, oh, so much value there. Support from Drage from behind, and Yoshi's still around. He should be able to pick this up. Oh, but the Sweet Dreams is there. Oh, beautiful from Yoshi, keeping himself away and then blocks the shots going in. That is Tribe very swiftly then, taking a second set, looking very comfortable. And yeah, now the thing is though, Trav, you know, we've seen it time and time again. Tribe gets this point, and they get the early lead, and then they get tribes, is what we're calling it now in the live stream chats. How do they go in to knockout now with that in mind? Because they don't want to get overconfident here. They don't want to see things start to crumble. And as we've seen already today, Craze are very good at handling pressure and kind of being consistent in their approach when it comes to the draft. So, like, what would be your best advice going into the third set?
I mean, all he can say is just don't get reverse swept, Tribe. Just don't get reverse swept. It's been happening too much. You know the pain of actually being reverse swept now. So just play better and don't get reverse swept. But, I mean, overall, to be honest, from what I've seen from Tribe on Knockout, they're a very consistent team on it. And from what I've seen from Craze today, they didn't manage to win a knockout set that I did actually see. So I'm really not too sure what they're choosing to, you know, pull out in this kind of game mode. But I know for a fact that Tribe are very, very strong on Bell's Rock.
As was Yoshi there on the Sandy pick, and again, I was a little bit concerned for it, just simply because it's a good one. It's a good one, no doubt about it. I mean, 7 kills to the 2 deaths, but he played it tremendously well. I just worried about it in terms of like the overtime setting and whether Tribe were able to get that like really explosive start that they needed on it. But again, like, he is a name that just keeps popping up in terms of the stats today. I wouldn't be at all surprised if we see maybe later on, if things do continue to go their way, maybe an MVP as well. We'll have to see what you guys vote for over at event.brawlstars.com, and hopefully, you know, if you did place your predictions on Tribe, maybe it will turn out to be for you. But again, you know, Tribe were here last month. That's to be fair to them. They've got maybe therefore a little bit less off their shoulders in terms of responsibility, but at the same time, they've been craving this win for a very long time. They haven't had a monthly final win in a grand final since July of 2020. This is where that can start to prey on the mind, on the nerves. Craze Clan, again, with less, like, in terms of expectation levels here to prove for themselves. That could be the very thing that catapults them here forwards in knockout. We'll have to wait and see and of course, the draft will play a key role in that. From what you've seen, Trav, with both of these teams on Bell's Rock, what are your kind of observations so far from how you've seen them sort of play out this particular game mode?
I mean, it's tough to say. I did mention it. I think Tribe is a very strong map for them, and Knockout in general is quite a strong mode. Those are a couple of bans that I absolutely love to see. Get Fang out of the way, get Eve out of the way, and play with those, like, the strong brawlers, but not absolutely cracked. Tom, I mean, you can't fault the start for Tribe, really. Tom on his #1 brawler is going to be playing Tick. Meow's going to be picking up Jean, which I'm not sure how that's really going to fare against some of the throwers. Maybe they'll even choose one of their own to try and counter out that pick. But, I mean, I think maybe Tribe will be the favorites and maybe even sweep this.
I wouldn't be surprised if this next pick is not Sprout. Tribe double down on the thrower side, maybe add a Byron to it. I think Byron would be a good, yeah, and they are going to do that. I think that's a good thing for Craze there to really capitalize on the healing side of things. Is again, yeah, Tribe know the power of that, and this will leave them in a bit of a predicament. They could go with the Bell and the Ruffs combo here potentially, or maybe add something else to that idea. Again, like I say, Yoshi on Sprout is always a good thing, but there's a lot of healing now on the other side to consider. And maybe, who knows, Craze will go with the Daryl pick as their third idea, which will have to be preempted then by Tribe or Pam as well. Just go triple heal and really give Tribe a problem, but definitely taking some time. Speed, it seems, is what Tribe are thinking. I've got to say, either way, though, I don't think this was the strategy of the draft that Tribe actually were looking for. I think they've been deprived a little bit along the way and have had to adapt. But there is the Bell. No Ruffs then for them. Final pick from Craze coming in fast.
Yeah, I feel like they might have even been looking for the Jean themselves, especially now they've kind of put a Max in the mix.
Yeah.
Obviously, Bell's not the best pairing for Max, so Jean probably would have been something a little bit better. But there we go. There is the thrower, and I am really liking Craze's comp right now. I feel like they've definitely got a really good chance of winning this. Jean, Byron, and the Sprout as well. They've got kind of defensive maneuvers for every kind of avenue.
Yeah, I fully agree, honestly. The way that Craze started, that was very smart. It's kind of a rare thing to see Byron and Jean sort of double down on early on, but I think you're absolutely right. The pairing of the Tick and the Jean was probably where Tribe were leading this idea from, and Sprout here as well is such a great thing to have, and I think Tom's going to have his work cut out for him if they do go on the same lane side. Going to be joining themselves in the mid, and Drake's going to struggle on that range side as well. I think Craze have really got themselves a great opportunity here to bring back a set, but that is still very early days, and like you rightly said earlier, it is a game where the Tribe do tend to play incredibly well in terms of the success rates, and if they play it slow, then even by arguably being out-drafted here, they do stand a good chance.
Yeah, I was going to say, they're going to have to play it well, I think, with this draft. Tom has managed to pick up his Tick head, which is going to be quite good in late game, and also quite good to tank this Gene pull that has just become available for Naui. Rama with this splash, though, can be kind of negated by the phase shifter that Drage brings to the table, but Drage needs to start working for this speed, otherwise he's going to be getting tapped up himself a couple of times. Puts himself in a difficult position, now available, but his teammates aren't looking the most healthy, and neither is he.
That's Rama. Drage trying to close the gap here. There is healing, yeah, and that is a splash on himself, and Rama's able to win the lane as a result of that. Tom all alone now, and realistically here is going to have to, yeah, walk into the smoke and try not to feed as much as he can along the way. Not really much more they could do there. I think Rama played really, really well in that instance, and not always the best idea to heal yourself as Byron and often be more of a team player, but that was absolutely the right move for Craze when they needed it, and now Tribe on the back foot.
Good Sprout wall to stop the max speed as well. Deers managed to recycle it with his gadget. And we do still have that Sprout versus Tick matchup, and I don't even know if this even favors Byron a bit more in the mid, just because Drage kind of got less of an avenue to push down. Seeing a bit of a rotation now. Drage trying to push up onto the Sprout. Doesn't have his speed just yet, but a Gene pull still in the hands of Naui is always a bit of a threat for them and need to be quite wary of it.
Great wall shut down and leaving Drage and Tom very little maneuvering ability. Now he's got the magic hand as well to hand. Pulling it on Drage here. Phase shift tried to stay in the mix there, but went down. Ticket coming in, taken quickly care of. Nest egg in the middle as well is going to be a problem, but maybe we won't even get to that as Josh is pulled in. Very nicely done from Craze, making that look very straightforward. And again, we knew it was going to be a tough draft already in the way that Tribe went into this one, but Craze are not holding back at all, and rightly so, as they do desperately want to claim back a set here.
Yeah, well, I'm sure Tribe aren't going to be wanting to lose this set, or else they'll be having some serious bad flashbacks to last month. And now need to come back stronger than they were before. Definitely some more aggressive plays off the start I'd like to see, especially from Drage trying to push this Byron before he actually manages to get many shots onto him. And Meow does get healed up by him as well, and a little swap of the lanes might be coming in for Tribe. Early tick head for Tom, and might even be worth throwing this out for a bit of control.
Yeah, I think their lane swap is probably wise. It's best to probably put the Bell onto the Byron, and that'll allow Drage to get maybe more value and more speed in for his teammates. Tom has got tick head to hand. Nest egg from Yoshi placed in a good spot as well, just keeping Rama at bay, but I do worry about this magic hand from Naui. I don't know whether necessarily the Sprout is the best person to have in terms of the takedown to follow, but it will be nonetheless on the minds of the Tribe as they try to get themselves an early takedown. The Meow is very low here. Tom smells it. There's a heal not in time from Rama as well, and there's a potential for a follow-up here from Drake, which is there. 3 versus 1, and that is a great way to start for Tribe.
Yeah, good that Tom survived there as well, otherwise there is some possibility of some clinging onto a bit of hope for Byron, but not going to be able to get it. Try putting themselves in a good position, especially with the supers that they have, to be able to bring this one back. Dashing from Drager, that is extremely optimistic play. Some shots following up from Tom though, and the wall needs to be good, and that it is. Needs to watch out for the Gene now as he starts to maneuver his way over to Tom, and does hit that. Last hurrah going to be popped, and he might be able to survive. Does not get the takedown as Yoshi tries to follow up, but nonetheless, Craze are going to secure it and only 1 round away from getting this set now.
Left-hand side as well, so open now on how each team go about that in terms of their decision-making. We'll have to wait and see, but I felt like Tribe had good momentum going into that game, but it was a very explosive start that just did not go their way. Maybe just a bit of an underestimation or a lack of calculation. Yoshi with the miss mark there. Meow though, 30 HP. Almost went down there, but swift heals from Rama, bringing him swiftly back into the mix. Another nice shutdown in the mid there from Meow as well. That speed, that max speed, leaving not many places left for Tribe to go. Oh, look at this. The pinch between Tom and Drage, but it keeps Drage off guard, and that's now 2 versus 3. Tom can clear up this right-hand side lane. It'll go such a long way, but no, it's a 3 versus 1, and I cannot see how Tribe can get away from this one.
Yeah, I mean, the end result is they can't get away from it. Craze managed to close that one out, take the set along with it, and no matter how well they played that, the draft was always in their favor, and they were able to take that one quite convincingly. And I will say, regardless of how well a team plays, a lot of it's decided in the draft. Craze played it phenomenally regardless, though, and especially a few of the plays that we saw towards the end there, the Sprout staying alive in such a vulnerable position, managed to stay up and finishing off Tom there.
Yeah, I think you've got to give Craze credit for sure, because again, I felt like in that draft process itself, that Tribe had a plan going in, and I think you could be right in calling the idea that maybe it was the gene pick that they were looking for, and it just goes to show how, you know, sometimes the order in which you draft and depriving your opposition of what they want to play can go a long way there. Either way, it didn't seem like the Tribe that we saw in the previous sets, and Craze starting to maybe give themselves a little bit of a lift forwards here, at a great time to do so. Definitely up next is Hot Zone parallel plays. Maybe not ideal for when you are slightly behind, but nonetheless, much better than the alternative outcome it would have been if Tribe had been able to finish things there. Parallel plays is, of course, the map for Hot Zone, Trav. What are your thoughts on this one? Personally, it's one of my favorite Hot Zone maps, actually. And you know, it tells more of a story than some of the other maps, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, I do feel like there's a lot more strategy involved in it as well, in terms of having those 2 zones that you've kind of got to juggle between each other, make sure you've got your defensive one, but then you have to go offensive at the same time, and also kind of the comp differentiates along those lines as well. You've got to have something defensive, something offensive, and then something that can kind of juggle both. And we know with like a healer's great in that juggling position, just being able to secure both sides, assist the offensive push, and also the defensive side whilst doing it. So it's a very well-rounded map, and that's just why I love it so much. A huge array of brawlers can be played on it, but I just want the Sprout. That's all I want to be seeing on this map. And you know, we saw it last month. It was played absolutely amazingly, and I believe it was actually played by Yoshi as well.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure Tribe brought it out in the qualifiers as well, and it was like a little flashback to last year and just how viable Sprout can be on parallel plays and just how much you can shut off. Like, I think maybe arguably more so than any other map, you can really lay a Sprout wall covering so many of the approaches on this map. But yeah, like you say, healers, Byron definitely up there. Pam is a possibility. Gale always good on the defensive here. Definitely Eve will be a consideration, as ultimately that little lake that shuts off the ability to walk straight towards your zone can be kind of bypassed ultimately with Eve, and we haven't seen her all day, so I would not be at all surprised to see it up there with the bans, maybe along with a Fang as well. And it's gonna be an Eve, but not with the Fang. It'll be with the Spike, and not often. I mean, we see a lot of Spike to be fair, but I mean, it is not necessarily a go-to ban here for me, but one that is so versatile that it makes sense to eradicate.
Well, Byron was the first pick, and a smart one at that. As I did mention before, Byron's such a good brawler at healing and juggling those two lanes. Pam and the Bell for Tribe, followed up by a Crow from Rama and also the Gale. So a great comp, very well rounded for Craze. Then you've got the aggressive presence, you've got the defensive presence, but now Tribe kind of need to pick something that's good against near enough all of these brawlers. I feel like maybe they could take something like a Stew or something like that that's quite aggressive and that wants to push up one of the sides. But then again, Craze has just got such a well-rounded comp, it might be hard to even counter this at all.
Yeah, genuinely, looking back at some of the stats from the qualifiers leading up to the pick rates, I mean, Gale was way up there with 40. Yoshi going to be going in with the roughs. I don't mind that. It's definitely going to be something of a consideration when it comes to the range or lack thereof when it comes to that particular brawler. But if it is played on defense, then could be maybe something to break open the left-hand side a bit more to get rid of some of that bush and some of those walls there as well to cause a problem. But Bell plus roughs, I do like a lot on the side of Tribe. However, having said that, I mean, these are two really pretty balanced drafts, I would say personally. I mean, I like the ideas that are being displayed on both sides. Ultimately, I'm assuming that it's going to be running number squeeze for Tom, and that will give an idea towards the healing station that will be both offensive and defensive in itself. It is going to be Yoshi taking the left-hand side lane on the roughs, and he'll be looking to get some of these walls down ASAP.
Yeah, surprising not see him like kind of pushing into that little choke point and placing some sandbags down to try and keep them back a little bit longer, as Tribe seem to be struggling quite heavily off the start, especially with Drage over this right-hand side falling very, very low to Meow now, and some good positioning now from Naui as he does start to push up, and he's in a position that Tom can't easily pinch with his long range, but at the same time it takes a long time for all those pellets to come out.
Big kills coming in from Rama. There's the Mama Squeeze coming in from Tom, and I think there as well a gadget for the Scrap Sucker as the wall does go down now. Yoshi clearing up the left-hand side. That is a lot of pressure relieved very quickly, but it was at a cost. Craze Clan did get a lot of downtime on the zone. That is going to come full circle. Tribe need to balance things up and quickly as well, because ultimately all the time that Meow is spending on their zone is time that will eventually be coming back around to go back on the offensive here. Jumping from Naui behind Tom, but he's got good HP in the healing station there as well for support. Nonetheless, though, it is looking bleak at the moment, and Rama continues to pressure on the left-hand side. It's not looking great for Tribe right now, gotta be honest.
Mark is missed by Drage as well. Tom throws a healing station in quite a defensive position. Now, I'd say around about maybe 15%, maybe more, has been secured on this offensive side by Craze Clan, looking at the ring around it, but Yoshi throws down some sandbags as now he pushes, does get the takedown regardless, and 3 people on Craze start to close down on Tom now. Meow trying to maintain this right-hand side though, and Drage does get knocked back because of it. Turret thrown aggressively by Tom though, and now's the time where Tribe need to start pushing forward. A minute left, and they are going to be down quite substantially once this home zone gets secured fully by Craze.
Yeah, it was a good twist there from Meow, just to slow that advance, knowing full well that that was the time that Tribe were going to push. And I do worry about this Colonel Ruff's pick, just in the way it's opened up so much of the map now that Rama's actually got more ability to heal Naui in more angles to do so. But they need some takedowns swiftly at that. Time is ticking, and despite it being 25%, it is still doable for sure. They've got to start to make it a 2 versus 3 though, and it looks like Naui, though, point in time so low now, and Tom knows it, going on the healing station. Support from Drage. It's still doable, but the longer this goes on, the less likely it is that Tribe will be able to make a comeback here.
Drage trying to make a push. Now Yoshi is in a tough position as well. Drage goes down, and now he's now going to jump onto Tom. Should get the takedown and finish that one off, and this is looking like it's going to be done now, as now he starts to secure, and Yoshi can't make any moves. You see him giving up over the right side. Still throwing out a few shots, though. Regardless, Craze Clan bringing it closer and closer to trying to maintain their routes to a reverse sweep.
It was such an aggressive start. I think that by the time that Tribe were able to sort of get their strategy in motion, really, there was too much to catch up on. And I think this time around, they're going to have to go in, really rethink that idea, and maybe spend either more dedication towards the defense or more dedication on the offense. But either way, commit to one and try to ensure faster takedowns. Like you mentioned before, the sandbags would go a long way at the beginning there for Yoshi to maybe take some of these shots, but maybe it's the idea that they want to reserve it for later. At the moment, though, it does seem to be looking a little bit better with the swift takedown of Naui. From the right-hand side lane there, with the gadget on the scrap sucker as well to Meow, just to give himself some breathing room, but Craze are going in so aggressive early on.
Yeah, Yoshi does fall, and he did see a bit of a lane swap. Tom moved over to the right-hand side. He's going to get stunned, though, and taken out as well. Healing Station not looking in the best of positions right now, and neither are Tribe as they fall one after another, and Craze secure an offensive percentage second by second. The break comes through, and Yoshi probably not surviving at this point, as Rama is going to continuously heal Naui. And, I mean, second by second, Tribe are just in a worse and worse position.
Yeah, it really does seem like Craze are just getting the draft so spot on, and nothing to take away from their gameplay, because that is on point equally as much. But that Byron pick from Rama is doing wondrous work, and he is just able now to sit on the left-hand side and just pick away at this situation here with Tom and Drage trying to get the takedown of Meow, and he's still alive. The man gets the takedown as well to Tom. It's looking really quite bleak here as Craze is getting themselves stuck in a twisted for good measure as well. And again, it's a very similar situation where the score is actually very close, but it's what has been really established already in terms of time on the zone, and what Tribe are going to be able to muster in these final moments realistically when they're having to defend as well as needing to go on the offensive.
Well, I mean, you see, Craze can just continuously get this back zone now, and that's pretty much all they're going to need. Obviously, like a slither of percentage on this bottom side, but, I mean, I don't know why Tribe are playing so defensively. They need to try and push. I mean, obviously, they're going to lose if they do lose this this defensive side, but at the same time, they're going to lose regardless, because they're running out of time as this does start to tick down. You're going to see the supply drop come through as well. Meow now there, but now he's going to go on the aggressive side, and it might even be a better job just to leave it, but Tribe have fallen, and Craze bring it back to 2-2.
Yeah, I gotta say, I kind of agree. I think towards the end there, like, it made sense just to kind of fully commit, actually, to everyone on that top right-hand side, because Craze just, put so much work into the bottom left that it just made sense to fully commit. At the end of the day, and the situation that they were faced with, it kind of would have been maybe arguably the better play to make. But either way, Craze have got momentum. This is, again, what we kind of see sometimes with Tribe, is their inability to get things tied up when it matters. But the question now is, was that a case of being the draft not going their way? Was it? I certainly don't think it was nerves from a team like them who've been, in positions like this more so than a team like Craze, who are again on the up. Can't deny that, and that's also dangerous because they want to prove themselves. They've maybe not necessarily been in the spotlight in that respect, whereas teams like Tribe have been. So they want this with a lot of muster and might. Dry Season and Bounty, I mean, that is the fifth and final mode and map. What are your thoughts on that one? I mean, does that cater more towards a team like Craze or a team like Tribe?
I mean, I can't say at this point. I've said it multiple times. I've tried to predict who it's going to go for. It's always gone to Craze when I've predicted Tribe, and when Craze, it's gone Tribe. I mean, at this point, it's just too confusing to know. Dry Season, though, I know Tribe have played this multiple times. Now, they played beforehand. They played it, I mean, I think the last game they actually played, they played this map. So they're definitely a tried and proven map for them. But, I mean, Craze's drafting has just been so on point, and as you said, not taken away from how well they're playing it, because at the same time, they're playing equally as well as they're drafting. But, I mean, if they can get a good draft, I can see this being a reverse sweep.
It could be. It wouldn't be the full reverse sweep. We didn't quite get to a match point, I don't think. But, it has been a story that has recurred. We've seen it last month in the grand final with Tribe. We've seen it in Rush as well, Community League along the way. And they want to break that cycle for sure. Again, got to reiterate the fact that Tribe have been wanting this monthly final victory since July of 2020. It's been a long time coming, and no one saw Craze Clan coming today. That's the thing we got to reiterate. We kind of almost anticipated maybe seeing SK Gaming in this position, but we are not in that place at all. And Craze Clan are giving such a good run of their money. It's gonna be Eve being banned by Tribe Gaming. It's gonna be Tick being banned by Craze Clan, and then straight in with that Byron pick again that we saw prove so well and so successful in parallel plays for Hot Zone. But Sprout coming in for Tom, Gene coming in for Drage. Okay, interesting stuff.
I like it. I really do. I like it. I like the Sprout. The Gene's good. Byron's going to be good no matter what map you put him on at this point. Just so strong at the moment. But, I mean, those are kind of the brawlers that do cater to Tribe. Drage loving Gene. Tom loving a good thrower. But, I mean, it's quite susceptible to some more of these longer range brawlers. We're going to be taking Leon which is not something that I would have expected. Luckily, Tribe do have the last pick in this one, which is probably quite beneficial for them, because on a map like on a mode like Bounty, it's quite beneficial to have that one brawler that can make the clutch play.
They've had quite a lot of play rates though in the qualifiers, 22 in terms of the pick rates, and I feel like we need some range, maybe a bell for Tribe here or something along those lines, because ultimately it's got a lot of susceptibilities, I guess, and definitely going to be a problem with that Leon pick coming into play. Something to take it down swiftly would be a good thing, and even better now that Daryl pick's shown itself as well. It's got to be a battle surely here. I think Craze Clan, though, they've got the brawl that they wanted, and they'll be feeling very happy about it. I've got to say, every time that I've seen them playing that Daryl pick today, it has been really, really tough to deal with for many teams. This is a very assassination-based comp along with the heals. Now, Tribe got the heals already, but when it comes to those close up and personal situations, I don't feel like the Sprout is going to be enough here. It's going to be a max, so it's not actually going to be a Bell. Bell would have been great to kind of eradicate things quickly, but their idea is to go with a bit more agility and speed and try to dash away from the circumstances. I don't know, Trav. Was that the pick that you felt would complement this comp the most?
I mean, I didn't think that was what they were going to pick, but I mean, looking at the comp, it's not a bad pick. You got the Max Gene combination, which is going to be good no matter who you're against, getting some pulls in, getting some quick DPS onto them as well. Sprout's going to be able to cut off the fuel avenues, but then again, you always got to be looking back again and again to the Byron double. You know, as you said, Assassin. They're brawlers who can just pounce on you, and with a brawler like Sprout, it's going to be really tough to deal with it.
It can work, but already it's Tribe on the ropes as Craze Clan push deep into their spawn. First son of a super is with Drage, and he has the magic hand, but now he's already in space. No one to necessarily pull in more to the equation. Goes down to Meow, and the heal's on the way out, and that's what I was worried about. Craze Clan utilizing the Byron and the tankiness of this comp, and I just don't know whether the speed's going to be enough to really go up against it, but nonetheless, still very, very early days. 1 minute 30 remaining, and just the 1 star separating these two teams. All to play for here. Again, this is the final set for today. So much to play for, so much at stake.
Yeah, Tom was very lucky to get away from that one. Now we get him pulled in, and he's put himself in a terrible position there. He knew he had the magic hand, and still got pulled in by Yoshi, trying to work for another super once again. It's quite beneficial, especially after Drage got a couple of hits off against the Daryl. He is going to be very close, and with that singular hit, he did get it. Meow going to be baited out on the lollipop drop, but a knockback should be coming in from Drage, and a pull-in can finish this one off. Now Meow trying to aggress, does pop Invisa heal. Splash was missed on all 3 members of Tribe, but they do need to try and get this one down. They do. Drage is going to fall, and a gadget from Rama does miss, but they're still in a tough position now that they keep on coming up 1 by 1, and it's going to be a real difficult place to break.
One thing that you cannot deny about having Sprout, Max, and Gene is the way that it just pushes your heart in your mouth every time a push comes in. Now he's rolling in again. The heals are good from Rama. Drage, very low, 500 HP. Yoshi with all the stars, and there's the pull from Drage. The pull there as well. Let's go speed and forcing Meow to go back. Not something they see every day from a Leon to be retreating from the spawn, but it is a mightful lead. 5 stars in the hands of Tribe. 1 final ditch attempt for Craze to push.
Yeah, it's not done yet. Comes in, phase shifter. Drage doesn't have any knockbacks, bearing that mind. Splash coming through. Drage might go down. Yoshi is going to survive, though. And he just managed to cling on, and that would have turned it if he had got the taken down there. Tribe onto match point. Craze very, very much in it, as that was an extremely close game, and that singular takedown would have swayed the entire match.
Genuinely, such exciting stuff. Will it be Tribe, or will Tribe get Tribe? That is the question on our minds right now. I do like the way they stood the heat. This is not an easy comp to do just that with. Very susceptible brawlers. And look at the difference already. Tribe going on the offensive this time round. They didn't want to get pushed back against the ropes this time round. Learning from their mistakes, and hopefully for them, not going too overly aggressive as the roll from Navi comes in. Beautifully timed as well. The knockback lamp blowout there from Drage had to be on point, but he did go down regardless. 3 stars in the blue star already to Craze Clan early on.
Wall available from Tom, though, but Invisa heal there from Meow, and he needs to be quite worried about that. Gene pull available, but no max speed just yet. Tom throws out that wall. Does know he's got Invisa heal as he scouts out the bush. Does get connected a few shots onto him as well. Falls quite low, but no follow-up shots from there. Still heavily reliant on this max speed and Gene pull right now, as it's kind of a 50-50. It's not really that much pressure coming in from Tribe, as Craze can definitely still hold their own, but Gene pull available now. Needs to try and bait out the lollipop drop before he can hit this. Or he might just go for the takedown anyway. He does get the pull in. Now, they are still ahead, but the gap is closing in 50 seconds, and Tribe's control is definitely doable.
So little in it, honestly, but the moment Craze needs to get out of the spawn, speed coming in again from Yoshi, and that is keeping everyone on Craze on their toes. It's their lead, but for how long? And big hills from Rama, the roll in as well. Could it be too much? That was very advantageous, but somehow now he's still alive, and so all of Tribe. Another time round, 20 seconds remain. It's Tribe that needs this takedown, or we're going to be going to match point, match point.
Speed not available just yet, but the heals are there for Drage, negating that Byron shot. The shot's coming through. Tom's going to get Meow very low, but Invisi heal has popped. They're cornering him second by second. More shots follow up from Tom, and it's going to be absolutely huge. Meow, they're all pinned into a corner. Now the shots from Drage follow up. The Rama goes down, but it's not enough. And we're going to be seeing a double match point as Craze take this one.
I mean, you wouldn't have it any other way for an EMEA monthly final, grand final, but we are going all the way here. Match point, and the comps, honestly, so different in their nature, but all doing what they're supposed to do. It's the speed and the agility and the shutting down potential of Tribe versus the brute force and healing of Craze clans. It's the middle star that's captured by Craze early on and a retreat to the spawn, but Tribe are on the hunt.
Playing this a little bit slower than last time when they did lose that blue star, as the lollipop drop did keep him at bay for a solid amount of time, and Tom couldn't quite reach it and get it down. Wall available fairly early on for him, though, which means he has connected a decent amount of shots. He sees no super from Meow, so pushes it forward. Good wall as well coming through. More shots following up, and they're pinning them in here. The pull is available as well. The pull does miss, but they get the takedown anyway. Meow pops his his Invisi heal just in case he did get pulled in there, but Tribe in a good position now. Speed available and shouldn't be too far off of pullers. I believe a couple of shots after he did, I mean, actually, no, probably not, as a couple of shots did miss after the pull came in, but now he's going aggressive on his own. Not going to have the heals being provided, but Drage might go down, and it swings it into Craze's favor, but Tom throwing a few shots out, and Yoshi should be able to get a few shots following up as well. Charging his super. A magic hand available. We got the hedge as well, and only 50 seconds on the clock for Tribe to turn this one round.
So much healing on this comp. The Invisi heal coming in there, just allowing Meow a path out. Rama, though, oh, it does get taken down. Yoshi with a great pickup there. And just the cusp of his range as well. Now he is the threat, but as is Meow. And Rama just keeping the whole thing together. 30 seconds on the clock, and more speed from Tribe, but a great ball from Drage is in. The pickup there as well, and more scrutiny from Tom. Oh my word, Tribe have popped off at the final moment. 20 seconds on the clock, and that might just be enough to do it.
Yeah, Craze caving under the pressure. The wall comes down on the left-hand side. Speed's going to be popped by Yoshi. Now he does have roll, and Tom is the prime target. He does get onto him. The slow down as well, and the takedown might be there. Can't follow up as now we get the takedown, but Drage knocks back. Now he tries to roll in. 3 seconds left, 2, and the takedown's there, but Yoshi survives, and only 1 star in it at the end. And Tribe Gaming are going to be the April monthly final champions of EMEA.
Well, it's been 2 years coming, almost to the day. July 2020 was the last time it happened, but today will be a day to remember for the Tribe boys. It's very rare to see at the end of a matchup your own teammate always on the other side of the field, just clinging on to what remaining stars you have for dear life. But gotta commend Craze Clan for making Tribe work for it, because my word, did they spring out of seemingly nowhere to a lot of viewers at home. Maybe not to us sitting here on a casting desk, but it could very well be Craze Clan that took it all. But in the end, Tribe just knuckled down and capitalized when they had to. Some very clutch takedowns, and what turned out to be a much needed lead in terms of the start line towards the end, because it got quite close, Trav, it's got to be said.
Yeah, I mean, Navi towards the end was just absolutely popping off, rolling in, getting some slows, got the 5-star takedown on Tom with the blue star included in that as well. This could have been quickly swayed as well, and that would have turned the entire game. Just huge pulls from Drage, massive rolls from Navi. It's just back and forward, and as you said, it's a good job they did manage to accumulate that lead, as they just completely started folding at the end.
My goodness me, I worried for the comp. I did, especially when Craze locked in the Daryl pick. With the Byron pick, it's just all these ideas that they've been floating around all day. They've just been mustering and building up upon the situation. Like, we saw the Byron just play such a key role in parallel plays, and how well that worked out for them. And going into that, I don't know. I've got to watch that VOD back later on today to see like how Tribe were able to stay composed along the way, because ultimately that was a tough feat. And we were talking in the lead up to that game as to how well Craze Clan were drafting, and that was not a bad draft, Trav. I think you'll be the first to agree.
Yeah, no, I thought it was a very good draft. I mean, both sides multiple times the first 2 sets, and then Tribe started to drop off. Craze started to get some dominant drafts. They brought it back with some good gameplay as well, and a fairly even draft towards the end, and that shows how close matched these 2 teams were, taking it to the double match point, and then Tribe eventually taking it. You know, Craze just with such a good run, taking down their side of the bracket fairly convincingly. And I mean, after 2.5 men had come off the back of a win against SK, you'd expect momentum to be high and then been on top of the world in a great position, but Craze managed to take them down as well, and then bring this to a set number 5 after being 2 sets down is a massive feat as well.
Curious who the MVP is. It could be Yoshi. We saw his name floating around a lot. It could be Drake. I mean, Totem is very, very hard working, but not necessarily the flashes of plays from him, as we know. But it's going to be Drake who will take the MVP of the day. And I think, you know, it was going to be a close one. It was always going to be a close one, but I think that will come very much welcome to him. We're going to be getting him shortly on the line as well when it comes to having an interview as well. In fact, we may even be going straight in to a discussion with Drage right now. We'll see whether he's on the line. He is.
Hello.
First and foremost, Drage, hello. Congratulations are in order. Not just for your team, because obviously it's been a long time coming. 2020, July was the last monthly final win, but for yourself, this is your first ever monthly final victory. I mean, I hate to ask the question, but how does it feel?
It honestly feels amazing. Like, all the work we put in the background, it's just all paid off. Like, all the struggles we've gone through, especially like after that reverse sweep, we had like a change in mentality. You know, it's not over till it's over, and that's what we used today, and it worked. You know, we just stay composed. We're like, all right, the guys, we can't give up. No sadness or anything. We got it. We still got it.
I hate to ask the question, how's it feel? Because it's very obvious that you must be over the moon. But I had to ask the question. It's obviously a very important day for you. I mean, talk us through it. I mean, we've seen this year you guys definitely standing out as a predominant front runner, but it hasn't come without its fair share of back and forths and like, as the phrase I keep floating around that you're going to hate me for, being tribed. Talk us through the reverse sweep situation that we've seen forming with yourselves, and how did you guys overcome it today? Because obviously that must have been on your minds, right?
Last time I felt like, you know, we were 2 up against SK. We had a match point as well, and then we thought we won, and then obviously we didn't. And then with a team like SK with so much experience, they definitely took advantage of us, like, you know, letting our guard down a little bit. And I think this time, you know, it's Craze Clan. They're still a good team, if not, you know, the same level. I think, you know, Craze are definitely a strong team there, and, you know, we definitely can't let our guard down ever again. You know, the game's not over till it's over, and I think that's what we've learned, you know, getting reverse swept. So yeah, definitely going to be just keeping this going in future matches as well. Like, you know, game's not over till it's over.
Yeah, putting it all behind yourselves. And yeah, I think it's great that you give a lot of praise to Craze Clan, a team that I don't think it's fair to say that you guys weren't anticipating a grand final appearance with. What did you make of their performance today? Like, when it came to their draft, it seemed like sometimes they caught you off guard, and definitely a big dark horse. And, you know, aside from that, as a point, like, who other dark horses do you see in the EMEA region? Because it really is quite blown, you know, out of the water here. Anyone's for the taking almost.
I feel like if anyone hasn't already realized, you just don't mess with Craze. Like, in tournaments, like in monthly finals, I feel like in qualifiers there's literally smoke everyone, but like in monthly finals, they get a bit weak. I feel like this time they flipped the script a little bit. You know, they had I believe a weaker opponent. Yeah, no disrespect to 2.5 men, but like compared to SK, who's, you know, had their number in the quarterfinals, I feel like they just really took off and just, you know, played their game. And I feel like that's what Craze needs to do. And that's what every team needs to do. You need to get the draft going to your advantage. And that's what we tried to do. And obviously we looked at all the other matches. You know, we saw Crow being one of the main dominating brawlers for Craze. So we just took that out of the equation with banning it, I think, on the first map or something like that. And we just made it our game. And that's what every team should do.
Yeah, that's kind of how we saw it as well. You made it your own and like tried to keep the rules in your favor in that respect. Just one final question before we let you go, but you know, it has definitely been a journey to witness, like, this year, and how you guys have approached things. I'm just kind of curious, from like, if you can let us know a little bit from behind the scenes, like, what have you guys been focusing on the most? Like, when it comes to your strengths and weaknesses, like, what did you kind of highlight as being your biggest weaknesses? What have you been doing in the background in your prep and your preparation process to really kind of, like, you know, fine tune some of those and turn them into strengths? Because it's definitely been noticeable from our end, at least.
So the difference from last year, I think it was like a mentality. Mentality was a big thing, and you kind of saw a bit of that during the reverse sweep. You know, our mentality being, you know, down bad and it's just not going our way. But, you know, that's one of the most things we improve on, like, especially in all the third-party tournaments. That's good practice for our mentality. You know, always keep a positive mindset works so well and goes a long way. And, you know, definitely want to get good at every mode. You know, we don't want to have a weak mode compared to last year. Obviously, a team can have a weak mode, but we want to make everything as strong as possible here. And that's one of the main things we're trying to work on this year.
Strong fighting words. Drake, any final shout-outs? Anyone you want to thank? Any fans and relatives and family and friends and all that kind of good stuff? Give us a little shout-out.
Shout out to my teammates, Tom and Yoshi. Shout out to Havivo for being an amazing analyst and a coach. And shout out to all the Tribe fans. I know we haven't won since 2020, you know, like late 2020 here, but we got a dub for you finally. So hopefully you guys enjoyed this one while it lasts. Hopefully we get another one next time as well. But, you know, not getting too greedy, just one step at a time.
Official Tribe did not get tribed. Trage, thank you so much for being on the line with us and for giving us your insight. And go away now, have a well-earned break, relax, and celebrate most importantly with yourself and your teammates.
Yeah, will do. Bye. Peace.
Great to see from Drage there again. What I think we all kind of predicted would be at some point coming this year, but I mean, you can see the hard work Teddy going into that, and hearing from him himself as to how things went. You know, it's quite calm and collected. It's got to be said. Like from our side, I think watching that last matchup, I think we were probably more nervous than he was, Teddy.
Yeah, for sure, man. I mean, the character development was just excellent, right, for those finals. Tribe clearly had some demons they needed to fight in regards of some choking and reverse sweeps, and they fought them hard, won the battle today, and that's a good sign. You don't want to get, you know, 3, 4, 5 of those things happening to you and start really believing that you're cursed or something. So I'm happy they fought their demons and they won their battles. That's really great to see.
Great to hear, Teddy. Great to hear. Well, it's been a very eventful day, Trav. Definitely didn't go necessarily how I think many predicted, but talk us through it for anyone that maybe missed out on a couple of games, because there were some big storylines today.
Yeah, well, I feel sorry for you if you did miss out on a few games. First off, kicking things off in the top left-hand side, STMN did get beaten by Tribe 2-0, who moved on to face Reply Totem. Reply Totem in the quarterfinals did beat Team Queso quite convincingly, and then Tribe moved on from Reply Totem to the finals in a 3-0 convincingly as well. A lot of convincing games today. SK in a massive upset lost against 2.5 men, and Craze are going to be beating Baguette in the lower portion of this bracket. Then 2.5 men, coming off the back of a huge momentum boosting win, did actually lose against Craze, who proved to be an amazing team today, but they're just cut short at Tribe Gaming, who did almost get reverse swept, but managed to hold on at the end and win 3-2.
And I wonder how that reflects in terms of our predictions, Teddy. I think that you came pretty clutch through at the end. I think are we all level, Peggy? I think we are, aren't we?
Yeah, we are. Triple tie.
Nicely done. I mean, I was a bit nervous towards the end. I think that it was fair to say is the game did reflect much a similar story, but you know, I think in all fairness, I don't think anyone could have predicted how today went. It was definitely an interesting one, to say the least. So many incredible plays, though. It's got to be said. Some immensely fun and enjoyable moments to watch. Was there anything that was of a particular highlight to you today? I think we've got the player of the day coming up very shortly as well to talk about too.
Oh, we had plenty of absolutely amazing plays all around, but this one is going to be focused on Lars on the Fang here on the bottom. You can see the Peep coming in as well. Not really finding a target just yet, but Lars does have super. 4 stars still in favor of Craze, but Lars goes in with a nice triple dash, double stun to follow up, closes it out, and although he only gets 1 kill himself, he definitely assisted his teammates in really shining in that moment, picking up some crucial eliminations to secure that game.
Honestly, I felt like, I mean, it's quite a common thing to see with Fang being in the place that he's at, but still, even so, Lars absolutely topping off, and some really clutch moments from 2.5 men today in general. But we've got the original leaderboards here. Tribe again, they be out there on top of 192 points, shortly followed though SK Gaming on 158. Craze as well, making their mark big time today. Now take the 3rd place mantle of 129. Team Kester shortly behind them. Didn't see as much of them as I thought we would today, but next month is another month. STMN just below them, the halfway mark on 109. FA Baguette and Reply Totem just below the 100 mark, along with 2.5 men. But I thoroughly expect to see much more from them in the months to come, as well as a couple of other faces that are actually just kind of slipping off the leaderboards there. Notably Trav, OGS, and Humble. Can we expect to see some more from them next month? Because, I mean, they are huge contenders for this region.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so many different teams who really can get into these monthly finals. And I mean, going on from there, near enough any of the top 10 teams in Europe can actually go and win it. And I think Craze have kind of proved that today, getting into those finals, that any team can really do it. A lot of, you know, spectators and people alike really won't have known who Craze were before these first couple of monthly finals in EMEA. And it just goes to show, near enough like top 10 or 12 teams can really make it far in these monthly finals, just how close the EU region is.
And just quickly, Teddy, before we discuss other things, like, you know, Eve, we've got to talk a little bit about her and what's to come for her, because we didn't see her play once. I think we saw her banned in every single instance except for one in Hot Potato, and it wasn't played at all. Are we ever going to see Eve in the EMEA?
I think it's less and less likely, especially as there might be some format changes coming up by the next monthly finals, and more bans probably means less Eve. And less Eve isn't even really possible at this point in the EMEA because we didn't see any. But I'm happy about it. I mean, it's a very strong brawler, obviously a little too strong. And I mean, if teams don't want to play it at all, they don't play it at all. And I don't feel like it influenced the quality of the matches in any way because we didn't see any.
That's a really valid point, to be fair. Absolutely. Well, we are not done yet, guys. We are back tomorrow for North America and LATAM North, starting from 2 p.m. PDT. Mark that one in your calendars. Better yet, go to @Brawl_esports rather, and turn on notifications, because that will give you a ping when we do go live for that show. But the time again, 2 p.m. PDT tomorrow. That is always a good time, no doubt about it. One of my favorite regions to watch, so make sure you join us all there. And got to give as well a massive shout out to everyone working behind the scenes in production over at Esports Engine for putting on the show today, for Supercell, of course, for putting the whole year on, and of course to my fellow co-casters, to the viewers at home, and all the players and teams that competed today. Any final thoughts, Trev, before we sign off for today?
I think you've pretty much wrapped everything up there. Obviously, thank you to everybody who you did mention, and obviously you two as well. You're just too good at wrapping things up, Ark. That's all it is.
I do it every time, and I just do it on purpose, but then just kind of pretend like I haven't, and then just throw it to you guys just to hang out to dry, you know. Teddy, you know, you can thank your family or anyone you want. Like, any final thoughts before we close out the day?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, my sister. No, really, I think you summed it up quite nicely. As always, a big thank you to Ark, of course, as well. You know, being amazing, and Trav too, of course. Absolutely killing it on the show, and a pleasure to work with you guys.
Gonna say it better myself, absolutely. Well, thank you to everyone at home watching, and again, back tomorrow from 2 p.m. PDT for North America and LATAM North. Until then, from myself, from Trav, from Teddy, from everyone here at production, have a great day. It's goodbye for now. 10 gems should be enough if Totem can keep up with this aggression against Super as well. Picks up the gem for Tribe. This could well be Tribe knocking out STMN here from the quarterfinal stages. I think that should just about do it. Keep SK thinking here. Semantic goes in with the support of EA. Does get takedown, return equally. Oh, Dean! Popping off so well with double takedowns there.
No time for Totem to come back now, as that will last for the duration of the game. Tribe going to be moving on to the finals, and Totem, regardless of the good run in the quarters they had, they'll be stopped short at Tribe Gaming in the semis.
Wow, what a strong performance from Tribe Gaming EU.
Yoshi's still around. He should be able to pick this up. Oh, but the sweet juice is there. Beautiful from Yoshi, keeping himself away and then blocks the shots.
Now he does have Roll, and Tom is the prime target. He does get onto him. He does slow down as well, and the takedown might be there. Can't follow up as now we get the takedown, but Drake knocks back. Now he tries to roll in. 3 seconds left, 2 and the takedown's there, but Yoshi survives, and only 1 star in it at the end. And Tribe Gaming are going to be the April monthly final champions of EMEA.